Well, greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, Robert Meyer Burnett, and I got to tell you, I'm really excited for this next panelist to come on board. Rodney Barnes is a television writer, producer. He's worked on the Boondocks. He's worked on Marvel's Runaways. He's worked on American Gods. He worked on one of the best miniseries of last year, Wu-Tang. I love that. I mean, come on, you got to love that. And he is the creator, the impresario, the man behind Philadelphia, which perhaps might be one of the greatest comic book titles ever in comic history. Jason Sean Alexander is the writer, and the letterer, which cracks me up, is Marshall Dillon. I can't wait to talk to him all about this. Please welcome Rodney Barnes.
Rodney, hey, how's it going?
It is a huge pleasure and a great honor to meet you, sir. We've never met, but man, do I love Philadelphia.
Thank you very much. I love your shirt, and I love all of your figures behind you.
Oh, well, yes.
Yes.
Thank you. I've got the seven samurai. Actually, the Wu-Tang Clan would like this. All seven samurai are behind me, and also Lone Wolf and Cub. They're a fan of Shogun Assassin as well. So
nice.
That figures it. But thank you for that.
I see your phaser. I see a phaser over there. I see a few things.
Yeah, the Master Replicas phaser. When that's actually the Shatner signed edition.
Oh, but see, there you go.
You know,
that's the only way to get it.
Absolutely, because you have to have the autographed version.
This is true.
Now I gotta ask you something, because I watched your I love John Suntress's Word Balloon podcast. And before, in sort of preparation for this interview with you, I watched the piece you did with him, the interview, I guess just a couple of days ago. And you said something that really cracked me up. And you said, if you could go back and talk to like your younger self, like your 8-year-old self, and say, listen, you know, you're going to be writing comic books one day, but it's really hard, you know, and how tough it is. I mean, you're working on all this cool stuff. Is that true? I mean, when you were a kid, could you have ever envisioned where you are now? I mean, I know you went to Howard University and you really worked your way up, and as a TV producer, you've had to deal with that nightmare, you know, of this. What is the second season of American Gods?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that was tough. That was a tough one. Yeah.
I mean, that was a tough one, you know, and coming in and doing that, and at the same time, you're writing all kinds of crazy comics. I mean, Lando Calrissian, you know, you can you get to work for Disney in addition to everything else. So even though you would have told your younger self how hard it is, it seems to me you have to be having a good time.
Yeah, I mean, it's a relative good time. It's one of those things where, you know, as I was saying before, you hear the word no a lot. You know, we're having this conversation because of the times that I've heard the word yes and things have worked out.
Right.
But I hear the word no a lot. And so emotionally, you have to be able to accept that. And oftentimes you have to do things that you don't want to do to get to where you want to be. And sometimes that's unsettling as well. It's like I was cultured to a life of a regular 9-to-5 gig, and those sensibilities to lesser greater degrees still sort of remain. You know, so it's a lot of work. I have a difficult time saying no.
Right.
But that said, I'm still I'm grateful. I'm blessed. I do enjoy what I do when I get an opportunity to just do that. But oftentimes, as a producer and a writer, you have to wear a lot of different hats. You have to be your own hype man. You have to be your own manager. You have to be your own disciplinarian oftentimes, to prioritize what you're going to do first. If you do a number of things, how you're going to make all of that stuff work. And I'm not really as disciplined as I need to be, or as I should be. So, you know, there are times when my therapist says it's oppositional defiance syndrome. Like sometimes I just wake up and I say, I don't want to work. I don't feel like doing this today. And I sit in that for like an hour or two, maybe, and then I get up and I do the work. And so, you know, it's not as romantic as I thought it would be. You know,
right.
I think that's the thing. I thought that it would be, you wake up every morning, you go down by the ocean, and you sit there and you just dream and you write your stories, and then a bottle of wine and some cheese, and it's wonderful. And more often than not, it's people yelling at you for "Where's my thing?" or um, it's difficult wearing a lot of different hats and just juggling a lot of different things, and you just have to be able to suck it up and take it when it's not what you want it to be, if that
Right.
makes sense.
No, look, I come from the entertainment business myself, and I'm eking out a meager living as an independent filmmaker myself, producer and editor, and I totally agree with everything you said. Now I'm curious. I mean, now that I have you in the hot seat, how did you go from coming out of college? How did you get into writing, both in terms of comics and in terms of television production? Because you've worked on some really cool stuff, and especially, like I said, the Wu-Tang Clan, the I guess what you call it, the docu-series, because it was so first of all, what a cool thing, and working on things like Boondocks, which I always love the comic strip, and then to see it make that transition. What was sort of your journey to becoming a writer producer in Hollywood, and then also working in comics?
I used to be a production assistant and an assistant director in the Washington, Maryland, D.C. area. Worked on Clear and Present Danger and The Pelican Brief and a bunch of
really
bunch of movies.
Man, I love Clear. I can watch that movie over and over again.
Yeah, it's a good movie. I mean, I was fortunate to oftentimes companies will do their glamour shots in DC, like if it's a political movie, and they'll do the other stuff someplace else. So I was fortunate enough to work on a lot of really good movies early on, just to get psychologically. There's a math to making movies. It's the way the way that it all comes together, the way a team assembles a thing. And eventually, I worked on a movie, Major Payne, where I met Damon Wayans.
Yeah.
And we hit it off, and he asked me what I wanted to do with my career, and I told him I wanted to be a writer. And so for the next couple of years, I followed him around the country, sleeping in my car, working on his movies, working with him. And eventually I worked on a movie, Bulletproof, with him and Adam Sandler. I'm actually in that movie for a scene. I'm about to rape Adam Sandler in prison, and Damon saves him. And Damon and I had a heart-to-heart talk about if you really want to be a professional writer, you got to come to Hollywood. I was commuting at the time from Maryland to California.
That's a long drive.
Oh, 3 days. I could do it in 3 days if I didn't sleep. And which is kind of dangerous, and I wouldn't advise anybody to do it, but I did it at the time. And this was the early 90s, I believe. And eventually I came to California, and I started, just first thing to do was survive. My first job was on the movie Blade. I was a production assistant on Blade.
Wow.
And I was a stand-in for Michael Clark Duncan on the movie The Green Mile. And I did a whole bunch of stuff. And eventually I just buckled down, and I really learned my craft and just did a lot of work. And eventually Damon and I reconnected. And he said, I have this show, My Wife and Kids. Would you like to come in for a day to be a punch-up writer? And just basically sending jokes in. And I did it, and I just kept coming back for free. And until they eventually gave me a job as a staff writer. And that was sort of the beginning. There's a lot more in between, but that was my first WGA Guild job that got me in.
How important do you think having someone like Damon Wayans in your corner? Everyone talks about Hollywood. It's not what you know, or it's not who you know. It's not what you know. It's who you know. And even though you had a Hollywood relationship with somebody, you still sounded like you busted your ass before you even. You needed both. You have to have that work ethic, and like you said, you took those jobs and did all that other stuff. And so when you reconnected, you had a background to say, look, I've been doing this.
Nobody's going to carry you. Nobody's going to give you anything. Even if you have one opportunity, you could just flame out right there, get one job, and that could be the only job that you ever have. I think for me, even to this day, I've never been comfortable with just having one thing to do. And that's why if you look at my IMDb page, there's a lot going on because I've never been settled in. Working in Hollywood is like working in the circus. You're going to move to another town eventually. You're going to keep moving and moving and moving. And so for me, it was like, how can I keep multiple revenue streams coming? Because that fear that one day this is all going to go away and I'm going to go away with it was omnipresent. So I always had, whether it was working on movies, doing commercials, short form storytelling, graphic novels, whatever it was, I was going to figure out another way to make it work. But you asked me another part of a question that I didn't answer. When I was working on the show Runaways for Marvel, I made it clear that I really love comic books. And if there was ever a slot open, to please consider me. And they gave me Falcon. And I sort of have a love, not necessarily love, like there is no hate, love like relationship with that book because it was my first book. And when I go back now, all I see are the mistakes that I made along the way. And fortunately for comic book writers of today's world, we have Twitter, which tells you immediately what those mistakes are. And so
yes,
I don't
does.
know. Yeah, I don't know if the guys in the 70s and 80s and, when I first started reading comics had that same dynamic. They had a letters page.
Where they had the letters of comment, that lock page,
Yeah, but they could pick which letters they were going to publish to put in. They didn't immediately get, I hate you, immediately, fired off. But, a lot of my early criticism actually helped because, you overwrite, you underwrite, you do a lot of things here and there. And the fortunate thing about writing in comics was I got opportunities to continue to get better. And you only get better at doing something by continuously doing the thing. That's the only way you can, sharpen your tools. So, so there you go. Even the criticism in and of itself helps indoctrinate you into the world of, can I take this or not? And, and there you go.
Now, did you, as a writer, obviously moving into the comic realm, a lot of what you're doing is working with your artist. And that, I would imagine, is a skill set that one has to develop. So when you first started working with your artist on Falcon, was it difficult for you? And or not? And what was tell us a little bit about the writer-artist relationship as far as you see it.
Joshua Cassara was the artist on Falcon, and he's an incredible human being. I love you, Josh, if you're watching this. To this day, we still keep in touch, and I hope we get to work together again at some point. Josh knew a lot more about the world than I did at the time. And, the whole thing with the relationship between words and images and what to write, what not to write, some of dialogue was, I was writing sitcom jokes for, something that you would actually need to hear more so than read. And, I remember the first note I got back from Marvel was, it's so many words, it's ponderous. And it was almost like, and when I got the art back, which is the most exciting part of it, it's like you almost had to move the words out of the way to get to the art because there was so many of them. Because I was writing a book in my mind. And so I had to learn to, how to say a lot with a little, how to make a relationship with the art. And Josh was great with that. It's like, I honestly look at issue 4 as my first book, because the first 3, I was kind of just like shooting in the dark. And by issue 4, I knew exactly, I was starting to develop some of the skill set that I think has served me in other projects that I've worked on past then. And so, it's different than with Jason and I in Philadelphia because we're friends and we live a mile away from each other. But, with Josh, it was, he was my drill instructor. If you've ever seen any like Vietnam movie, Full Metal Jacket.
Full Metal Jacket.
Yeah, it's like he was that. I was the other guy. I forget the guy's name. The crazy one that ends up shooting himself.
Private Pile.
Yeah, him. I was, and he was the sergeant. And so, he helped me. He was a lot nicer about it. And obviously I'm still here, so I didn't shoot myself. But Josh was really, really good with helping me turn a corner. Eternally grateful.
Well, it brings us to Philadelphia, which I think it debuted almost a year ago, last November.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
And I have to say that one of the great things, and Image Comics publishes it. And first of all, did you approach Image with this? Tell us where did the idea come from? What were some of the influences on Philadelphia? Where did you? Because I have a lot I want to ask you about, but I'm curious about where it all came from.
Oh, okay. Philadelphia came from one of the first movies I remember as a kid seeing was Blackula, and it had a profound effect on me.
With William Marshall.
Yes, very good. Yes, William Marshall had a profound.
He was in a Star Trek episode too. He played Dr.
Yes, he was.
Building on my work.
We could be friends. We remember the same stuff, and he was also on Pee-wee's Playhouse, I believe, as well.
Yes, he was.
And so it was a double feature. It was Blackula and Scream, Blackula, Scream.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And they had a profound. It was like things kind of crashed together around the same time. There was Kolchak the Night Stalker, the Richard Matheson movies of the week.
The Night Stalker, the Night Strangler too.
Night Strangler, Night Stalker.
I'm from Seattle, so
okay, there you go. And it was the underground, and he was walking around. Yeah. So there was that, and there was Salem's Lot, Stephen King's. I remember reaching up, and I'm like 6'7" now, so reaching up. That's how young I was on the little spinner when they had the paperback spinners. And I remember in the early Stephen King books, they would have all of the publisher reviews in the beginning, like 4 pages of publisher reviews about how great the book was. So I read it because everybody said it was great. So
that silver and black cover with the blank face.
There you go. And so I read that. I was into Famous Monsters, the magazine. I had the models, the glow in the dark ones that you had.
You and I had the same childhood.
Yeah. And so it was all of that. It was the creature features with the Universal monsters that would come on Saturday night at 11 o'clock. And so I was just indoctrinated into this world, but I didn't see a whole lot of vampires that came from like my culture. Like there was just mostly the same kinds of stuff. And
where'd you grow up?
Annapolis, Maryland, not too far from Baltimore, Maryland.
All right.
Went to senior in high school. I went to Northwestern High School in Baltimore as well. And I just remember, what would that look like? And even as a kid, before I made a decision to become a writer, I always was like, what story would I tell if I had an opportunity to tell a story? And so when I got to Hollywood, I had a version of what Philadelphia ultimately became that I rolled around and tried to sell it as a TV show, tried to sell it as a movie. No one would bite, no pun intended. And so Jason and I ended up interviewing Jason Sean Alexander for this art book. And we didn't know each other, but we sort of stayed connected and stayed friends because we lived so close to each other. So invariably, when you're a writer and you're friends with an artist and you both love comic books, you pitch each other. And he would pitch ideas that I hated, and I would pitch ideas that he hated. And this was like the routine for a couple of years. Like we just hated each other's pitches. And so one day, and he had been drinking at this dinner, I pitched him Philadelphia. He said, "Ooh, I like that." And
was it called that then?
It was called Philadelphia at that point.
Because I can't tell you how much I love that title.
Thank you. There's 70-30 love to not love to the title, but I pitched it to him and he said, "Man, I really like that." And I'm wondering is it because he's been drinking or does he really like it? because Jason is mercurial in that way. You never know. You never know. You know, he could be just nice because I'm paying for the dinner. So he could be just being a nice guy. So the next day or maybe the day after, he calls and he says, that thing, that Philadelphia thing that you were pitching me, have you written it down? And I said, well, in different forms, but not exactly what I pitched you. He said, I think we could do something with that. So with that encouragement, I put together a pitch document and we took it to a couple of places and they didn't really understand it. And because it's a lot of different layers. There's a president, there's this father-son thing, there's this guy walking around. It's a bunch of different things happening at the same time.
Yeah.
So eventually, because Jason was working on Spawn at Image, he took it to the powers that be at Image. And so they said yes. And that was sort of kind of it. I always knew what the first issue was, and I knew what the second issue was. And the rest was kind of like a blur. I had an idea of what I wanted it to be and what I wanted it to feel like. So there you go.
Well, what I really love about the book, and in a way, maybe I don't know if some of it came from your experience in Blade. I really love when the supernatural and all the way back to Kolchak, the Night Stalker. Mm-hmm. I love when the supernatural is set in a city. Where the city becomes, and I'm always banging on about verisimilitude, keeping things real. Mm-hmm. And one of the things about Stephen King was back in the day, when you're even watching Hammer horror films and famous monsters, horror was always like in the mountains of Carpathia somewhere. Yes. The Karnstein vampire trilogy, but then things started to change. Horror came down from the mountains and came into the, as Clive Barker would say, to the hills, the cities. And Stephen King really said that, that strange girl that lives down in your cul-de-sac, well, she's really psychic. She has a crazy religious mother, and she's going to kill all of your high school student friends at prom. So horror was brought into the cities. Mm-hmm. And I love, and Kolchak did that. He's a reporter. He's on the beat. He's kind of this, and yet he's always, every supernatural event he would run across. And now we've seen, I mean, that's the thing about Philadelphia is as much about the American city and the experience of the inner city and what's going on in terms of everything from politics to poverty to it touches on everything, kind of like, in a way, The Wire. I mean, talk about from Baltimore. I mean, I'm a huge fan of The Wire, and it's not that it's the same thing at all, but it, like the original Candyman that was set in Cabrini Green, in Chicago. I really liked the milieu that you set the story in, and was that always the intention, or?
Well, first, I got to compliment you on liking the same things that I like. It's the same thing with that
and all of that.
Yeah, with the Hammer films, and they would be in carriages like Peter Cushing and Christopher Lee, and they'd be in the woods,
right.
And like Salem's Lot was sort of Peyton Place in a small town, but it wasn't the city, it wasn't concrete.
No,
and there was this weird thing that happened when I worked on Blade, where when you're the lowest paid person, they leave you outside to watch things. Like you become like the security guard. You have to wear a lot of different hats.
Yeah, I was a PA on Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3.
There you go. So So we would be like under the 6th Street Bridge or in LA, and if you know what that's like, it's closer to Dawn of the Dead because yes. People come out and just skitter around in the middle of the night, and I'm like, this is terrifying. I'm not built for this. But when you have any sort of imagination and you love horror and you're watching this thing play out, and then the backdrop of just like people moving in the darkness and just moving around, you got these huge skyscrapers and buildings behind you, and then there's a certain architecture that's there too. And back to Kolchak, there was a feeling about him skulking around alleys and when he was chasing the vampire down, that just felt like I know this. I don't know the Hammer experience. I don't know the
Right.
Bangor, Maine experience. I don't know that experience. I love it, but I think being able to. This is another thing too. Something that I learned about Falcon and some of the other things that I've written that didn't come out exactly how I wanted to. You need, in my opinion, my better work is when I put myself into it,
Okay.
and not when I'm just doing it like, oh my God, I get to write a comic book. This is incredible. And I'm writing from that place. But when I'm getting into the character and the story that I'm trying to tell from my own personal feelings, there's something about being able to connect your head and your heart to the thing that you love that I think translates into the document and the thing that you're doing.
Sure.
And that's what this was for me. I know what the city is like, whether it's Baltimore, whether it's Philadelphia, whether it's New York. I've lived in all of those places. I've been there. I've been broke in those cities. So it's not like, I've wandered around with no money in my pocket. So I've had to really be one of the people and not necessarily like elevated in any particular class. And there's a rhythm to every city. There's a language to every city that's that I try to get Philly down to a certain place without forcing it. Not just the vernacular and certain specificities, but to the point where people from Philly can't say that's not Philly.
Right.
So there's that. But with Philadelphia, there's this unique political backdrop, this connection to American history. The Liberty Bell and documents and buildings and things that are very much a part of what American politics are. And then you have the social stuff that's going on. You have the homicide rate and the crime and all of the things that are happening there as well that almost speak to there's an irony that's there to the idea of what America is, and then there's a reality of what America is, and you can't, the two are connected together. And
Absolutely.
so what happens if in all of that you drop a vampire in, and a vampire that has a certain amount of pedigree, not just any old bloodsucker who's just out to drink blood. He actually has like an agenda, and that agenda is a very American agenda that's attached to ego. And when you add that into power and perspective into the story, I think it changes the math of, being not just the average vampire story.
Well, I mean, what you're saying is, I think it's very apparent from the book itself when you read it. There's so much going on, and I think about things like Blade, the opening scene of Blade, for instance, when they go to the blood rave, and Tracy Lords is
the Blood Club.
dragging.
I'm actually in there.
Are you really?
I'm actually in. It's not as clear as with Bulletproof, but I'm actually in the Blood Club because my job was to bring extras in and make sure that they get bloody, because we had sprinklers that would bring the blood down. And once
I heard it was miserable in there too.
Oh, it was horrible. It was the worst, one of the worst things I've ever experienced in my life. But because the extras, you had model types, and it's like the guys and women were all kind of LA people. And they would tell them that they would get bloody, but they thought it would be like sexy vampire, cool bloody, not drenched from the rafters with syrup and, that kind of bloody. So they would run out, and somebody had to be there to say, no, get back in. You're not bloody enough. The club, it's still going on. Don't you hear the techno music?
Yeah.
And so that was my job. So part of that was I had to be close enough so that they couldn't get out of the room. So I would stand in the doorway. Then eventually someone said, just make him a vampire. Just stay. Don't. And so I had to get bloody too.
Well, it's still, I mean, the idea that you have this consortium of vampires in a city. I mean, I think about other like in LA, John Carpenter's Prince of Darkness, which is set in and around a church in downtown LA, and Alice Cooper is like the leader of the possessed homeless people, and there's just something about the sort of decaying underbellies of our cities. And I love the idea that, the collision of American history, what Philadelphia was, it was the promise of what America was going to be. And,
exactly.
200 years later, after our many legacies of everything, like the fact, I mean, race, and we have so many, look, we saw it we saw what happened in early with George Floyd and the Black Lives Matter and the protests that have arisen, and people are really looking back. The what is it, the 1612 project, or what is the
1619, I believe.
1619, and then you look back at the idea of, for instance, finding out in Watchmen, they go back to the Black Wall Street massacre in Tulsa,
Yeah.
and then the idea that when Black American soldiers came back from World War II, they couldn't avail themselves of the GI Bill, which changed
and how the
face.
Germans tried to use that with the black soldiers when they would drop the leaflets saying,
yeah,
why
the
are you
Nazis.
fighting this war? Yeah.
There's I just saw a thing on that too, and I read one of those leaflets that they were dropping, and within all of that, this cauldron of, there's never really been racial equality in this country. I mean, we can say there is civil rights and all that, and where we're at now, you've really captured in this horror comic, I think, and what makes it so great is you have a vampire, like you said, with an agenda. He's not just, I've come down to seduce some women and we're going to have a good time.
He's not the Frank Langella.
No, he is not. He's not the sexy vampire, and he's not Reggie Nalder or whatever from Salem's Lot, and he's the Karnstein vampire trilogy or even Vampire Circus, which I just watched recently. Yes. I mean, this is a vampire he's got something going on,
He does. I think, the idea too, as to when I introduced him, which was in book 3, I tried to, he was in book 2 as well, but he had his own stage in book 3.
Yes.
Was because I didn't want it to be just about him. I wanted you to, hopefully, if you enjoy the book, to enjoy the father-son dynamic, to enjoy other aspects of the culture and what the actual problem that Adams would be talking about. I wanted you to meet that before you met him and before you had a full dose of Adams, because very easily in different hands, it would have been a John Adams book if you liked that idea of having John Adams be your main antagonist. It would have been him from the beginning, and it would have mostly been about him, and everything else would have been secondary. And so I try to spread it around. I try to be a good quarterback and make sure that everybody gets to touch the ball, and that there are a myriad of not just characters, but they all have something to do of substance.
Right. Now, how far, like in your scripting of this, could you take us through, how do you write something like this? I mean, do you, like a lot of screenwriters, work on note cards? Do you create an outline first? What is your process in terms of writing? And that you've got multiple storylines converging. How do you approach the actual process of writing?
Well, again, I'm going to go back to that guy, Jason Sean Alexander, that I really don't like. We're the best of friends, and he's a brother, but I don't like him, and I don't mind saying that publicly. And what he does is he does this weird thing of, like, we'll finish book 6 and we'll start the second arc, and he's like, okay, I need to do the cover for book 11. What's it about? And I need to do 12, and then I need to do, and so he's got himself. He's worried about him. He's not worried about me, and it's not a team effort at all. And so what I do is to service all of the questions that he and our editor, Greg Tamburello, have, is I do as an extensive an outline as I can for the entire arc. And so that themes, you get the themes, you get the story. Now it tends to evolve from that document, but the kernel of what is in the outline still remains in that story in some way, shape, or form. If it's a story about Abigail Adams and she's going to be the star of that issue, sometimes it'll evolve to maybe slightly, because I changed something in the book before, that I have to adjust her, but she'll still be the star of that book. I tend to maintain themes, and I really approach it more, in the beginning when I did Falcon, it was more of a plot-driven thing. This is going to happen, that's going to happen, that's going to happen, will be at the end. Now I try to go more from a theme-driven, whether it's forgiveness, whether it's anger, whether it's fear, and more of a theme-driven, character-driven thing, which some people dig, some people don't. If you just read the big 2 books and you're used to a certain type of storytelling, I could see where it would throw you. But my thing is, if you're at Image and you can do sort of what you want to do, why not try to be as evolved? It's funny. Stephen King had The Outsider, Richard Price, the
On
HBO
HBO.
version. Yeah, and I loved it, but I could understand why some people would say it's slow. If you don't like that character-driven, methodical pace of storytelling, it's going to bug you. And I try to uptick because it is vampire. So I know I have to have a certain amount of violence that's in the book, but I always want the violence to be connected to the theme. If a character is doing a thing, if a vampire is reacting not just out of a need for blood, but for revenge, for hurt, for despair, whatever, I think I like it all to be kind of tied together so it all feels like it belongs. Like it's not just the cheap moment of needing to be violent for violence sake. It matters in the story. Like it's going to progress the story, either emotionally, sometimes for the plot, but always for the character. Like more about this character when you leave this issue than you did going into it. And that's usually
Absolutely.
the goal.
One of our viewers, Tevya Smolka, asks, what's your favorite show or book that you worked on in your career?
I'm going to say American Gods and Television because I'm a huge Neil Gaiman fan. I love Miracle Man.
Oh, dude, issue 15, the
yes.
battle.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah. Kid Miracle Man gets really upset in issue 15.
Kills a whole lot of people.
Kills a whole lot of people.
Puts their heads on pikes.
A lot of heads on pikes. Kind of like in Bram Stoker's. You like Vlad the Impaler. You got heads everywhere.
Man, you and I really did read the same stuff.
Oh, I'm sure we did. I could reach over and get my Swamp Things, my CGC Swamp Things that I love. But so I really wanted to be able to be coming out of the world of sitcoms. You're sort of pigeonholed sometimes as to what you've done, regardless of what it is that you want to do. And, sitcoms weren't really helpful in getting to build a bridge to comic books or the genre or anything else. Sitcoms beget more sitcoms.
Right.
You can continue to do more and more of that. So Runaways was the first step. American Gods was the second step. So in a practical sense, it sort of validated an opportunity to be able to write about different things or to be considered to write for different things because I was starting to develop a resume in that arena. So American Gods was very helpful. And I love the book. And I love a lot of the actors that were there. It was a difficult shoot. The conditions were difficult, but that said, I'd say that as far as books are concerned, I'd say Philadelphia only because I felt like what I was doing. It was the most confident that I approached a story. Like for Falcon, there was absolutely no confidence. There was only abject fear and boyhood glee. Lando was okay. Now, not only do I have the Marvel fans are going to hate me, but the Star Wars fans may hate me as well. So that's two groups that I have to. But I made it out. I made it through. There was some hate, but there was some love, and so I need a little love. And I did a book for Oni Press called Quincredible, and I still do Quincredible. And that was an opportunity to do more YA type stuff and not so much the adult stuff. So it was you're working different muscles and you're developing, different ways of approaching story. So anytime you can do that, anytime Lando, Falcon, and Quincredible were three different ways to approach story, which is giving me almost like a boot camp of sorts. The way I look at really sitcoms for my TV and film career, like there's this thing when you come out from school and you're a writer, you sort of look at writing like I can do anything that I want to do, and because there's this thing called budgets, you can't do everything.
Darn it!
Exactly.
Darn it! Those budgets.
And so working on sitcoms as well sort of trained my mind to being able to understand that I have to work within the confines of the world that we have to work with. And in film, it's writing to a budget. And now even in television, it's writing to a budget. So in comics, it was more of writing to what is it ultimately that I'm trying to say? Not just in this one issue, but over the course of the entire arc of storytelling. What am I trying to get out? What's my purpose here, other than just writing trying to write the best comic book that I possibly get? And so it all kind of comes together with, So.
Well, I've got Peter Beiser asks, is it tough to write content with an edge when everything in the real world is going crazy right now?
I think yes and no. The yes of it is you have to be sensitive to the reality of the difficult circumstances that we're in as a country and as a world. I don't know if that was the same case 20 years ago. You could probably get away with a lot of stuff that you can't get away with now because I won't say there's more pain, but there's more of a voice to that pain that you have to be cognitive of. Empathy means something different today than I think it meant 30 years ago. I grew up in a very narrow world that I wasn't exposed to a lot of thoughts that weren't just, in quotes, traditional thought. I came from a very traditional blue collar background. And when I was exposed to people who thought in different ways, it made me challenge my own thinking and the things that I believed were true.
Sure.
And it actually helped broaden my horizon somewhat. And so to that, I think it's important to be able to understand the world that we're in right now and understand our demo. All of that stuff matters. That said, when it comes to violence, doing things that are kind of risque, I think the reader, as long as you're not doing it just to be salacious or just doing it for, I just want to be violent. Today is the day I'm going to write the violent book. I think that's the thing that's a little bit more, that's difficult to do. And I've read books where from page 1 to page 20, it's been nothing but violence and blood and guts. And some people dig that type of thing. I try to be a little bit more sensitive to the world that we're in. I try to make it as much entertainment and be thoughtful throughout the process. I'm not saying I'm always hit the nail on the head, but in the back of my mind, I do try to be empathetic with the world that we're in.
Yeah. I mean, I guess you can't do anything but that. That's where we're at now. I'm curious to take a sort of different approach. I was going to ask you, whenever you're dealing with the supernatural, and there have to be rules. You have to set up certain rules. And one of the things I love is vampires there's all kinds of different vampire mythology. You have the overarching idea of what vampires are. Then you have, like, in Twilight, vampires could go out in the day, for instance.
They can sparkle too.
They can sparkle. And some of my favorite, like Miriam Blaylock, Catherine Deneuve in The Hunger, and David Bowie. I mean, they would go to hip clubs and pick up hot people
they could always dress well. I don't know what the store was that they went to, but whether it was Underworld or whatever, they all had sexy stuff and the right boots and everything.
Absolutely. And I'm just curious, when you looked at what you wanted vampire mythology to define what vampirism is, did you have touchstones or things that you looked at, or did you want to change up traditional vampire mythology? And what were some of the things that you looked at, and what tell us about your vision of what vampire mythology is? What is Rodney's world of vampires?
I wanted to make intrinsic changes and extrinsic changes. Intrinsically, what affects and what kills a vampire, because that moves around from time to time.
Sure.
I didn't want it to be a cross because I didn't want to elevate one religion over another religion.
That's interesting.
I didn't, and we talk about Kolchak. I have this T-shirt with Kolchak holding the cross out. It's like that classic image. And I was Would he be the same if you had a Ankh or some other religious symbol? Would the vampire recoil, in some way? So I didn't want to
All
elevate.
vampires are Catholic, right?
Exactly. I didn't want to elevate one over the other. I never, maybe it was sulfur, but I never really, the garlic thing, I have to wear the garlic necklace. I was like, that wasn't a thing. But I wanted them to be a cross between monsters and thinking. I wanted them to be attached to their humanity in some way. And I wanted them to be kind of, there's a metaphor in there of even if you have immortality, the things that limited you as a human being will still limit you as a vampire, like that thinking, unless you change your thinking.
I love that.
Even though you have power and you have perspective, you're still kind of beholden to your thought process. That was one thing. And I wanted, while
That's
you were
great.
in the coffin, to mean something. I wanted the body for a vampire to be like a prison. So your soul and your spirit could travel. Like you could move
That's
about the
interesting.
different realms. And it's not tangible. You couldn't bite people and blah, 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 blah. But I wanted vampires to dream, and I wanted them to dream about their regrets of when they were human beings.
Wow.
Because I think as people, a lot of people, I won't say everybody, certainly, but if you're in therapy, as I am, one of the constant themes is your past and past trauma and overcoming past trauma. So as you're laying there for 50 years in a coffin, waiting for someone to open that coffin back up, what are you doing while you're there? So my thing was, if you're in a dream state and you're replaying your past over and over and over again, there are two things that you can do. You can leave in your spirit. You can go to the netherworld and the dark realms, and you can move about in that way like a ghost of the spirit realm. Or you could kind of replay, and this actually comes up in an issue of Philadelphia at some point. I won't give it away, but where you're replaying your trauma, because just because you're a vampire, just because you suck blood now and you're connected to this dark force, it doesn't mean that your humanity is just kind of jettisoned out and you're just walking around saying blood, 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 blood.
Right.
And I actually make an analogy with one of the characters where I say, when I was a human being, because a lot of the people in the book come from poverty. It's like I hustled for money when I was a human being, and now as a vampire, I'm hustling for blood. And I've never really had an opportunity to live in either state or take advantage of whatever the virtues of being a human being or whatever the virtues are of being a vampire. I never really got an opportunity to take advantage of either. And so I wanted the vampires to be more just thoughtful. I just wanted the process of being a vampire to be more thoughtful. If you look at like from even Bela Lugosi dressed well. And he was sort of kind of a pimp in his own way, too. He sort of kind of had that, and he'd come in women's rooms and come to the window and do something sexy, and a woman would recoil. But she wanted him. She wanted him. And because of whatever, it's like a dude coming through the window, and he had a look, and he had a thing that he would do. Right. And he would just do that over and over and over again. And it's like it's a lot to go through for blood and just making more vampires. It's like there has to be more purpose to this whole thing of vampirism other than just the idea of just being that thing. It's like if you're a werewolf, okay, that's a curse. There's nothing you can do about it. You can have 3/4 of a great month or 2/3, and then there's going to be a full moon. It's going to mess up everything. And you can chain yourself down, but you're going to wake up, oh my God, what did I do? But with vampires, that's who you are. And I just wanted that to mean more than just being a monster.
I love hearing that, because I have to say, I think everybody in a certain way is attracted to the idea of being a vampire. Like, I want to be a lost boy. I want to sleep all day, party all night, never grow old, never die. Or, yes. I mean, I could think of worse things.
But you have to feed. But you have to feed.
But keeping up with Catherine Deneuve being like David Bowie, I could hang with her. Like for a couple of centuries, that wouldn't be so bad. But I love the idea that if you have this immortality, what are you going to do with it? Mm-hmm. And I think, like you talk about Blade, the vampire consortium or whatever, the way they're living is, I find that to be attractive. You can be a vampire captain of industry.
Yes.
And there's enough people out there that there's a lot of people that need killing, right? So we'll take some people off the streets, we'll satiate our hunger, and we'll be able to
even near dark, when they're riding around in a van or whatever, it's like
they go into a bar for a drink.
They go in a bar, dusk till dawn. They're hanging out in a dusty place, and it's like all of them. When I just approaching vampires, because everybody, when you say vampires, they go, "Oh my God, not vampires! What new can you do with vampires?" And I was like, "How can I make it have meaning beyond just the idea of what you've seen with vampires, to where we're talking about politics? Like, life doesn't leave because you're different now, because you're in something, because you're a threat to humanity. It doesn't necessarily make you a monster. You are a threat, but it's almost like being on the Serengeti. Does the gazelle judge the cheetah, or does it try to run really fast to get past it? And so if I'm a thoughtful person, for instance, John Adams' in a book, he has self-esteem issues. He has stuff that's going on within him because he's gotten an up close and personal look at how history has affected the idea of him. Like George Washington is George Washington. He can do no wrong. He chopped cherry tree down. George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, Jefferson. Some of these guys get statues and monuments, and they become, iconic. And what about the other guys? What happens if I've got an opportunity to actually be part of the history that I was part of, and I see that I'm sort of a joke to lesser or greater degrees?
Right.
What do I do with that information emotionally? And I've got the power now and the perspective to change the idea of what I was to ultimately what I would like it to be. And since those other guys are dead, I can one up them forever, and I can sort of be the man. Right. And so, if my sensibilities are there, I'm going to try to make America great again by my own definition.
Sure.
And I'm going to take people who are desperate, and I'm going to make them part of, my focus. They're going to jump on my ship, and they're going to ride down the river with me. And so I just wanted more purpose to it, because I don't see, if you notice, more often than not, and there are certainly exceptions. American Vampire, I think, is the exception. Big fan of Scott Snyder, and other guys that do. And it's been a hell of a lot of great I Am Legend, a lot of great vampire stories told. So I'm not saying this across the board, but oftentimes in pop culture, when you have books or comic books or whatever about vampires, they sort of burn out after a while. If they keep regurgitating the same ideas and the same themes, and the same thing that you said when you were like, what's different about your vampires? I remember going to my manager, and he said, you got to do something different. He said it in a managerly way, like not giving it a whole lot of thought, but it was just more of, there's no way you're going to sell it just because the vampires are coming from a different perspective. And I'm like, no, that's not it's not just their perspective. It's everything about them. It's like the approach to everything. There's still the common, we need blood in order to survive, but that's just food. And that's a threat to humanity, because human beings want to live. In an animalistic state, there's one thing that's stronger than me that wants to use me to survive. But then what else is happening? All of that other stuff is as much of a threat. When you talk about the 1% and the 99%, and I'm assuming, I don't know this for sure, but to the 1%, there's a possibility that 99%, almost like Marxism, could be a threat to them if they ever decided to be. There was like a revolution of some sort.
Yeah.
That was the idea, class revolution, more so than just race or politics or anything else. It was what would happen if the 99% decided to rise up against the 1%.
Which is pretty much where we're at right now.
It is not necessarily in a practical, like they're not vampires and crawling up the walls like in issue 6, but it is certainly now people have a more fractured way. Some people think the fight should be one way, some people think the fight should be another way, but Then I had the character Tevin or Seesaw in the book that was like, we don't really need, what we need is to get rid of all of this and sort of just be free. But there's a degree of idealism even in that as well, because as long as you have people or even undead people, they're going to be systems. There's going to be a way of looking at what the world is. We're going to create a God. There are going to be people who say we need hierarchies, so I wanted all of that to be part of Philadelphia.
Well, I mean, that's what makes the book good. There's so much going on, and I think, look, I love vampire stories, and I've read so many different vampire books, everything from like Robert McCammon's Day Thirst to Anne Rice, the Vampire Chronicles. I mean,
the Delicate Dependency. It's a bunch of them. Yeah,
there's I read a book called The World on Blood by Jonathan Nassau about vampires that are going to a blood, a blood anonymous group, and there's so many different ways to do it. But what makes it interesting is the surrounding milieu that you've given it. Like you said, so often vampire stories about vampires drinking blood. I mean, they have to achieve their sustenance, but like you said, it's just food. So to have a whole philosophy, if vampires have that part of their lives sorted, what does it mean to be immortal? Like, what does it mean to be able to look back at your own historical legacy, even though you've become what you've become? How does all that work? And I think that's what keeps readers coming back again and again and again. Are there, moving forward, is where the world is at right now, where we're at in America, has that informed your writing to the point where you've maybe changed things up over the last year as you've been writing the book? And where are you going to take it in terms of some themes that you would like to tackle moving forward?
The biggest thing is not taking a side. I didn't want this to be the Democrat or the Republican book. I didn't want to insert my personal politics into the book. I don't want to take a side.
Is that hard to do?
No, not because I constantly do that. I do that in my TV career. It's I don't think I've ever done anything in television that was purely me. It's usually been maybe a joke here or a storyline or something, but it usually is influenced by, when you write a TV script, it's not like it's just pure untouched. You've got producers you've got to answer to. You've got a network that you have to answer to.
Yeah.
You've got a director that influences, and then you've got actors that influence. It's like you got a lot of, if you're a salmon trying to make it upstream, if you're a script, you've got a lot of bears that you got to kind of watch out for that are trying to take you apart. So, here it's one of those things where I'm just looking at how can I tell the most honest version of this story? How can I there's what we see on TV in regards to politics and stuff, and some of it's real, some of it's propaganda, some of it is, you don't know which is which sometimes. If you watch one channel, if I'm a conservative, I'm probably going to watch Fox. If I'm liberal, I'm going to watch MSNBC. And they're going to say things to me that I want to hear, and I'm going to get excited over that. It's almost like I'm being marketed to.
Right.
And I didn't want to market this to anybody except for people who like vampires. There's that crowd. And then under that, I wanted to touch on humanity. I wanted to be able to speak to who are we as people, and what's the connective tissue, not just about race, not just about politics, not just about class, but what is the thing that binds us as human beings? What do we care about? And that ultimately comes down to emotions and emotional states. Like when I talk about love and hate and anger and trauma and all of those different things, all of those different aspects of life, those are omnipresent no matter what group you're dealing with, no matter where you come from or genetically, gender, sexual orientation, whatever. We all have emotions and we all have feelings because we're all people. And I wanted that to sort of be the place that I start from. Because once you're a vampire, do you belong to a group anymore other than being a vampire? It's like, if I'm a vampire and I'm black, do I say I'm a black vampire? I'm standing up for all the black vampires.
Am I William Marshall?
Right. I'm not going to drink white blood, or I'm not going to drink. Wait a minute. I can't drink black blood because that's my brother. Dude, it's like, am I of that state of mind, or am I just a vampire?
Well, Rodney,
So,
I don't mean to cut you off, because I wish you and I could go to a bar. I could talk to you for hours. Clearly.
Well, you got me at the Hammer film stuff. Once you
Uh,
got that, and you got into the details about Cold Cat and the Seattle thing, then we could talk for days.
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't want to do anything else.
I just have to. I got to say that you have been an incredible guest, but our time together is up. And,
oh my God!
Over
already.
To have been on a fly on a wall of this particular panel has been just the delight of the entire con. I mean, the chats have been exploding. You probably sold 50,000 new issues of Philadelphia, and probably got about 1 million new.
Wait a minute. What am I going to do with those 50,000? I don't know if Image prints that many. Oh, they probably wouldn't like me saying it. But yeah.
This was just a fantastic conversation, and it's been my honor to get to know you, and maybe hopefully outside of this milieu we'll meet one day, because I could sit down and talk to you for hours.
I got to come to Baltimore. I miss my hometown, man. Come on. I don't know if Phillips is still there. It might be gone now, but yeah, I miss Maryland in general.
It'll be here in 2021.
So there you go.
I have to jump onto another panel. So
we're just going to dive right into it, Rob. If that's cool with you, Rodney. Thank you so much for being here.
You're very welcome.
An absolute treat.
Fantastic. I'll talk to you guys soon.
So good. Philadelphia, best title ever. Don't let anyone tell you any different.
Well, Rob, you ready to dive into the fourth world?
I got to tell you, I can't believe you guys. I mean, this is the fourth event I've done panels for you guys.
You are our number one unpaid intern, let me tell you.
I have to tell you, the people that you line up for me to talk to is an amazing joy. I mean, and the next
Oscar winners, Jesus Christ.
We're talking Tom King and Cecil, I don't want to mispronounce her name. Castellucci. What she probably doesn't know is that she and I were in a movie together.
Oh my God! Well,
yes,
I'm going to get out of your way, man, and let you take it away, Rob. Always good to talk to you.
Well, thank you. It's great. I'll start in. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, gentle beings, however you identify from across the 28 known galaxies, as we heard in Superman the movie, I'm Robert Meyer Burnett once again, and I have a panel I'm so excited about, as we just announced who our panelists are. I can't say enough about Tom King. I mean, what a legend. And of course, Cecil, she has been she's been in a band. She's written novels. She has written many a great comic. And she and I both appeared together in the movie Staroids. That was about people lining up to see The Phantom Menace back in 1999. I didn't line up, but I tried to pay somebody for their spot in line. And we're both in the same movie. So welcome them both to this panel. And we're going to get our Kirby on. So
Philadelphia, that's a fucking great title.
Isn't that a great title? I mean, it's amazing. It is a true honor to be with both of you. And I feel like I should reach back, and maybe I will. I'm going to reach back and pull off this, because this is one of my favorite. God love DC for putting out Commandy and this. And bringing the fourth world back. I mean, I guess it's never gone anywhere. Between the Snyder Cut and what you guys are doing, I think Darkseid's real now. It's going to be great. So, first of all, to jump right into it, I guess from the both of you, how do you each? How do you feel?
Hey,
is it Cecil? Did I say Cecil?
No, Cecil,
Cecil. They're both acceptable. But I just want to say it's my birthday today. And
happy birthday.
This is like the best birthday gift ever, because I've always wanted to sit down and have a beer and talk Fourth World with Tom. So this is a great birthday present, Baltimore Comic-Con.
Well, I just
like seeing your face. I miss, we go to cons and we see each other all the time, and then we just disappear. And it's such a pleasure just to see. I did my first signing ever in my life, and she was sitting next to me.
That's right.
So many years ago. So it warms my heart. Makes me feel that the world might not end.
Me too.
Well, then it's a great. Let me celebrate the joy. But to ask the two of you, having such deep comic roots as you have, What does Jack the King Kirby's Fourth World mean to the two of you? And when did you first discover the stories? I mean, did you read Superman's pal, Jimmy Olsen? How did you discover the Fourth World, and what do you think about it? And how about the Black Racer? I'm a big Black Racer fan. Is he coming in?
Oh, I go first?
Yeah, you go first.
Go first.
Right, man, that's a bunch of questions. Let me see.
Sorry.
Growing up, I would say this is sadly typical of my generation of kids who sort of raised in the 90s, where I came to Kirby later. Like I came to him as a child. I saw Kirby as sort of, I didn't like his art. When I went through the back, I was a back issue hunter as a child. And when I found the Kirby, I was like, I don't know what this is. And I probably first encountered the Fourth World through John Byrne's Fourth World stuff, which I was a big John Byrne fan as a kid. And then through Walt Simonson's Orion series, which I loved and read it as a little older kid. And I didn't go back to the Kirby stuff until I think when I tried to go back into comics. So when I, sort of made the transition from my other career, so I was in like my early 30s, there was a list that it was like the best 100 comics of all time, and on there was Kirby's Fourth World, and that's when I read it, and you realize it's sort of you're reading the source code to comics at the same time. It's very
or the anti-life equation.
Or the anti-life equation. That's right.
And what about you?
I mean, I'd always been aware of Kirby, but I think it's the same as Tom. Like I didn't, it wasn't like that wasn't my go-to, sort of person. And for me, after I was finished with Shade the Changing Girl, I guess, Tom had just started Mr. Miracle, and I was looking for a new project. And I actually was like, well, I can't do Female Furies because Tom's doing Mr. Miracle. So I'd gone through the encyclopedia of, DC comic book characters and come into the DC offices with like a bunch of different teams and characters that I wanted to reboot. And after a conversation with Dan, I'd said something like, he was every single team that I wanted to do, he's like, oh, Jeff Lemire's doing that, or this person's doing that, or whatever, and it was all boy stuff. And I was like, oh, where's your Handmaid's Tale, And he was like, if you can figure out the Female Furies and the Handmaid's Tale, then we can have a conversation. And then he went under his desk and he brought out the Fourth World Omnibus and was like, do your homework. And
you got one for free, damn it.
Yeah. And so I went in, I dove in and was just blown away by the robust, intense world building and philosophical ideas and thought process about life and the meaning of life and the universe and love and hate and trauma. I just thought it was incredible. And so, there are so many threads to pull on. I'm sure, Tom agrees with me. But for me, I found my story in Mr. Miracle #9. But yeah, it was, and I didn't know whether or not, it was like, here's your challenge, gauntlet thrown. And then, but even if nothing had ever happened, what a pure joy to just read that book and really sort of train at the foot of a master, I felt like.
Well, I have to ask the two of you, do you have to pick a side? Do you have to pick New Genesis or Apocalypse? I mean, is it one or the other? Is it the dark or the light? Or can you both sort of pick from both? I mean, did you have to choose? Do you have a favorite side? I'm asking, I guess.
I think part of the genius of the Fourth World and why it has layers that you wouldn't expect it to is at first it seems like a very cartoony, you think, oh, this is just Kirby sort of in his Hanna-Barbera days with, the stuff to 6-year-olds, good guys versus bad guys. But then when you actually look at New Genesis, you have sort of this underclass of bugs that are treated very poorly.
Yeah.
You have this idea that explored extensively, but the idea that Highfather made this deal where he gave away his son in order to achieve a peace that didn't last, which is a pretty shitty thing for a dad to do. And it
failed.
And it was a total. He gave up a son and He totally
that he purposely wanted to fail.
Yeah.
You know, so that he could start a war again. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Continue, Tom. Continue.
But that's exactly it. It's like it's not as good guy versus bad guy as you would first expect, with the exception of Darkseid sort of being this, the symbol for everything Jack Kirby hated: fascism and the lack of thought, the lack of freedom, so that you always root against him. But I mean, so you asked me which percentage. I would say I think that probably Apocalypse has cooler characters.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't argue with the coolness of Darkseid, with Kanto, with Desaad, with Wonderbird. They're more fun on Darkseid's side.
Agreed.
Female Furies.
Yeah, agreed.
Granny goodness.
I think the dark side is always more interesting, anyways, because there's more sort of drama inherent in as a writer, like, putting the lens on that and trying to find the heart in the fire pits, I guess, yeah. So I'm going to go Apocalypse as well. But at the same time, like you can't have one without the other. They work in tandem, and, there's a reason why it works. Once again, because we're really delving, or Kirby was really delving into sort of what the human condition is, and, sort of what our fundamental questions are of good and evil, and how to make the world better. But how trying to make the world better can sometimes, you can really do it in a very wrong way, by trying to make things what you think is better. And that's the danger, and I think that touches upon the sort of fascism stuff that he was very much against,
Well, now there's been different, like you pointed out, different artistic interpretations of the Fourth World characters, and Darkseid has been a perennial favorite as a DC villain. We've seen him in the animated shows that were coming out, and of course he was integral in things like Final Crisis and other large DC storylines, the Cosmic Odyssey that I just reread recently. Did you look to different runs throughout the history of not just what we saw in the omnibus, but like you both touched on previous runs? Is there a definitive run of these characters for you, or is it just, do you always go back to the original Kirby?
Definitive. I mean, I think different people have done amazing things with the characters, but yeah, Simonson, for pure art genius, if you look at Simonson's Orion stuff, you just can't. I reread that recently, and it's breathtaking, the stuff he was doing. It's next level. And it's not just his art, where because he did backups in each one. The backups are by Frank Miller, they're by Dave Gibbons, they're by the best people in the industry at that time. So that would probably be, to me, Mr. Miracle, we always went back to the Kirby. Doing the movie now, it's going back to the Kirby, but I think Walt's accomplishments are just beyond brilliant.
Well, I guess what I was trying to get at is do you borrow certain elements from other writers and incorporate them into your, because you have to redefine whether you're going to do the film version of it or more comics versions of it. You have to sort of define what is the canon. What is canonical, what belongs in the universe, and you have to say what is definitive. Is that difficult, and do you borrow and mix and match? And do you, as writers, have to adhere to a certain canonical fealty to what Kirby did, or are you allowed a lot of leeway to change things around?
I'm going to go before Tom does, because Tom has that extra added element of the film stuff. So, and I'm sure that'll have a different spice flavor on top of that. But for me, I really took Kirby's. That's the space that I lived in, and I really took the issue Mr. Miracle #9 of Kirby's run and exploded that issue out. So that issue is where Scott and Barda have their meet cute at Himon's place, and it is because Barda is trying to bring this woman back, O'Reilly, and there is no Scott and Barda without Mr. Miracle #9. And for me, what I felt like, there's this one Female Fury, but it felt like so much of the story of the Female Furies and so much of the story of Granny Goodness was left sort of in the gutters. And
Right.
so I just tried to sort of unfold that from there. Like, how did Granny become who she became? How did Barda, because Barda's change of heart comes from what happens to O'Reilly in this moment, in Mr. Miracle number 9. There's no future for Scott and Barda if they don't have that moment, and if they don't if Barda doesn't realize how horrific her planet is, and what Willix does to O'Reilly, which I didn't change in my book. It's exactly, he makes her dance to death in Kirby's. So for me, I plucked panels from so many things, like the baby exchange, with Orion and
Right.
Scott, like everything, Tigra, Hegra, like Beautiful Dreamer, everything that I put in my book is exactly from Kirby's. And I can point to, I don't know it off the top of my head anymore, but like I can say this panel specifically comes from this issue of the New Gods, or of the Forever People, or of, whatever. And I really just tried to unfold that story and do it from, just tell the story from the women's perspective.
I love hearing that you were that specific.
Oh,
I mean, from a writing perspective, and for me as a reader, I love to know that, again, so much thought was put into what you were doing, and how, and to just go back to even specific panels. I mean, now that makes me want to go back and read your stuff again, which is great. Well, what about you, Tom? Were you that specific?
Yeah, I mean, we were, but I think it's important, at least from my perspective, to say that what makes the Fourth World, the New Gods, and the Kirby stuff excellent is that it's a deeply flawed work. Like, if I wrote the introduction to the new Absolute version, which is a gorgeous book, and I wanted to specifically say, like, if you approach this,
wait a minute, hang on a minute, that hasn't come out yet, has it?
I have a copy. Yeah, I think it's out.
Is it out?
Oh, yeah, it's Absolute Volume 1. If you take off the cover, it looks like a mother box. It's so freaking cool.
I don't have that.
Man, it's
I need to get that.
And
flawed. Yes, agreed. It is flawed. There's
flawed.
some
Yes,
some
flawed,
deeply messed up stuff in there.
Well, I mean, yes, there are deeply messed up stuff, but also it's just like, as a story, like if you were to sit down and just read it, it's a chore. It's not. I don't want anyone to be like, oh my god, It's like if you pick up. If you're a comic book fan, you can give the DKR to somebody. No, the story still works, even though it's 30 years later. This story doesn't really work.
Doesn't work.
This is Jack Kirby editing himself in a very angry place in his life, where he just wanted. He's just like, I have 1,000 ideas in my head, and I'm gonna blow them out. And so, it goes in this direction, that direction, and you're following one thread. You're like, wait, that thread went over here, and this went, and now we're in, and now. And then the tone switches. You're like, well, now I'm a child's comic. Now I'm in a grown-up's comic. Now, it's just all. But that's what's wonderful about it, is that it's the White Album. You're like, I don't want a song about piggies, but because they can do a song about piggies, they can do this other experimental, revolutions. Like, there's nothing holding Kirby back. And I think a lot of people have come along after him and sort of, and tried to shape it and take the edges off and connect some of the. I mean, for example, the Fourth World, that concept. What a cool title, the Fourth World. But there's nothing in the book that says what the fourth world is.
Yeah.
It's that, literally, even that phrase. There's no. What is the first three worlds? It's not in the book.
Totally. And what I find so interesting, Tom, is that there are so many different threads that you can pull on, and so many, like, the first thing that I pitched really was The Handmaid's Tale in the Fourth World with Earth and all that. And let me tell you, it was depressing. I mean, like, everybody at DC was like, wow, this is really good. But because there's so much stuff with Lump, and like the stuff that like he does on Earth, and when the female Furies go there, and like and then all the war that goes on, like that Earth and it's so it's so massive, but it doesn't make a lot of sense. And then with the Jimmy Olsen stuff and Superman, and like it's quite a lot. But I think what's so great about it is that there are so many deep ideas that I think Kirby was trying to sort of get to. And so for me, that's why I say, for me, I really just took that one issue and blew it out. to make a whole, story. And and I feel like, Tom, you took the elements of sort of trauma, and trying to make a life after trauma, and sort of blew that up. So it's kind of like we get to occupy our own spaces. And even though they're completely unconnected, our two books, I kind of like to look at them as like, they don't occupy the same space. So you can read them together.
Absolutely.
And they make total sense, but they're also completely unconnected, and I think that's the strength of when you have a big robust world to play in, is that anybody can take up a thread, and you can read all the extra pieces of it, and you understand what's sort of in the whole.
Yeah, I would say it's a little bit like reading the Bible. Like I remember whenever you're at that point in your life, you're like, I'm going to read this. People brag about this book like it's the Bible. So you actually pick it up and start reading, and there's a lot of begots in this, and the stories don't connect, and you're like, this is terrible writing. I can't understand. But then you're like, then you see little threads here. You're like, oh my God, there's a huge story here and a huge story there. It's very much the equivalent of that to me.
Agreed.
When you pitch a story, and I guess the editorial department, or you're given the go ahead, are you limited by what you can and can't do with established lore, or are you given pretty much carte blanche to do what you want? Do you have to, are there limitations to how your imagination can go, or are you completely, unfettered by where you want it? Like Handmaid's Tale in the fourth world, that is a great pitch. And I'd be like, you go, girl. But did someone say you can't go that far?
No. After I handed in my extremely depressing sort of genetic experiments, thing, we sort of landed on, the Me Too on Apocalypse, just to simplify the story. And basically, It is the same thing. I mean, my story is basically The Handmaid's Tale and Me Too on Apocalypse, while, staying in that world. But as far as once we landed on that, because I wasn't in continuity, I think the sort of saying at DC, the unspoken saying at DC is like, it's not if you're out of continuity, it's not in continuity until they decide it's in continuity. So I kind of felt, I felt completely free. I knew what my issues were. I knew, I had 6 issues, and I had my story, and nobody, everybody knew what I was doing, and I had a great editorial team, Jamie Rich and Brittany Holzer, and it was, it was unfettered for me.
That's good to hear. I mean, again, the adding Me Too on Apocalypse. I mean, my God, who wouldn't want to? What a great idea! I can only imagine. I would love to have been on the receiving end of that pitch. I'd be like, yes, let's do that. What about you, Tom?
Our book went slightly before Cecil, so we were sort of like, by the time I feel Cecil was getting, like, Black Label had sort of become a thing, and more DC was exploring that stuff. So when I started the book, I immediately told the editors, I was like, well, this is something that might be happening in his head, or might be happening on another universe, or might be happening, so don't worry about it. And for some reason, they accepted that. I don't know, they weren't reading their emails that day, but yes. So that sort of fiction, and they never actually asked me, like, is this real or is this not? Because they were like, anytime I did something extreme, they'd be like, oh, well, Tom told us it could be in his head. So so I hid behind that. But by the time the series had finished, the whole concept of, I don't know, which to me was always the heart of DC, the Superman, All-Star Superman, the DKRs, the Watchmen, sort of these limited series that are in continuity. If like Cecil said, if they're good, then they become continuity. But they live in their conception a little bit outside of, having written myself a lot of in-continuity comics as a Cecil. These live a little bit outside of continuity in the fact that you don't have to deal with things that would interfere in sort of a complete vision.
Right.
Yeah,
like crossovers and stuff like that.
Like when Tom was writing Batman, when I started writing Batgirl, and I had to deal with what, he's doing. That's what you have to do when you're in continuity. But when you're just a little bit outside of continuity, you have to stay true to the characters, of course. Like you can't make Big Barda Little Barda all of a sudden, you know. Like, you can't, I mean, I guess you could, but you'd have to have a good reason, you know. But you know, that's the thing that you have to pay attention most to is staying true to the character when you're outside. Yeah, and I was coming from the young animal thing, so I think, you know,
Right.
they were like, yeah, do a 6-issue miniseries that's, you know, out of continuity. And your book was a success, and so it was kind of like it could be different, you know, but like people know the characters now, or you know. And also, you know, the Me Too movement was going on. That was when it was just beginning. And, you know, I know Adriana Mello, I want to give her a big shout out. And I felt, you know, really called to, you know, sort of speak about things that, you know, I mean, I don't know, like, you know, there's a lot of things like when you read the Female Furies where it's like, yep, women are still talking about this. And I don't mean like women in the book, I mean women in our world. You know, and those power dynamics. And I feel like, you know, the one thing I'm most proud of, and I think Adriana is as well, is that, you know, Granny Goodness is a terrible person. She's the most horrible woman in the world. And she's the character that I feel the sorriest for, you know, because of you know, the what I imagine Kirby, you know, actually put her through. Because if you have just inherently, when you have a character who's the only woman of the old guard of Darkseid's, you know, cronies, the only woman, and she's the one put in charge of the orphanage. I mean, you know, you're gonna like, she's gonna be pissed, you know, and that's gonna shape her in some way. And so, you know, and I feel like, you know, women have felt like that for a long time, where, you know, it's like you can't break that ceiling no matter what you do. You're given the woman's work. And how does that, you know, how does that affect you as you grow older and bitter, when you know that you could probably be a better leader of Apocalypse than Darkseid? There, I said it.
I love that. Can you write that comic? Granny Goodness ascends to the leadership of Apocalypse.
Sure.
I want
to DC.
I want to see that. What a great idea that is. I mean, I especially in the post Me Too movement, what happens on Apocalypse when that dream is realized? I'd love to see that. But now, what about the two of you? So, how much does reader feedback or matter? Like, does it matter to you, or do you not care?
I care, and it doesn't matter. Both things are. I think that's probably. Yes, I wish I didn't care. I wish when people said they hated something, I'm like, you know, fuck it. I'm an artist. I have to make what I make. But I'm also an artist, so I'm scared of what I do, and I'm never confident that anything is good. So when a lot of people don't like something, I see what they don't like, and I can't help but seeing it. But it is our literal professional jobs to not just be leaves on the wind. You know, we have to sort of have a point of view, or else we're not going to make creative stuff. I mean, there have been tons of comic books that are leaves on the wind. I mean, there are whole comic companies that are dedicated to that, and I have respect for them. You know, if you want to read old Charlton's comics from the 70s, whatever the trend was, Charlton's was going to send 16 cheap comics after it. But to make really good comics, I think you have to sort of have your perspective.
I think I agree with Tom. Absolutely. You know, I mean, you know, of course, you know, it kind of hurts your feelings sometimes, but at the same time, that's our job, you know, is to, you know, put it out there, and that's, you know, that's what we do. And, but I think for me, what was really hard was, you know, I got a lot of hate for, you know, for what I did with the Female Furies. And that was difficult because a lot of the comments were that I knew nothing about the Fourth World. I didn't read, you know, any of Jack Kirby. I was disrespecting the characters. I knew nothing. I was stupid, you know, all these things. And that was painful because it was like, no, I actually could point to which panel in this, like, I actually you didn't do your homework, you know, like I did my homework. That's frustrating because I think Tom is the same. You know, we put a lot of care and thought into what we're doing, and it's not willy-nilly, like when we make a choice about a character, it's because we're making a decision about it, and it's thoughtful, and so when and especially as a woman writing something that was fraught, that was difficult, and it didn't hurt my feelings because I knew that I'd done my homework and that I knew what I was talking about, but it was annoying, and continues to be annoying, because there was so much specific thought into what I was doing, and I feel as though Jack Kirby and I would have a great conversation over like a whiskey about about the female Furies and about Granny Goodness and about Beautiful Dreamer and all the things that he missed because he was of his time, and that I picked up because I'm from my time. And I think that, Tom, come and have a, let's all go, me, you, and Jack have a whiskey one day together, and talk. I think that would be a good conversation as well.
Well, you just touched on something that I think is I've read comics for 40 years, but what you just said about how you are bringing something in the concerns of our time today, your time, issues that matter to you, and are adding them to a mythology that's existed for almost 50 years, is what continuing comics is all about. I mean, so often fans are mired in what they believe a character. They're so, I don't know, strict or stringent or whatever. They want this character to be just this way. And the thing that keeps a character vital is when it's reinterpreted for the modern age, and what you both can bring to those characters and add to the mythology. And I think that's sometimes forgotten in you think about the great comics that you brought up, Tom, whether it was Dark Knight Returns, whether it's Frank Miller's Ronin, or whether it's Watchmen, or Watchmen took it was going to be the Charlton, the characters, and then they changed it, and then Alan Moore got to take it's not going to be Captain Atom or the Question, it's going to be Rorschach and Dr. Manhattan. And if you're not allowed to do that, then the comics medium and indeed the stories are sort of they're arrested, and they don't stay modern, and they don't stay relevant. And I think it's really important, Cecil, what you said about that, and how you're absolutely right. I think Kirby would have adored what you both had done. And I'd like to hear more about that. Like, how do you take a character and bring a modern sensibility to that character, yet still retain the core of who that character was when it was conceived? Perhaps, well, sometimes, there are comic writers, you guys are writing characters that are 80 years old now. So how do you do that?
I think you do your homework. I think that's what you do. You go to the source material and you read it. Like when I took over Batgirl, I read all of Batgirl. When I did the Female Furies, I read all of all the Fourth World. When I did Shade the Changing Girl, I read the Ditko Shade the Changing Man, and I read the Milligan Shade the Changing Man. You do your homework, and you go in there and you crack it up and you put it through the lens of where we are now, and you try to be thoughtful, and you bring your heart, and you do the best you can, and then you pass the baton on to the future so that somebody can pick something up in 20, 30 years from what you did.
No, wait, I got to break in. This is Tevia Smolka asks, question for Tom and Cecil. This is not Fourth World related, but I'm just wondering how you would bring back the Question Renee Montoya back into the main universe.
Wait, she just appeared in the Lois Lane comic by Greg Rucka. She's in the main universe. So if you're reading that Lois Lane comic, which is very good, there's some Renee Montoya Question in it.
There you go. Back to the Fourth World then. So Tom, do you feel the same way? Do you go back and do that kind of research into the characters you're approaching?
Yes, of course. I think what I find interesting about that is that, to bring it back to the Fourth World. So the Fourth World was created 67, 68 by a guy in his mid-50s who had already done as much as you can do in comics, almost as much as you can do as a human being if you put in his war experience and his immigrant parent. His biography is insane. But what's amazing about it is it's very contemporary. It's Jack trying to take on 1967, not him trying to recreate some high of superheroes in the 40s. So we have the Forever People, we have Space Hippies, we have Black Racer, who's a Vietnam veteran, and we have the entire concept of the characters. I mean, it was very much Kirby himself, in the spirit of the Fourth World, was I'm going to create a story, but it's about today. Yes, it's fantastical, but it's very contemporary as well. And so to me, if you came to the Kirby material and were just, I'm going to make more stuff that's just like Kirby, you'd almost be not doing what Kirby did. You'd almost be defying him, because he was trying to be modern. So if you're going to reject modernity, you're rejecting him in some way, in my opinion.
Yeah, totally. And I think that's why it's like, when you think about the female Furies are so amazing, and Big Barda. I mean, Kirby loved women, and he loved writing women, but he was also writing it in 1967, so that was a different, his idea of what, women's equality and women's liberation was tempered by his time, and we know that he wanted to do a Female Fury solo book. There's a cover for it that he penciled. So, it's not that he didn't want to tell those stories, but when you actually look at the Female Furies, that they don't get as much screen time as, or Big Barda, like she gets more screen time than, the Female Furies, but he was limited by what he was doing. But at the same time, he's looking at science, the science of the day, thinking about dark matter, thinking about, astrophysics, thinking about the space program, thinking about DNA, CRISPR technology before it even really existed. He's thinking about all of those things because that's what was cutting edge at his time. But, there was only so much that we knew then about, we didn't even have a picture of Pluto yet, so you can only do what you can do. So that's why I say, it's sort of like, especially with comics, what you're doing is you're bringing it into the day that we're in, and then you're leaving some threads in a baton for someone, down the line. They're going to take it up and reinvent it for their day. I mean, I did the same thing with Shade, like I said,
Well, the fact that you read, I remember even like when Vertigo first came out, when they made the transition, like Swamp Thing was a regular book, and then it transitioned over to Vertigo, and Neil Gaiman had done, I think, Black Orchid, and then he started on with Sandman. I mean, there was so much interesting innovation that was happening in like the 80s, and comics were really starting to come into their own, and with the direct sale market, and more female readers were coming in. I think the character of Death brought a lot of female readers in. Now we're sort of in a transitional period where, with COVID and what's going on with the direct sale market, and it's a crazy time for comics, and it's really up to you, both of you, as innovative storytellers, to keep the medium going.
Well, Tom and I have talked about this. Because, I also write young adult books, and, I write young adult comic books. And I mean, maybe the direct market is fumbling a little bit, but, the YA kids comic books, is alive and well and doing great. So, I think, I don't know. I'm sure we'll do what we can, but also I'm going to write more graphic novels as well, because I like doing that as well.
Sure. Well, what about you, Tom? I mean, you've become a superstar, and now you're working on what, presumably, seeing what's going on with even with the Snyder Cut. I mean, Zack Snyder was on his way toward literally bringing the Fourth World to the screen. We saw hints of it in Batman v Superman. Obviously, now he's doing the Snyder Cut. We just saw Darkseid in the first trailer. What a great jumping onto the screen. What does it mean for you? Are you working with, how do you approach the Fourth World when you have somebody else sort of leading the way and bringing us? I mean, I got to tell you, as a longtime comic fan, that one scene, the nightmare Batman scene in Batman v Superman, where we actually see Earth being turned into Apocalypse with, the Omega, I don't know, on the ground, I lost my shit. I'm like, oh my God, like we're gonna see the fourth world on screen. I mean, I can't believe it. Now you're writing it. I can't tell you as somebody who's a longtime fan what I mean, and now we're gonna see Darkseid in the Zack Snyder Justice League. I'm just beside myself. What's it like for you to be at the forefront of writing this?
It's hard. It's really hard. It's very stressful.
I didn't mean to touch on a sore subject. I just wanted to tell you I'm excited.
I am hugely excited, but if I let my brain touch that, it's almost like when you're writing Batman. So I'm sort of trained to do this. Like, if I ever like let myself think, holy crap, I'm writing Batman, I'll just stop writing. I'll be like, I can't take this. So I have to kind of compartmentalize that aspect of it and just focus on, okay, I just have to write a scene between two people. Or if it occurred to me, this stuff, you know, when I put this, I can't talk about the movie at all, right? It has to all be these little platitudes and bullshit. So I apologize for that. So I'm just using, but like if I'm writing a scene between two people, it's like nobody's ever seen these two people on screen before. How can if I get distracted by that, I'll go crazy. So I focus on the humanness and I try to create. When it's over and on a screen and people are shouting, I'll realize the importance of all that stuff. But I have to put it to the side, or else I'll think you can never treat these characters as too precious, or else you won't dig into them. You know, you won't get into you won't find who they are as people. So yeah, I think that's. But oh man, I mean, sometimes I look at these. I'm working on the movie right now. This week some days are comic week, some days are movie week, because I'm in a movie week right now. And it's insane that I'm doing this for a living. Yeah, it's crazy. I don't want to think about it.
I literally cannot wait to see what you and Ava come up with. I'm so excited. Can't wait.
Oh, I'm a big collector of Hot Toys figures, which is like the Tiffany collection of action figures. And
I would have never guessed from
I have to tell you, the idea of getting a Big Barda and a Mr. Miracle figure because they're in a movie. Mr. Miracle is one of my favorites since I was a little kid. Mr. Miracle's costume, which really hasn't changed much, is one of my favorite. And Big Barda too. Those two costumes, they appealed to me when I was very, very young, and they appealed to me as a middle-aged man with one foot in his grave. And if I could get those figures, because to see them in a movie, I'm telling you, man, this is childhood dreams made real. And we live in this world where who would have thought? You know, I'm still amazed. People, if somebody asked me 20 years ago if I thought there'd be an Avengers movie, I'd be like.
Right.
No,
I would like for their I like Barbie dolls. I always have, and I have all the Wonder Woman Barbie dolls, and I've got a Batgirl Barbie. Let's put that out into the
how cool would that be? You know, I love when Barbie. I've got a few. Believe it or not, I have a few Barbie dolls, some Star Trek Barbies. You know,
I have those.
Yeah, and I'm a fan. And Tonner, they don't make Tonner dolls anymore. I don't know if you saw the Tonner. They did a whole line of DC female characters. Their Batgirl doll was amazing. Now they've gone out of business, and their figures are huge on the secondary market. But I'm with you. Now, can I ask you, since you brought it up, do you have a favorite era of Barbie dolls?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
I mean, I gotta go with my original Barbie that I had in the 70s. You know, those are my it was a ballerina Barbie doll. She had a great I think it was Nutcracker Suite or something. So yeah, I'm just gonna go 70s.
Tom, do you collect action figures? I know you've got some on your shelf behind you.
My daughter, who's also back there, that's her firing a gun at Disneyland, is loves superhero toys. That's like her. She's my most. When I was a kid, you know, typical Generation X latchkey kid, like all I did all day was play G.I. Joes and make adventures, which turned out to be the best training for what I do for a living. And I should just not gone to school and done that. But my daughter takes after me and loves to sit on the floor with classes. So anyone who knows, when I go to cons, I used to buy literal tons and tons of toys. So mostly the Justice League Unlimited toys are my daughter's favorites. And I think right now, I have them all, including the rare big bargain one. Maybe there's like one or two, but
Yeah, I'd like to get that. I'd like
there's
to get
like
that
400 of them. So.
Tom, we were the same because that's what I did too. I mean, I just had like action figures, and I mean, they all played together. The action figures, the Barbie dolls, the the Star Trek, Spock and Kirk. Everybody was everybody's boyfriend and girlfriend, big, small. They all hung out, and it was just worlds. I used to call it playing planets, and my mom would just find like action figures and dolls like in every room of the house, and I'd be like, "Don't touch it! They're about to go to war."
Man, I played with dolls the same way you did, and my sister had like the 4-story Barbie dream house with the elevator with the string that went up and down, and I would use that as like Bruce Wayne's house. So
I had to build that one Christmas, or the whatever modern version of it, and it was the worst build I've ever done. It was an all-day Christmas thing where eventually you give up and you watch the YouTube video and you're just like, I hate life, and your kid's like, you want a cookie, Daddy? And you're like, I'm gonna get this goddamn elevator working. Yes.
Well, when you're a kid, they never make civilian play sets or anything. So like if you want to have Bruce Wayne go somewhere as Bruce Wayne, he doesn't have his Lambo to drive somewhere. It's a bummer because you can't do that. So you'd have to, if you had a sister, you'd be like, hey man, can I borrow your Barbie Corvette and have Bruce Wayne, drive somewhere to continue the adventures. I love that you said playing planets, because I took over the house. Like I had stuff all over the place, and you'd get there, you'd have a whole day long adventure and move from room to room in your house as you're playing it out in your head.
And to your point, I put a bat on my Barbie Corvette to make it a Batmobile. So
you nerd.
Terrible. Now I've completely derailed this conversation.
But I want to answer Jozilla's question here about Granny Goodness being formed by life. Do either of you have a desire to expound upon Darkseid? I mean, yeah, that'd be amazing. Like, Darkseid's growing up.
I'll go the opposite way. I have no desire to. I feel like some people don't need the Stan Lee treatment. I feel like sometimes just evil exists, and that's how I feel about Darks. And I get that from Julian Lytle, who's my all-to go-to on New Gods, and I should shout him out more often. He's now writing for DC Comics. Pick up his comics. Got something in the new Swamp Thing special.
I guess.
But yeah, I like him as just pure evil. I don't need to know his sad story.
I'd be really interested though in the fact that Hegra killed his true love Suli. Like I'd be very interested in writing that story. Like the story, the sort of tragic story of Darkseid and Suli, and I feel like Hegra is really she's very fascinating as well, because she, was like sort of like had this, seizing of power and that sort of overthrow of her. I would like to, somebody asked like, would you want to do more female Furies after? No, I feel like, that's done, but I would love to go back and do Hegra and Suli and Darkseid.
Well, if you could, just hearing how you came up with your ideas for the Female Furies series, if you were going to go back and like examine certain panels and delve into the canonical works of the Fourth World to create that story you just described, I mean, I hope somebody's watching this stream and calls you up tomorrow and say, yeah, I mean, I would love to see that story. But I'm with Tom on one hand, you don't need to know the origins of certain people, but what you just described to me is a story that's worth telling. And I would love to see you delve into that, because that's fascinating. As you were telling it, I'm getting goosebumps going, oh, I want to read this.
And for me, it's about the woman's story of that. It's like, how does Hegra try to keep onto her power, in a world that doesn't want her to have power, and, who is Suli and whatever that. So that's always the lens that I'm going to, sort of go to. So maybe in a way it's like what Tom said. It's not so much Darkseid, how he became what he became, but that's sort of that's the sort of pleasant extra that you get from telling this, this truly sort of power struggle between someone who loves somebody and someone who doesn't feel that they're appropriate for their son.
No, I mean, that to me is where the kernel of great ideas come from. Let me ask the two of you, how do you when you when you come up with an idea and you know what you want to do, how do you approach writing? I was talking to Rodney Barnes earlier. Do you guys write on note cards? I mean, how do you outline? Do you just start? Are you a pantser? Do you write by the seat of your pants? How do you both approach writing a comic?
Who you want to go first?
Oh, you.
Me. Oh,
You go first.
I don't do detailed outlines. I do them in my head. And I have this theory, and it's the stupidest writer theory anyone ever came up with. And I think I'm the only writer who has it, that if I have an idea in my head and it doesn't stick there, then it wasn't a good idea.
I totally agree.
You agree? Oh, it's you and me.
totally
We're the only ones. Yeah, these people keep notebooks by their bed in case they wake up in the middle of the night and so they can write down the one line. I'm like, if I wake up in the middle and have a great idea and it's not there in the morning, wasn't worth it.
I do have I feel the same way. I mean, I do have a notebook with me and I do write some ideas down, but I don't wake up in the middle of the night and write them down. I do feel, I had a friend who, she claims that she would write a first draft of her novels and then she would delete the entire manuscript and rewrite the draft. And whatever she remembered was what really was supposed to be in the story.
That's interesting.
Now,
Wow.
I'm not that brave, but I do think that there is merit to the idea that if an idea really is the right, it'll bloom again. In some way. So I'm with you, Tom.
I lost my first novel, Once Crowded Sky, which is not good, but it was a real novel.
I read it.
Oh, nerd. I lost the last half of it or so. A computer broke down, and I lost. And then once I went to like these underground. Please scrape this off my hard drive, and they couldn't find it. And I had to rewrite it from memory.
Oh, God.
When I was a baby writer, I didn't know all the tricks you do to avoid that. So I wonder if it was better or worse for it. Who knows? I guess I have a career, so it's okay.
I think it's the same thing. And the reason why I read it is because we remember I did that hybrid panel that we were on, where it was like hybrid novels that I put together.
You remember that?
San Diego?
Yeah.
Yeah. So of course, I had to do my homework. I do my homework. Yes, I do not write outlines either, except I do like for Batgirl and stuff. I did have to write like things out because things were changing all the time. And so that was very different for me. I'm more of a pantser. What I'll do is I'll write my favorite scenes. I usually write the end. If it's a creator-owned thing, like I'll write the end, the last paragraph, the last line of a novel or a graphic novel first. So that's kind of my North Star to sail by. And then I just kind of start writing my favorite scenes. And then I have a skinny skeleton and then I fatten up the baby.
Now, do you approach comic writing and prose writing in the same way?
I don't really know anymore because it's been like 2.5 years since I've written a novel. I'm just beginning to like get back into prose because I miss it a little bit. So I want to write a new novel. So I don't know, but I'm sure Tom will say the same thing. Every project is different. And I don't know about you, Tom, but every project, everyone always says like, oh, you've done this 1,000 times before. You know how to write a book or you know how to write a comic. And I'm like, but this is a totally new story. I don't know if I know how to write this story. So it always feels like you're starting at zero every single time because you're pulling a new world out of your brain,
One of our viewers, I think their comment disappeared. Meow Ryan, I think it was, said, yeah, here it is. Since Tom and Cecil, you're jazz musicians in terms of your writing. I love that too. I think that's great. Would you? And as a musician yourself, I don't know, Tom, are you also a musician?
No, my brother is a musician. My brother's a professional musician, but I am not. He got all.
I love the idea. Writing as a jazz form. I mean, I'm a huge jazz fan, so I love that.
I mean, Gerard Way and I talk about it a lot, like having been in bands and writing comics, that writing comics is the closest other art that I've come to that feels like being in a band. When you're when you have a great collaboration with the artist that you're working with, it is like jazz. It is like a jam session, where you're both sort of, feeding into ideas for each other. I know Tom has great relationships with the artists that he works with as well, and it's just a pure joy. So for me, it does feel like being in a band again.
One of our viewers, the thing disappeared. They said you be bebopping and scatting, and I'm losing it. Jozilla said that. I love that idea. Now, is it still possible when you are working on a DC property like the Fourth World? Can you still bring that sort of, well, I don't know, jazz ethos? That free form. Don't they want to know what you're doing? And is it ever, when you're working on the Fourth World or something that maybe a Batman or a Batgirl, are you constrained a little bit because they want to know what you're doing? Like, you can't just fly by the seat of your pants as much as you might want to. Does it ever become limiting when you're working on these properties?
Well, I can say yeah, because for Batgirl, I had to, when I first came on Batgirl, I was in Year of the Villain, City of Bane, and Leviathan, and
wow.
So I had to, so my best laid plans were I had to do a lot of skating, so that yes, you have to for me, at least for Batgirl, because she's not the driving engine. In the DC universe, is you have to be ready to surf with whatever's going on, and so they, and you also have to be ready to throw out every idea that you have, because suddenly I was in the Joker War, and so now I had to deal with that. So you're always have to come up with, you have to be an idea generator. They say, okay, that was a great idea. You can use that somewhere down the line or never, but you came up with that idea, and good for you. And now you have to come up with another idea, because here's the parameter that you have now. Lex Luthor's doing this, or Bane is doing this, or whatever, and how are you gonna live in that world?
It's funny because it's almost the opposite of what you would say, because I did Grayson, and when you're on, there's like, when you're on a book like a Grayson or a Batgirl, like, editorial is much more in your face than when you're on a Batman or, of course, Black Label, because you have to conform to sort of this rest of the universe that's being built. And then if you build yourself an outline where you're like, I'm going to stick to this outline, you're fucked, because your outline is going to fall apart. I learned this on Great, because Tim Seeley and I, who was my brilliant co-writer on that, we would make these detailed outlines of where this book was going. And every 2 issues, we'd get a phone call being like, Jeff's doing this, Scott's doing this.
Yep.
And then you'd be like, well, we just created this. So I think that's when sort of having that being my first book, that's when I sort of realized that, like, there's a limitation to the utility of outlines in comics, and that the real focus should be on making the best single issue you possibly can for this moment.
Yeah, and that's why I say you have to be an idea generator. And I think that's probably the good news that Tom and I have learned, is that you just keep, the gauntlet keeps getting thrown down, and you just keep picking it up and coming up with something, and it makes you sharp in one way and sort of infuriated in another way, but it's a great and interesting challenge. But it does make it then a lot more freeing when I was doing Shade, or when I was doing Female Furies, and I'm sort of in my own pocket, and so I get to be the queen and call the make the calls. This has been, again, these hour-long panels seem like they went by in the blink of an eye. If there's one last thought you could give, both of you, to our watchers, people that haven't read The Fourth World, what can you tell them? Can you tell them why they should read it?
That's an extremely good question. I'm going to ignore it and say this instead. I am doing a signing on Election Day in Philadelphia at Fat Jack's. And if you vote, you get a free comic. So I just want to promote that. It's on 11/3. I'll be there 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. with a mask on. If you don't want to wait in line because there's a whole plague going on, I have free pre-signed comics. So if you voted, you're in Pennsylvania, come get a free comic. Fat Jack's downtown Philly.
Thank you. I've already voted here, so everybody vote. So yes.
Well, I'm going to say that, like Tom said, you should read the omnibus if you really want to get sort of the whole overview. But I think you should read Mr. Miracle. Because I think you'll get, and I know that one, is very, very well known and very well read. And maybe people have not read the Female Furies, as much. And I would wager that you would like the Female Furies as well as, as fraught as it is. So for all of you who love Mr. Miracle, I think you should read the Female Furies.
Cecil, everybody in the comments section has been blowing up about the Female Furies.
As they should.
From the start of this panel to the end. I just want to say one thing, because I've been directing this whole thing from the background. I'm right now staring at Mr. Tom Brevoort and Mark Wade, who have been sitting in the backstage for about 10 minutes and just sitting there just nodding their head. Like everything you guys are saying, you got Mark Wade and Tom Brevoort back there just being like, yep.
Hi, guys.
Everything they're saying is correct. Yep. So take that, for what it's worth.
Mark, I have some of the original art from Mark Wade comic sitting next to my desk.
There he is.
Thank you both Cecil and Tom. This was it was a real honor and a pleasure for me to moderate this conversation. And I love your work, and it was terrific to meet both of you, if only over the internet. And one day I'd love to meet you both in person and have you sign something of yours that I own.
Thank you. And once again, this was really this has been my wish to have this kind of conversation about the fourth world with Tom. So this was a really great birthday present. So thank you.
And you couldn't have asked for a better moderator. I mean, if anybody loves the fourth world and the dark side, I mean, the entire Kirby universe, it's Mr. Robert Meyer Burnett.
It's true.
And one day over that beer, we'll talk about Star Wars.
Oh man, I would love to do that.
All right, guys, we're going to take about a 1-minute break as we kind of queue up the next panel. It's Mr. Tom Brevoort and Mark Wade talking about the Marvel Universe. Thanks to all you guys. Awesome. Rob, I'll let you, hey, man, stick around and listen.
I know. I love it. I just want to thank the Baltimore Comic-Con and the Mainframe Comic-Con. This is the 4th time I've worked for you guys. You guys I don't even work for you. I do it voluntarily, but it's so great. You put on such a great show. Thank you for all the work you do.
You're very welcome, and thank you guys. And I'm sure we're going to do this again. I guarantee we're going to do this again, guys. So stick around. We got about 4 more hours of Baltimore Comic-Con tonight. So stick around. We'll see you guys in a little bit. Well, guys, welcome back to our continued coverage of Baltimore Comic-Con. What an amazing Kirby Fourth World panel that was. Big thank you to Mr. Robert Meyer Burnett. Huge thank you to Cecil Castellucci, Mr. Tom King. We're going to keep the ball rolling and talk about the Marvel Age with 2 people that, I mean, honestly, need zero introduction. 2 people that I'm finding myself to be closer friends with over the years. Mr. Mark Wade, how you doing, sir?
Good.
Looking good, sounding good, and the winner of Game Show from yesterday, Mr. Tom Brevoort.
Hello.
How are you doing, sir? I'm going to go ahead and get out of you guys' way, but I want to congratulate you, Tom.
All right, hold on for just 1 second. I've got to log out and log back in. It's a StreamYard thing, but I'll be right back, I promise.
Go for it. I'm going to talk to Tom and just really quickly congratulate you on your amazing win yesterday.
Thank you so much.
For those of you guys who missed it, we had a game show about midday yesterday, and Tom came in and literally cleaned house. Didn't get a single question wrong. He actually he wiped the floor with the competition. It was a very impressive
and then
performance.
Later in the evening, somebody asked a question online, and I completely muffed it. So easy come, easy go. But when the camera was on in that moment, I was on point. After
you were the king.
Total disaster.
It was great. I'm going to get out of you guys' way, man. You guys have a fun time. I think a lot of people are interested in what you guys are going to talk about. So see you in a bit.
All right.
I'm interested in finding out what we're going to talk about. So
we'll find a way. So what were some of the tougher questions?
Honestly, because the round I actually played
Mhm.
was, like 3 minute, like bonus round, just question, 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 and I would answer them, and I would immediately forget what the question was.
Yeah.
I was on to the next one. I think the one that took me the longest to come up with an answer was what villain or who was responsible for the destruction of Beta Ray Bill's homeworld.
Go. You've stumped the band here, but my knowledge stops about the time I got into college. So
Yeah.
yeah.
I took a flyer based on knowing that was Walt's story.
Yeah.
And I said it was Surtur, and it was. So
Sort of. There you go.
so it worked. It worked out in my favor. But everything else, I remember. Who penciled the cover of Amazing Fantasy 15. I remember. God, I don't. This was yesterday, and it's all just out of my head. I retain nothing. I'm sure it's on YouTube somewhere.
I got one for you that came to me the other day.
Okay.
Who coined you've probably heard this one before. You're probably going to get this one. But who coined the phrase Avengers Assemble?
I think it was Iron Man. It was either Iron Man or Thor. It was in Avengers. I think it was 14, maybe 13. It's just a throwaway thing, and it's interesting, in how Stan would develop this stuff, because it was just a line of dialogue. Like, he came up with it, and clearly he liked it. And 2 issues later, they do the roster change, and it's a balloon the size of Manhattan over Captain America's head, and they all talk about it in that issue like, never again will we say the words Avengers Assemble.
You've never said them before.
You've only said them once. Like, this was a big deal. But it was. So who was it? Actually, Iron Man or Thor?
I want to say actually it was at the end of Avengers 15, and it was Hank.
There's an earlier one. It's in the middle of a. It's in the middle of a fight. I don't remember off the top of my head if it was 14 when they're all fighting the alien guys, or if it was 13 where they're somewhere in the middle of the Count Nefaria fight. But it's literally a 6-panel page. It's just one balloon of somebody. I think it's Iron Man, but it could be Thor. I got a very strong Don Heck image in my head, and it's just him kind of like, freeing himself from whatever thing he's in the middle of, and kind of going, okay, let's go, guys, Avengers Assemble, and away they go. And it was a throwaway, and Stan just liked the cadence of it, and so he kept using it.
Good. I like the fact that it came in with some drama, because the one I read, it was not only Hank, but it was off panel. It was just a balloon coming in from off panel. So
yep. Well, like, so much of this stuff was just, was not at all planned.
No.
It's clobbering time is like that. That was just a line one month, and Stan liked it, and so he used it the next month too. And then by the 3rd time, it got a balloon by itself, and by the 6th time, it was all display lettering.
Everybody forgets that everybody working in comics back then thought this stuff would last for another 3 or 4 years tops, and it would all be gone.
At best.
Yeah.
Also, and this is the thing that's always like, as I've gone back and I've worked some of this stuff out, that always amazes me is, so often, particularly on the books that I read when I was first starting out reading, there was stuff that was being established for the first time that I was taking, that's a thing that's been established for years. Clearly, that's an important bit of canonical information that somebody has set up somewhere, and I'm just learning it for the first time. And nope, he just made it up.
Yep.
Arkham Asylum, they needed to place that issue, so that's where he is.
That's it. It's amazing. Everybody now is working for the long game all the time. I mean, I tend to work by the seat of my pants, but even still, you think that this stuff is going to last a little while longer. So,
well, you certainly have the awareness that whatever you do in any given issue today is going to be seen by people and potentially read by people for years, that it's going to live on as trade paperbacks and digital and so forth. And so, you look back at particularly 70s comics where there were a lot of just throwaway fill-ins and random reprints, and people just jamming to get 17 pages of anything done that month. And nobody works that way these days, because in those days the thought was, well, we're gonna make our press time. We're not gonna lose that money. Something's gonna go out. We're gonna generate a certain amount of revenue, and nobody's gonna care about it the month after. Nobody's gonna remember how many corners we had to cut, or
Yeah.
or the fact that this wasn't the particularly best comic ever done. And now every comic is there, a monument to mediocrity, and the conditions under which it was done forever.
Yeah.
Including all of those. So screw all those 70s guys. Hoist on their own petards. They're done.
You and I came in like right at the beginning of the point at which it's the glimmer of the idea that this stuff might be in print for a long time was taking hold. Like, because when I was writing Flash, the early Flashes, it never occurred to me that this stuff would ever be collected. That was 92, 93, and you came along, and when did you start? You started 89 or 90?
89. Very end of 89.
Yeah. And again, nobody had any thought.
No, not for the most part. Although even there was always interest. Like by the time I came in, and this, going back into the 70s and even the very, very late 60s, you started to get reprints of one sort or another, whether they were the famous first edition treasuries or all the earliest trade paperbacks. And by the time I came in, Marvel Masterworks had started, the DC Archives had started. They were both relatively brand new.
Yeah.
Like you could carry them all. They were few enough that you could have them in your hands. And the idea that there'd be comics that you were doing today would be in that format was insane.
No,
I find it insane that I have a Dazzler Masterworks. So
I know.
Yeah.
I don't want to name names. I don't want to cite things, but every month you open up the previous catalog and you see something that makes you go, I guess we just run out of stuff to reprint. I guess there's nothing left.
And it's true. And yet at the same time, I actually have a certain love or a certain joy for that. Like, I think that those Dazzler books are the pinnacle of mediocrity.
Yeah.
They're not really all that good, and yet for somebody else, those are seminal comics. Those are comics they read when they were young, and they mean everything to them, or they couldn't read them. That they love Dazzler, they found Dazzler somewhere along the years, and this is their chance in the same sort of way that I loved reading the 30s to the 70s books or the early origins of Marvel Comics books. So I appreciate the fact that absolute unremittent garbage has been collected between two covers. And I do kind of enjoy every once in a while. We put out something like It's the Complete Man Wolf.
Right. Yeah.
And it's like there's nobody on earth who wants the Complete Man Wolf, and yet I love the fact that it's there on a shelf somewhere in my library.
To the point where, and you and I share this DNA, I'll buy it, even though I have all that stuff in other places. All it would take is 10 minutes of me just gathering issues, but the fact that it's all under one cover, even as lame as some of that stuff is, it's still nice to have. Yeah.
It's the same thing with things like the DC Anniversary collections. They've been doing the 80 years of this year, and a few years ago they did the 75 years of, and a few years before that the 70 years of. And it's not like the books are the same book. They line up different stuff, but a lot of that's. And every time I am a patsy, and every time I will go, yep, I want a collection of Robin stories. You bet. 80 years of Robin. I like Robin.
I'm in.
80 years worth. Yep. I'm there. So
what was your involvement with the Marvel Masterworks coming in? I mean, they had begun by the time you got there, right?
Yes. As an intern, I worked as an intern in 3 editorial offices. There were 3 offices that were in a corner in the back of Marvel, and I ended up interning across all 3, one of which was the managing editor's office, and one of the things that they did was put the Masterworks together every year. So there's an early volume. It's Fantastic Four, I want to say 11 to 20. It's the one with Annual 1 in it, where I pasted the book up.
Cool.
All the stats came in, and I got them shot, and I did the mechanicals because I knew how to do that, or knew enough how to do that, and they didn't want to wait for the bullpen to do it, so they gave them to me and said, "Hey, could you put these all and do the and so I did stuff like that." But I think that's only masterwork.
It couldn't be 4
11,
or 5.
11 or 12.
Yeah.
So it was within. I think it was the 3rd year they were doing them.
Yeah. But it's nice to have it in the hands of somebody who really cares about the material. I mean, that's the DC. I started the DC Archives program.
Yeah.
I think which I was Paul Levitz had this idea of we should do something with the first 4 issues of Superman. What do we do? And it was Richard Bruning and I who sat down and sort of figured out how to handle it. And then it was up to me to figure out where to find the material, which was virtually impossible because back then we had no digital. Back then it was Greg Theakston literally taking cut up pages from Action Comics and Superman and bleaching them in the sun.
Yeah.
So that we could retrace them and restat them. And that was man, it's just painful to watch an issue of Superman 2 just sliced up with ribbons. But I tried to get around it because I found Bill Blackbeard had a huge collection of the Superman newspaper strips, which all these stories were taken from.
Right,
so my big idea was, okay, great, we'll just use stats of those and we can reassemble the book, but it didn't quite work out that way. Wow. On the other hand, I got a really good, nice set of Superman daily strips out of it. There's that. But yeah, it was the other. But the other memory I have of that was asking Steranko to do an intro.
Yeah, he wrote that first intro.
And he made
I remember that.
Perfect sense because you and I both worship at the altar of the history of comics. And it was such a gigantic intro that I turned it into an intro and an afterward. But it was a really nice piece. That's the only hiccup that caused, not the intro, but the way we handled the book was, in retrospect, we should have done like the first dozen Action Comic stories or something.
Right.
Because now we are the Superman archives, but the first 3 issues of Superman are really mostly just reprints of Action Comic stuff.
Yeah.
So so by the time we get to the Action Comics archives, we'd already rerun that stuff.
Right. Yeah, in the end, you made a bunch of choices and it worked out all right. But nobody knew you were going to be doing Action Comics archives down the line, or that would be the thing. Superman archives and Batman archives, and the Batman archives was detective. So once it came time to reprint Batman, it had to be called something different.
Else. Right.
It had the all Flash problem.
Yes. Well, the other trick was, and the Marvel Masterworks has really hung on to it nicely, is trying to come up with a design, like an actual graphic design for the jacket and the book and the look at the book itself that would last, that would not look dated after a while.
Right.
And I don't know whether it's because I'm just so used to the Marvel Masterworks trade dress, but it still looks fresh to me.
It's a nice design, and it's held up largely just by the willpower of the people that want all their books to look the same.
Yeah.
Because even there was that period where the Masterworks went away, and then they came back, and then they were designed differently, and then they came back again, and they were designed differently again. And people like yourself, you made dust jackets for your volumes.
Yep. So they would match. Yep.
And you were not the only one. And so eventually, like, all those books were reprinted with the earlier dust jacket, and eventually now they release those new volumes in 2 formats. So depending on which cover setups that you have, you can have a matching set. My set is all over the place. Yeah. My set is whatever version I ended up getting, either at the office or whenever I bought a copy. So and I stared at it, and there were times when I thought, oh, I'll just get dust jackets for the other. And eventually, I realized that was just going to drive me crazy, and I need to let go. It's like that one Legion volume of the Legion archives where the spine is different,
completely out of whack. Yes, which I had to remake from scratch. Yes.
No, in my world, it is just a protruding tooth on my bookcase.
But see, when the day is done and everything comes home to roost and it's all over, you'll have lived 30 more minutes than I did. So, or at least done something arguably more interesting, more worthwhile over the 30 minutes. So, but it's so, we both have that itch. We both have that. I think you said it once really well, which is that there's no place you can't stand in that room you're in right now and like touch 5 different copies of Fantastic Four #1 somewhere.
Yes. So. Yes. And yet, if they put out the right version of it, they're working on Charlie Kochman right now at Abrams. They're redoing the Walter Mosley Maximum Fantastic Four, the book where he wrote essays, and they blew it all up. And the mistake that was made originally was they didn't shoot it from an actual copy of Fantastic Four. They used Masterworks film or whatnot. So they're redoing the whole thing top to bottom. And in this case, they're rescanning and redesigning it. They've got, I forget who's designing it. And so that's like another $40 out of my out of my life that I don't need to spend, but I absolutely will spend when the book drops.
Well, talking about Fantastic Four #1, so you have on your blog, tombrevoort.com, like this great assemblage of various theories that we've all had over the years, and you seem to be the biggest proponent of this idea that, and I think I'm with you, that Fantastic Four #1 was not really intended to be as it was printed. Like, can you go into some detail about that?
Yeah, I can talk about that a little bit. It's a little difficult because we don't actually have a copy here in front of us, and I can't share any visuals. But Fantastic Four #1, if you stare at it, particularly with an editorial eye, with an eye that's used to detecting lettering corrections or art extensions or things, in the same way you can look at like Action Comics #1 and see all the places where Schuster had to extend panels, or they had to rework stuff to turn newspaper strips into comic book pages. There's a lot of that stuff in evidence in Fantastic Four #1. And so, just trying to look at the evidence that is there and work backwards to go, okay, what does that imply or what does that mean? It seems, at least in my assessment, that first issue of FF is essentially broken into three pieces. There's the opening, which is about 8 pages long, which is Reed fires the flare gun, and all the characters come running, and we're introduced to them one after another. And that seems like it was the last piece of that issue that was ever done. From there, we go into the actual origin of the Fantastic Four, which is done in about 6 pages. They're like 8-panel pages. They're jammed everywhere. Everything is very compressed and tight. And that was probably done first, and probably done as a longer piece that was cut apart and shaved down and reworked to make it only 6 pages. And then there's sort of the back half of the book, which is the Fantastic Four Battle of the Mole Man. And if you look at that and ignore all of the words, all the copy, Stan's dialoguing, and just look at the, whatever it is, 13 pages that's there, the way it's staged is it's staged like it's a self-contained adventure.
Yep.
Like all the characters, once again, are introduced and their powers are treated like a revelation. There's a moment for half that story, the Thing is in an overcoat. So that there's an important moment where, at a dramatic point, where he has to fight a monster on Monster Island. He can pull off the coat and show you he's a monster too, and he's going to take the guy on. And the same thing with the torch, and the same thing with. It reads like the idea here is you as the reader are being introduced to this stuff for the first time, or maybe the second time.
Right.
And so trying to piece together how all these things were reworked to make Fantastic Four 1. Is just like this interesting historical puzzle to me.
Yeah, we'll never know for sure, but all of the stuff that you talk about makes sense to me. And again, like you said, you look at it differently through the eyes of an editor than you did when you were 7.
Oh, definitely.
And you see, like you said, the places where there's a weird imbalance in the panel composition, and why is that character there? That throws everything off, and you start doing that. Like I said, I encourage everybody to go to tombrevoort.com and look up your crackpot theories about how all this works.
There's plenty of them, and they change every time I go back and look at it. I find something else. So if nothing else, I've gotten a lot of value out of my dime for Fantastic Four #1.
Yeah. Well, even only recently did I come around to this idea that Stan didn't even write issue 6, which I think is not the official line, but that's a good theory.
That was certainly a tough nut to swallow.
Yeah.
I'd seen the theory put out earlier by, I forget the name of the guy. I'd like to be able to credit him.
Yeah, me too. We're sorry.
Yeah, but he wrote a piece that ran in the Jack Kirby Collector about Fantastic Four #6, and he analyzed this. And I remember reading it at the time and thinking to myself, I don't know that I buy this. I've read Fantastic Four 6 a million times. Right. I don't feel like it sounds so much like Kirby's dialogue. It didn't stand out to me among the other issues. And then I went back. I had time, and I was writing these pieces, and I sat down and I went through it. and everything that he says is true and more. Like there's
Yes.
more evidence there even than he says. Enough so that I feel fairly confident in saying, yeah, I think Jack dialogued that job. Why he dialogued it, I don't know. Why just that one issue and none of the others? Because I immediately went and read 7,
Yeah.
thinking,
And-
okay, and 7 is back to being Stan. It's very
Yeah.
clearly Stan's voice, and for some reason 6 is not.
Right.
And so again, I have some harebrained crackpot ideas as to why that might be, but again, we'll never know for certain.
And it's not radically different. It's just like you said, you get in there and you know that you know it that well. You know Stan's voice that well. You get in there. I can't talk about it specifically, but I was doing some in-depth reading of the first 30 issues for a specific special project and really diving in. And boy, yeah, you read issue 6 and it just stands out. It's neither worse nor better. It's just different. There's not as much snappy patter. There's a little more anger in it. There's
there's even the word choices, the cadence of the language, how things are verbalized. It's absolutely clear if you go into it and sort of study it, particularly having some some understanding of as to what Kirby's prose tended to sound like. And again, that's amazing to me because I must have read that comic 100 times over the years, and the thought never crossed my mind.
No.
And so that's all the stuff I like the best when I can the penny can drop or somebody can drop the penny on my head and I have to go back and take a second look at these things.
Yeah, there's nothing more fun really than learning something new about a story that you've read 40 years ago. You've been reading all your life. It's those little tidbits really nice. And yeah, we'll never know why Stan just kind of let Jack have his head, but because he didn't do it very often. He did it with the Inhuman stuff that was much later.
Yeah. There's one Nick Fury story that Jack dialogued.
Yeah.
That Stan went back and like sort of heavily edited after the fact, so it's not so obviously Jack. There was the Inhuman stories that you talk about. There were a couple of mystery stories right at the end that again Jack dialogued and Stan, took a very heavy hand in editing. It seems like, but and again in that period, Stan was trying out other writers. He was trying to get more blood into Marvel as the company started to expand in these new superheroes. And so Jerry Siegel did stories as Joe Carter, and Robert Bernstein did stories, and a bunch of guys who'd been around the industry were writing stuff, and none of them ever quite worked out long term. So I sort of assumed that letting Kirby do this one issue was the same kind of thing. Maybe Jack can do this, and then it's one more thing that I don't have to do.
Yeah.
And it seems like his answer at the end was, I don't think this is as smooth as I'd like it to be. I want to do it from now on.
Yeah, but you're right. He was casting a wide net early on with Jerry, with Robert, with
Don Rico.
Yeah. Human Torch creator. I'm blanking.
Carl Burgos.
Yeah, Burgos, who drew, not wrote, but did write some of that stuff.
No, he drew. He drew a bunch of Giant Man and at least one Human Torch story.
That's right. Yeah. And the one that Stan apologizes for, I forget who drew that one, but there's one one of those Tales to Astonish issues where in the letter column to the next issue, doesn't it say, "We're really sorry. That last issue really was not up to snuff."
Effectively so. It was the Wrecker issue, and Stan,
I'm only barely paraphrasing. Yeah,
I know, and Stan tells a story that sounds like a cock and bull story about, well, we had another villain we were going to use, and it turned out he was too similar to somebody else, and so we had to rework the story at the last minute. And I think it just, like so many of these things, he would try out people, and the way he was doing comics was so counterintuitive in those days.
Yeah.
That if you had a Kirby or you had a Ditko, and then later had a Ramita or a Buscema, or guys that were skilled in that, or who wanted to either tell the story themselves, or wanted to have a lot of latitude, they would just go and they would fill in the blanks essentially.
Yeah.
Because Stan was giving in a lot of cases so little to people to do, and in the cases of a Kirby or Ditko, he may not have been giving much at all. They may have been coming in and giving to him. Stan,
Yeah.
I got this idea for this guy. They're gonna fight this guy. Okay, Jack, that sounds great. Go do that, and I'll put the words in later. But so many of the artists that were coming in and were being tried out, all they'd done for their entire careers for 20 years was, hard and fast, full scripts. The panels is this, the dialogue is this, this is what you draw.
Yeah.
And so just being told, I need 13 pages, Iron Man fights a guy in a scarecrow costume. Maybe they steal some plans from Stark Industries. Oh, and Pepper Potts is mad at Tony.
Yeah.
And get some business in there with Happy Hogan. And they would go home and go, I don't know what the heck I'm
Yeah.
supposed to draw here.
You know, who really couldn't handle it, and this is not he was a brilliant artist. It's not a slight on him, but Joe Orlando.
Joe Orlando, yes, I spoke to Joe about that specifically.
He did the first couple issues of Daredevil, or the first 2 or 3 issues of Daredevil, right? And not the first one, but the second one and maybe the third one. And boy, it's no fault of his, but those things are just they're heavy with captions, they're heavy with balloons. There's no continuity between panels. It's just he's desperately flailing around, and Stan's having to go back behind him with a shovel, just trying to fix things.
The story I heard from Joe, and realize this is the Joe Orlando version of it, so the truth is probably somewhere in the middle. But I had to call Joe up. I put together the first Daredevil Masterworks.
Yeah.
And because those stories were being reprinted, I needed to reach out to Joe because we needed to send him like reprint money. And we didn't have an address or whatever, contact info on file, and he was still enough with DC at that point that I could get him on the phone. And what he told me was that for each of those issues of Daredevil, those were like 20-page stories, he drew 35 pages.
Holy smokes!
And that what would happen is he would draw 5-6 pages, and he'd bring them into the office, and Stan would go over them. And about 3 pages in, he'd go, "How about instead of this, Daredevil does this instead?" He wouldn't be happy with whatever Joe had come up with, and so Joe would go back home, 3 of those pages tossed to the side, and he'd draw 5 more pages and come in, and Stan would go, "Here on this 4th page, what if instead of this happened?" And so this was the thing that apparently frustrated Orlando, and the reason he stopped doing more work for Marvel was that he was, he said, I was drawing the book like, almost twice and only getting paid for it once.
Yeah. Who else was like that? It's interesting. Early on, again, I mean, I think Don Heck had a hard time at first.
Yeah.
But I think he got it after.
Yes.
Yeah. And you can tell the places where Don is just completely off on his own. There's an early Avengers issue where Captain America's shield gets destroyed, like off panel, and then just shows back up later, and they actually they put a lantern on it. They say, "Oh my God, my shield's destroyed forever," and then nothing. So, just again, he was never my favorite growing up. Although he's one of those artists that I have come to appreciate as an adult. But the scratchy style, the sort of choppy storytelling, none of that stuff really worked for me growing up.
He was a better artist, like so many, before the size of the original art change.
Yeah.
That in the as you know, and I will explain this for our viewers in the audience, round about 66, 67, the size of the original art was reduced by about a third. And the reason was that it was Murphy Anderson who had a production company.
We hold Murphy Anderson to blame for this. Yes. Murphy was the one who said, instead of photographing these pages one at a time, if you just make them, 2/3 the size, you can fit 4 on the bed and get a negative of all 4 at once. You save a lot of time, and everybody
a lot of money.
Yeah, and Marv, everybody in the business department cheered him, and everybody in the artistic department just wanted to throttle him because some guys never. Ditko recovered, kinda, but never fully. I don't think
a lot of guys didn't. Even Carmine, I think.
I don't think Carmine, completely did.
Yeah. It changed Kirby. Like post that. Like if you look at the months where the art size changes, both Kirby and even Stan are trying to figure out what they're doing. There's one Captain America story. It was in Tales of Suspense. I want to say 95, but I might be off by an issue. It's the first story that they do at the smaller size, and Stan hasn't accommodated for the fact that the lettering is going to be proportionately larger. And there's those those early 60s books were heavy in copy to begin with, but here there's no place to put anything.
Yeah.
And balloons are just like they're elbowed in everywhere. And Kirby himself is not quite, like his rhythms or his sense of composition is it's just a little off. He hasn't adjusted. He gets there pretty quickly and starts then being able to kind of see the page as a whole page, which was something he hadn't been doing before that, and that really changed and evolved how he drew pretty much from that point on going forward. But a lot of guys never quite recovered from that, and I think Don was one of them. All the stuff he did, you look at his 50s work. I find a lot of that work dull because I don't think the stories are very good.
Right.
But I think they're beautifully drawn. I think he did some nice work on the Marvel Hero books when he had work that was sympathetic or stories that were sympathetic to him and better inkers. Often he was being inked by whoever happened to be around. So some better jobs, some worse jobs. He was very much in that, another outgrowth of that Milton Caniff style that was everywhere in those days. And not really a superhero artist per se. So he was a guy that kind of had to learn to do superheroes, and particularly, Marvel Jack Kirby style superheroes, as on the job training as he was doing it.
Yeah. I know that DC, there's a demarcation where you can tell the month the page, when's the page sizes change, because they used to run a masthead on the top of every issue with the 2 DC bullets and then the title of the book. And when that's gone, that's the month that they change the dimensions of the pages. So that's easy to find in the DC books. I don't remember. Is there any sort of tip for the Marvel stuff? You just kind of have to eyeball it and know.
You kind of have to eyeball it and know, particularly since every series shifted slightly differently. Like there are issues of Tales of Suspense or Tales to Astonish where one of the stories was drawn twice up and the other story was drawn 1.5.
Yeah.
Just based on how far ahead, different artists were on their assignments and things. So it's not like there's a month and you can go, it's this month, it's July 1967 or whatever. It really is. You could stare at it, and if you're looking for it, you can spot it a mile away. The one place where it's super obvious is in the it's Amazing Spider-Man Annual number 5, the origin of Peter Parker's parents annual, because the page size changes halfway through.
Yep.
Larry Lieber had drawn like half the annual, which he was doing over the course of a year because it was an annual. And the second half, he had to switch to the smaller boards. And so you hit this page, and I believe it's a splash page. It's a splash page where they reveal the Red Skull, and suddenly the lettering is bigger. And suddenly the compositions all shift. And so it's very obvious there. The lettering size is usually
there's your big clue.
Yeah.
What else do we know about comics of that age? So for the 6 people who are still watching, who are all older than us, what else do we know about comics of that age?
Boy, you put me on the spot now.
I know. Well, all right. Well, let me leap over, because I think we promised people we talk a little bit about Fantastic Four.
Yes.
So people who follow TomBrevoort.com who follow your month by month diary listings, basically retroactive diary listings of every comic you read and when you came in. But I'm trying to remember which one you picked up, what your first Fantastic Four exposure was.
My first Fantastic Four, again, it's a slightly complicated story in that I started not being a Marvel fan.
Right. So like me, we have that in common as well.
Yeah. And some of it is the era, and it's the same kind of thing. Like I started reading comics much like you did when I was 6.
Right.
And at 6 and at 7, I often didn't have much control over what comics I got. My dad would bring a comic home, or we'd go to a store and they'd give me a comic.
Right.
And so I would get haphazardly issues of Marvel books, and in almost every case I didn't like them. Partly because they were all continued stories, partly because they were being written at a slightly different level than the DC books of the period, which were very self-contained, and often so self-contained that you could have a 14-page Flash story and then like 7 pages of Green Lantern. That's also like a story, or the Atom or Green Arrow, and that you might get a 2-parter, If it was a 3-parter, it was like a huge deal. Holy smoke!
Yeah.
He's going to fight him for 3 issues.
Right.
That's unheard of. So all the early Marvel books that I sampled, I didn't like at all. And so my dad used to give me grief years later because I spent years. I had to drum this into people. Marvel comics stink. Don't bring me Marvel comics.
Yeah.
And so when I started reading Marvel comics and started doing stuff, my dad was like, "But I thought Marvel comics stink," and I said, "Shut up."
It was a great line last night. I was listening to the Beastie Boys documentary that they've done, and they're talking about their history. And there was a great line where somebody called them on they were talking very, very positively about gender issues and so forth. And somebody called them out and said, "Come on, you're the Beastie Boys." And one of them said, "I'd rather be a hypocrite than somebody who never changes."
Yeah.
Which I love that.
Yeah. For sure. Good on them.
Yeah. So exactly. So what was the first FF then?
So again, to make this slightly more complicated, there were very few books on the history of comics in those days, or the early to mid 70s.
Right.
And so I had a copy of Jules Pfeiffer's Greatest Comic Book Heroes, and I had a copy of Stranko's History of Comics that you mentioned earlier. But in both cases, like the Pfeiffer book reprints old Golden Age stories and has a framing sequence that is the article he wrote for Playboy, sort of talking about the glory days of the Golden Age. And there was a Human Torch story, and a Cap story, and a Submariner story in it, and I didn't read any of them.
Yeah.
I owned the book. I had it for months. I didn't read any of them because Marvel comics are bad and I don't like them.
I get
and why
that.
why would I read this? And the same thing with the Stranko book. Like I read that thing front to back, except I skipped the 2 chapters on Captain America and the Marvel heroes, the timely heroes, because those are bad. And why would I read those?
Yeah.
And so that summer there was one day, and in those days, like a summer day was not like it is today. There is no internet. There's only whatever is on television that is on television on the 5 channels that you have on your black and white television set. If there's nobody around, if there's nothing going on, your options are super limited. And so that was the day that I cracked, and I went, okay, I will read now these. I'm rereading, or I'm looking through the Pfeiffer book. I'll read the Marvel stories, and I read them, and I liked them just fine.
Yeah.
And I read then through the Steranko chapters and went, oh, okay. So of the 3, the Human Torch story was the most a story. Like the others, the Cap story is just his origin.
Right.
So he becomes Captain America and not much else happens. And the Submariner story is just 12 pages of him knocking buildings down in Manhattan.
Right.
But the Human Torch story, he goes out, he fights a villain, he does tricky things with fire. It's kind of cool. And I thought, oh, okay, I'll let me check out what's going on with the Human Torch these days. And I'd known from osmosis, because you absorbed all this stuff from the trading cards and the stickers and the lunch boxes and the whatnot, that the Human Torch was now in Fantastic Four. In my area, we had a drugstore chain. I've stopped using the name of the drugstore chain as I talk about this, because while I don't think they're still there, I don't want to get sued.
Okay.
And that's because what I figured out years later is they had a big, what I call a big bin of comics, big like wire bin.
Right.
In my memory, it's enormous, but in reality, it was probably regular size.
Yeah.
And it was full of comics. It was always there. It was entirely Marvel, nothing but Marvel, all 9 months to 2 years old.
So this is all affidavit stuff.
These were absolutely illegal affidavit return books that were being sold off the back of the truck when they should have been destroyed. And so this drugstore would sell them, like 6 for $1.
Yeah.
And I would go through, and before I was even a Marvel reader, I would comb through them, because every once in a while, by a fluke, there'd be an issue of Detective Comics.
Right. All right.
And I would get out with my one issue of Detective or Action. So I went to the drugstore the next time my family went, and I dug through the bin and I picked up 3 issues. They had 3 consecutive issues that at the time were, again, about 9-10 months old, which was Fantastic Four 177, 178, 179.
So George, It's
Yes,
Marvin George
yes.
at that point. Yeah.
Roy and George,
Roy and
and
George,
and,
yeah.
and a little Ron Wilson in the last
Right.
one.
Right, because it was Roy and then Len and then Marv, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
that's right. Okay.
Yeah. It was Roy and it was everybody, and then it was Len.
Yeah.
Because it looked like Roy left in a hurry, and there were issues there where Jim Shooter kind of plotted it with Roger Stern, and Bill Mantlo kind of
Yeah.
scripted it, but Len did some touch-ups, and so that part was a mess. But I read the 3 issues, stretched out under the coffee table in my living room, and I've liked them. And so the next time we went back to the drugstore, I dug around in that bin again, and I pulled out 3 issues of Marvel's Greatest Comics, which was 58, 59, 60, which reprinted FF 76, 77, 78. And I read those, and I liked those even more. Those were Stan and Jack comics. And from that point, I started buying Fantastic Four.
Yeah. I came in earlier, and it was
141, right?
Yeah, 141, 140, because it was. And I think that was the last of the mainstream Marvel books that I finally caught on to. I started with, like you, I started with a few Marvels when I was much younger. But again, I was a DC fan. I didn't know what are you going to do with it. There's an X-Men comic and it's continued. I can buy an issue of Jimmy Olsen and get 3 stories for that.
Right, right.
Complete, because at 6, all comics are good. No. Jimmy Olsen's just as good as the X-Men when you're that age. So,
in fairness, when X-Men was a reprint title, or X-Men was reprinting, technically it was at least a 50-50 chance that your Jimmy Olsen had a better story.
That's very true. So Spider-Man 100 I picked up, and that started that, and then that quickly. That's the beauty of what Stan had, the machine that Stan had set up that doesn't work as well today because comics are too expensive to just grab a fistful on a whim, is that for 20 cents, I could, wait, this is an Avengers story, but it has the X-Men in it. I should check out these X-Men. And I would check it for 20 cents. It's nothing, and you pop that money and then you build and you build and you build. The FF was the last I don't know why I stayed away as long as I did, but I do know that I had picked up that issue kind of at random. I was on vacation with my father and stepmother, and it was difficult. There was a lot of tension. The divorce was very fresh. Very, very fresh. And so I dove into that issue of Fantastic Four looking for some measure of escapism. As I was in the middle of, I remember I was in the middle of nowhere. I remember we were in that was literally the only comic book that was available at the newsstand. And I picked it up. And at the end of it, it's, hey, Reed, you're being served for divorce. Oh, jeez, man. Yeah. So it's only my anal retentive, I have to have every issue that I think that, kept me coming back next issue. It still took me a while to fall in love, and I really don't think I fell in love with the FF until you called me and asked me to do it.
Until you were writing them, yes. I remember us having this conversation.
Yeah.
Because I called you up, and it took a little work. Like, you had to go away. I pitched you on it. I said we had, Mike Waringo was going to draw it, and I gave you my 10-cent dissertation on the FF and why I thought you could write it and what you could do with it. I don't remember any of it other than I remember we talked about, Reed is like Doc Savage.
That was it. Yeah. That was my memory of that was that was really what my takeaway was from our conversation, is that so much has been done with Ben, and so much has been done with Johnny, and so much has been done with Sue, and nobody likes Reed. Right. I know people don't hate Reed. It's just back that we're talking about in that period of the 90s, early 2000s. Nobody, 80s, 90s, Reed was kind of a meh character.
Yeah.
You didn't hate him, but you didn't like him. Thing was the big star. And I thought, okay, maybe I can be the guy to make you like Reed. Because I like the genius characters. I like the smarty, the smart leader, quiet characters. And talking about him being Doc Savage, talking about him being almost Buckaroo Banzai in a way. Without the weird quirkiness, but still the weird affectations that Reed would have, and the sort of off-putting his think that his personality had an sort of off-putting nature to it sometimes because he's always somewhere else. So
yeah, I think, and I didn't know about your like your X-Men character is Cyclops. You
Yeah.
connected with Cyclops. I
Yeah.
feel the same way. And if I had known that, I absolutely would have used that in my pitch. Because Reed is also the Cyclops character in FF. It's just he's also the Professor X character. He's both
Yeah, you're
in
right.
that thing. But what you ended up doing there clearly worked, because I think starting with your run and Mike's run, pretty much everybody that came after it, Reed was the lead character, and everybody else, like now you can't find a run where Johnny's the main one or Sue's the main one.
Right.
It was all Mark Miller, Reed, JMS, Reed, John Hickman, Reed, like down the line, Matt Fraction, Reed, so that had made a very strong impact on the audience. It seems like.
Well, you don't get enough credit for it, and I've talked about this, but people give me all the credit for his speech at the end of our first issue, where he talks about how this is all really a way of making up for ruining his friends' lives. And the words are mine, but the idea of that mostly came from you in our conversations, and I'm very grateful for that. I always have been.
Well, I appreciate that. Again, I've forgotten all of that.
Oh, then it's all me. Then I forget everything I just said.
It should as it should be. That's the
editor's
compact.
Job. Right. That's the editor's job, right?
That's the way it works. Yes.
Yep.
So I believe that, and I try to hew to it and live by it. And it wouldn't, regardless of how good or bad whatever nonsense that I said was, it would not have worked if you and Mike didn't make it work on the actual page.
Yeah.
So I've tossed off a lot of ideas. You and I, when we were trying to figure out that first issue of FF, there was a story. There was a version of it that I pitched to you. It was about a Latvian holiday, and Reed is summoned to the Latvian embassy.
Yeah.
And it's Doom and Reed, and they're having this dinner. But what's really going on is that it's an elaborate, like, sort of mental chess game that during this day, Reed Doom is not permitted to kill Reed because of reasons. But he set a bunch of things into motion, and Reed, guessing that he would do that, has Sue and Ben and Johnny in different places to counter those things, and it becomes this whole dynamic. And we didn't do any of it. We didn't use it at all. And like 5 or 6 years later, I called Dwayne McDuffie up because we needed an FF special, and I pitched it. I threw the same. I think I even pulled the email out and said, "Yeah, I had this idea years ago with Mark, and I sent it to him." And then he made a completely different story out of it. The version that he did is not at all what I pitched him. It has sort of a common seed. So there is a holiday. Reed does come to see Doom. They do have this conversation. They literally play chess while stuff is going on. But he makes it entirely his own. So is that my story? No, not really. It's just an idea. Ideas are, as you know, are a dime a dozen.
Yep.
And so
execution. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all execution.
But that said, I mean, you are a generous collaborator. You are, and I've said this before, you're the best editor in comics as far as I'm concerned, because you're not.
Oh, thank you. That's very nice.
You're not pushy. You know what you want, and you know what works and doesn't work. But the thing that more editors could take a cue from is the notion that you're not dictatorial, in the sense that if there's an issue with something, if there's something that isn't working for you, you'll let me know. You'll flag it. You'll suggest something, but not something that you're wedded to. And then it's something that you and I can talk about. And there's some flexibility there, as opposed to, there was another editor I work with who I will not name, who was not a bad editor, but his bomb sites were off. Like 2 pages, because he would always read a script and he would always have a problem with page 14. This doesn't work. I don't know why it doesn't work, but it doesn't work. And he'd look at it and go, no, the problem isn't page 14. The problem is page 11.
Right.
Now I understand. And then I have to go back but it was a very frustrating experience because there was no dialogue there. It was just, I'm the editor. I don't like this. Go fix it. And that's no way to be.
Yeah. I know who you're talking about too. I think we've had this conversation before.
We have. Yeah. I think I've used the bomb site analogy a few times.
But that's that's a good that's a good example. Like, I try and I teach the younger editors at Marvel the same kind of thing. Like, I if I'm given feedback on a script or story, I want to point to things that I see as problems. And I often, as much as possible, I want to offer a potential solution, but I don't care if you use my solution or not. What I care about is that the problem is solved. And I always add this little rider, which is, and convincing me that what I think is a problem isn't actually a problem is a valid solution.
Yeah.
You can convince me that, yeah, I don't think this works, but trust me, it does. And here's why. And I think you should let me do it. I could be convinced in those instances, hopefully, sometimes, if
Yeah.
people are, if the problem is genuinely not that, to go, okay, or I'll roll the dice and we'll see how this comes out. Very few people die in the production of comics, so
Yeah.
if you guess wrong, it's okay.
Yeah.
No animals are harmed. The children sleep soundly.
Well, there's another thing that you and I have in common about editorial, which is that we both, at the end of the day, while we obviously you want to be editing the script when it comes in, you really don't get into the editorial mode until you got the whole page in front of you. Like you're like editing
Yes.
on the page.
Yes, I think again, it's not like I don't look at art as it comes in. It's not like I don't read scripts or dialogue paths. But for me, and I liken it to when we were working on Fantastic Four, my primary assistant was Mark Sumerak, and we didn't think of ourselves as editors so much. Like the term we used is we're like mechanics. We're like the pit crew.
Yeah.
You bring the car in, and we're racing out, and we're tightening lug nuts, and we're swapping wheels and things out in the engine, and then get it on the road and go. So I don't think you can really understand how a comic is working unless you've got both the art and the lettering, even if it's formative lettering, there together. And the fact that now everything is done digitally, whereas when I started, books were lettered on the page. Like you really had to be on your marks, at a stage where you always couldn't necessarily always understand exactly how things were going to translate, because once you put that dialogue down, moving it or changing it was going to be a huge undertaking.
Right.
And now it's, as the letters who work for me sadly decry, it is far too easy.
Yeah.
To change or to move or to shift or put that balloon in the other panel. That rhythm works better now. But I honestly don't think you can completely fine tune that stuff unless you've got all the pieces there in front of you.
No, like you, when I'm reading a script, I'm really sort of reading it for big problems and I'm reading it for general structure, but I'm really not reading it like I would the finished comic. There's just, first off, comic scripts are just not any fun to read. I think that's something that all comic book editors know. They're just no fun to read. But yeah, same thing. I know it's not fair to the poor letterers who have to go back and rework, but it's just, you got to edit on the page at the end of the day, or else it's all the pieces aren't there.
Yeah, it's the term I use when I'm reading a script, particularly a script that's just come in from a writer, hasn't gone to an artist yet, is it drawable?
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is to say, does the plot more or less make sense? Is every scene accomplish something? Does it move the ball up the field narratively? Is there a point to it? Are there any obvious plot holes? Is everything covered? Do I care if every line of dialogue is perfect? No.
Not at this point. No, not this stage. No. Yeah.
There's plenty, and I could fuss over that now, but once the page is drawn, I may learn that I don't need that line of dialogue at all, or I may find that I need 6.
Right.
And so it just means I'm going to work twice or 3 times on the same thing if I, get anal about it and try to make everything perfect before the thing is drawn.
Yeah.
Is it drawable? Can it be drawn? If it can, let somebody draw it, and then put it together with the lettering.
Yeah, we'll take next steps. Well, I'm keeping one eye on the clock just for
we're down to the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, but I mean, this has been a lot of fun. We both came into this with absolutely no prep and no idea what we were going to be talking about, but I think it seems to have worked out pretty well.
We have filled 60 minutes, as was the mandate. So, yay, team.
And I will point out to our moderator that because I have a problem with StreamYard, as we all saw last night during the Ringo Awards, he said, wanting to cut his own throat.
What happened?
With StreamYard, if somebody else comes into the studio, I can't hear or see them. until I reboot and re-enter the studio. So in a moment, like for instance, I came in after you on this one. I
Right.
can't hear or see myself on my own screen. I
Wow.
just see you. And so when the next person
How
comes
frightening.
in, I know. So it'll all be blank. The next person, and then I have to sign back on, sign in, sign back out. And this is the world we're living in now, and we will solve this eventually. But I just wanted to throw that out to Chuck, whoever is listening in, and just be aware that when you come back in, I ain't going to be able to hear you. So I'll just bow out when you come in. And there you go. He's probably there. He is, right there.
I'll come back in. How's everybody doing?
Let's make sure. No, Chuck, you're just a name and a
I'm
blank
just a
screen.
name.
So I think
man.
I will bow out, and I will be talking to Susan Eisenberg and George Newbern in a couple of hours, in an hour, I guess, at the 7 o'clock California, 10 o'clock Eastern time panel, where the actors from the DCU cartoons are going to be acting out scenes from Kingdom Come.
That's going to be amazing. We get the actual
That's super
voices
cool.
of Superman
Thanks
and
so much,
Wonder
Tom.
Woman.
I really appreciate it.
No, thank you, Mark. Always a pleasure.
All right, tapping out.
All right, guys, we're going to take about a 1 minute break. Tom, thank you. And Mark, obviously, who can't hear me, thank you guys so much. This was one of the most informative and fun panels we've done all weekend.
Well, again, happy to be a part of it. Hope everybody enjoys the rest of the convention, and we'll hopefully see everybody next year.
Oh, yeah. Well, Tom, thank you so much. We're going to take about a 1 minute break, about a 60-second break as we queue up the next panel, and we are going to do a deep dive into the dark, scary rooftops of Gotham City. And we're going to talk to all the creators of all the amazing DC Batman books that are out there right now. So, guys, stick around. We'll be back in just 1 sec. My camera's a little laggy. Hey guys, welcome back to Baltimore Comic-Con Live. I hope my camera isn't a little as laggy as it looks, but that's okay. It's digital. We're in a Zoom culture right now. We're used to laggy video. I am so excited to get into this next panel. We're doing a deep dive. We are hopping the rooftops of Gotham City, and to help us hop said rooftops is a face and a voice and just the most lovely person I know on the planet. Is Miss Amy Dallin. She's over there just cracking up. Like, I have never seen you frown in your entire life, Amy.
Well, I'm going to try to see if I was going to say if I can keep smiling through Gotham, but that makes it worse, sort of, because there's lots of reasons that might happen. But
it's not a happy place. But Amy, before I pass it off, I got to do one thing. For one of your guests, I have to show this one piece of art before I hand it over. It's for it's for Miss Joelle Jones. I just wanted to show off this one piece I have because my wife is actually from Cocoa Beach, Florida, and we purchased when we heard that Lady Killer. I know Lady Killer is not a DC book, but she's from Cocoa Beach, and we purchased this original piece of art from Miss Joelle Jones. I'm about to step away, but I had to show it off because as soon as we found out Lady Killer issue number 2 was going to be set in Cocoa Beach, we had to purchase this original sketch, and I just had to show it off on camera. And so that's our big homage to your mystery guest, who I just totally spoiled. I'm sorry.
This is wonderful. That's fantastic. And because these are the kinds of creators that we just cannot contain ourselves about, I am glad you started us off in that way because we have an incredible panel today. We have 4 creators doing. I think this is like a victory lap panel, because the 4 people I'm about to talk to have been putting their mark on Gotham in incredible fashion for the last several years. Please welcome Brian Edward Hill, Cecil Castellucci, Tom King, and Joelle Jones. Oh my gosh, hello! How is everybody doing today?
So cool to see all you guys. I miss you. Where are you? Why? Oh my goodness.
All right, so I will slow it down and go one by one. I would like to know, please, how you're doing, what area of the world you're coming from, and then start thinking, because in a second I'm going to ask you for your favorite or earliest DC memory that made you fall in love with either Gotham or DC as a whole. But we'll start out. Tom, where are you coming from and how are you doing?
I'm relatively well for the midst of the plague and all that. I'm in downtown DC, right near the Supreme Court, and it just got cold here. And yeah, I'm here with my 3 children. Are always home with me. It's a new world.
Aww. Joelle, how are you doing, and where are you speaking to us from? There we go.
I am in Portland, and it's freezing here too.
I'm in LA, so I have to imagine what it's like to have cold anywhere.
Yeah.
Brian, what about you? Where are you coming to us from?
Yo, it's your boy Brian Hill. I am broadcasting from downtown Los Angeles.
Excellent. And finally, do we have...
What's the puppy dog's name?
First of all, yeah, dog's name.
Oh, this is Bogey. He's a tough guy.
Hi!
I could tell.
Oh.
So perfect for our primarily panel. Cecil, may I put you on the spot? May I say, what day is it? Is it a special day of some kind? Is it someone's birthday on the panel right now?
This is my party in Gotham.
What can possibly go wrong? Where are you zooming to us from, or whatever technology we're using?
Los Angeles, California.
Oh, top row, LA. I do think that makes Tom our official winner of closest to actually at Baltimore Comic-Con, though.
Woohoo! Yeah, that means I'm king of the panel. But I grew up in LA, so Joelle's really the one out here.
Oh,
I just moved back from LA.
That's right.
there we go. I am so excited you all could join me for this panel, and I cannot wait to get into all of your contributions to Gotham. But I want to make sure that folks watching this know that once we're done with all my selfish questions, you all need to send some questions, because I can't wait to throw them to these folks on the panel. So get ready. If you want to put your question in chat with the word question so it's easy to find, our excellent moderators will be on it, and we will be picking all the best ones in the back half of the panel. So first off, though, before we get into the dark and the gritty and all of it, I would love to know, do you remember a moment that you fell in love either with the Batman mythos or with DC in general? Brian, do you have one?
Yeah, like the first joint, right? It was probably this Batman and Robin book that had a cassette with it. And I don't remember what they were doing. Like, they were probably going after the Joker or something. But, you know, it was like you play the cassette and you turn the page and the whole thing. And that was probably my first, like, real DC memory.
That's fantastic. What about you, Cecil?
Well, I've told this story before. For me, I fell in love with Adam West, Batman. And I invited him to my 4th birthday party. And my mom made a costume for my dad. I sent him an invitation, Batman in the Batcave. And my mom was worried that I was going to be, freaked out if Batman didn't show up. So she sewed my dad a costume. My dad came and gave me 2 books. One was the omnibus of Golden Age Superman and Batman. And this was before I could really read. And so that's what I cut my teeth on, were these sort of huge books of Superman and Batman in the Golden Age.
That's amazing. Of the world's finest birthday to start it all off. Joelle, what about you? Do you remember a moment?
I think growing up I was really big into Marvel and didn't read very much DC until the cartoon came on, the Bruce Timm. And that's when I first gave it a chance, and I really fell in love with the villains and the whole vibe. So yeah, that was mine.
I feel like there's a whole generation that was brought into that mythos by like the artful choices on that show and those interpretations of the characters. Tom, what about you? Was there a beginning?
I remember being a super young nerd hipster in the fact that I like Joel, I was into Marvel. I liked the Avengers as a kid. That was like, and then so 89 Batman hit when I was 10 or so. And every kid suddenly in school who had never read a comic book in their life wore a Batman t-shirt. And I was like, oh, fuck all you guys. Batman's so mainstream, man. I like Black Knight. He's metal, he's cool. I remember at the time, I remember just Batman was that was what everybody else liked. I had to like something else, or else I just wasn't isolated and nerdy enough for my taste.
What made you finally realize, all right, maybe there's something to this Batman thing?
I got that first royalty check from Batman 1, and I was like, okay, I get it. This is a phenomenon.
I 100% believe you. Yes. I'm curious, for the whole panel, what do you love in a Gotham story? What makes them special, as far as you're concerned? Want to go the other way around, Joelle?
What do I love? I mean, it always seems like, I love how dark it is and how gritty and how it really gets into the psyche of the characters, but can also be kind of camp at the same time. I think it's a fun balance between all that. So I think that's what I really like.
There's room for so much different so many different modes of storytelling with that one consistent world. Cool.
Yeah.
Brian, what about you? What do you love in a Gotham story?
Oh, well, with Gotham stories, like the real world can creep into the storytelling. So there's always consequence around everything. And that's the most exciting thing for me to be able to write, because the small things still matter in Gotham stories in ways that they might not matter in something more cosmic.
Cecil, what's the secret to a really appealing Gotham story, or a really memorable one?
I think it's got a good balance between heart and sort of their duty to Gotham. I think that when they're sort of straddling that, I think that's what makes a good Gotham story, because I think it's the sort of inner struggle of the characters and their secrets, light and shadow.
What about you, Tom?
I like the idea that Batman sort of suffers for our sins a little bit. Like my favorite Batman stories, really, when I got in, were like the Frank Miller DKR Year One stuff, and just that idea that the world is always just on the edge, and that Batman is feeling that edge harder than anyone else, and that he's in the middle of that hurt, but he will never let that hurt stop him. That's what I like best in the Batmans. Yeah.
That's beautiful. So all of you have been contributing amazing pieces to Gotham mythology for the last several years. So first of all, thank you on behalf of me and everyone in chat and everyone reading all of your books. And I'm very curious, Cecil, I gotta ask, you're wrapping up your Batgirl run this week with a very exciting final issue from what I can tell, and with a very cool and intriguing new arrival. Can you tell us a little bit about Batgirl 50? This is literally just me asking because I want to know.
Sure. I'm very, very excited about Batgirl 50. There's a main story and then there's two backup stories. And one of the backup stories has all the Batgirls in it, not Betty Kane, but all the Batgirls come together, and Birds of Prey. So I'm pretty excited about that one. And then, just to add to all the Lady Bats that are in Batgirl 50, it's the first comic book appearance of the new Batwoman, Ryan Wilder.
That's amazing.
So it was really exciting when my editor Jessica Chen said, "What would you think? Do you think maybe you could find a way to put Ryan in there?" And it just was such a natural fit with what, from what I know about Ryan, to have her and Batgirl sort of have crossed paths before. And so I'm very, very excited about about Ryan Wilder, new Batwoman.
What was the process like of trying to put together something like that? Which I honestly, I'm so used to being like, I'm going to count down to this for the next 9 months, and then I'm going to count down at 6 months and at 4 months. And it feels like this was like a surprise. She's in the comics in time for me to get excited for TV. How?
Well, I mean, they just, asked me, and it's just a cameo. It's not her story. It's not her emergence or anything like that. It's
But I
just
feel
sort
like
of
there'd
like
be
a
100 games of telephone involved in that, and y'all pulled it off
No,
somehow.
it was just like, here's the information about who Ryan Wilder is. What do you think? And I was like, oh, I've got an idea. And, and I just put it in there.
That's fantastic. I am curious, for your run on Batgirl, how did you settle on what the big themes were going to be for dealing with that character in that corner of the world?
Well, for me, I was saying this to Tom in our earlier panel. For me, I came into Batgirl and she was in 3 crossover events. She was in Year of the Villain, City of Bane, and Leviathan. So I just really wanted her to sort of be centered and find her heart and really sort of come into her own, and to honor, to have her grow a little bit more. So, obviously I had a response issue to the Killing Joke, with my Joker War, issue where she sort of gets to flip the script on the Joker. And I felt that was really important. She also fights a robot that is Oracle, which, is sort of like fighting the best parts of your own self. So I had a lot of really juicy stuff in there. But what I wanted to do is I wanted to leave Batgirl for whoever may take up the baton later with enough threads to really be able to do whatever they might want with Batgirl. And I think you'll see in Batgirl 50 that first of all, Batgirl is one of the most, I think she is the most resilient Bat, because, she, no matter what you throw at her, she's like, how can I be a hero? No matter what happens to me, how can I continue to be of service to Gotham? How can I grow and change? How can I learn from what has happened before? So I really wanted to leave whoever picks up the cowl for her next, as many threads as possible that they could pull on, with her varied history. And, hopefully move the ball a little bit forward with her growth.
Absolutely. Brian, in your now, I think, over 2 years that you have spent with Black Lightning and what would eventually become the Outsiders, between Detective and Batman and the Outsiders, you spent a lot of time dealing with the questions of what the best way to sort of do service to Gotham is, right? A lot of internal disagreements in really interesting ways. I would love to know, how did you go about deciding who your team was on that? Because that's one of the things that really, I think, stands out from your book, is this incredible chemistry between all of the folks that you assembled for that.
Well, it kind of stemmed out of that little run I did in Detective Comics, right? And conversations with me and editor Chris Conroy, who's like a really good friend of mine. So, he asked me like, okay, so you have Black Lightning, you have Batman, who else would you really want, like in an Outsiders thing? And so I was like, well, Duke and Katana. And so we just kind of, sort of put our heads together and figured out what team would work best for the story I wanted to tell, right? So the reason why you don't get characters like Metamorpho and, and all that is I wanted to be a little more kind of intimate with the characters, and honestly, a lot of the work I've done on Batman and the Outsiders was really inspired by the work Tom was doing in Batman. Because like it had gotten to the point where, well, yeah, man. I mean, it just gotten to the point where I didn't feel like there was anything I could really bring new to it. Like it felt like I could sort of carry the ball like 10 more yards to hand to somebody else. But then when I saw what Tom was doing, and these stories were like remarkably internal and they were emotional, and it mirrored what I was doing in screenwriting and television writing in a lot of ways. That showed me that like, oh, okay, there's a way I can approach this where it doesn't just feel like I'm babysitting another Bat book on a shelf, but I can do something that has hopefully a little richness in terms of emotion and emotional consequence. And so that was really my way into all that.
Oh, that's fantastic. Tom, that actually leads nicely into your wonderful and very long run on Batman and the much anticipated upcoming Batcat, which we're all so excited to finally get a look at, especially with your brilliant partner in crime, Clayman. I am curious, speaking of that emotional impact, you're consistently interested, it seems like, in your work in looking at events from different perspectives, in that sort of internal kind of discovery. Is that something you've intentionally chased in your different work, or is there something else that you want people to pull out of the threads of your Gotham stories?
Maybe I'm doing it wrong, but I think, I don't know, internal discovery seems to be just how you write stories. Like,
fair enough.
I'm sure there's I'm sure like Jonathan Hickman could break it down to me why eternal discovery has nothing to do with stories in this metaphysical way. But to me, like, yeah, that just seems to be, I don't know. When I look for a story, I look for someone who's just looking for someone who's trying to find something in themselves or in someone else, and then either discovers it or doesn't and learns from that. But I mean, yeah, then that's what Batcat is about. It's about actually two characters who deal with that very differently. There's one character, Batman, who doesn't change, sort of, who never discovers anything new about himself, for a good reason, because he's like almost a perfect character. And then Catwoman, who's a very who has changed a lot, who has gone from a villain to a hero to a villain again. It's about why those two people match together. One
sort of dynamic and one static, but always drawn together.
That's exactly it. That's the whole theme of the book, and it's told over 3 time periods. You know, it's in the future after Bruce dies. It's in the past when they first meet, and it's the present. And so you see like how they change and don't. Yeah, static and dynamic. I should have thought of that. That's brilliant. Where were you when I was pitching this damn thing?
I'm curious. I want to make a self-deprecating comment because you just reminded me that I was like, yeah, writing stories. What happens in them? But in my defense, y'all are the experts, and I literally am here to find out all of these secrets. Joelle, speaking of Catwoman and her ever elusive true nature, you are continuing on covers on that book, but have given us one of, in my opinion, the great Catwoman runs. And I would love to know, what are sort of your reflections on having written and drawn her? What did you learn from the process? And maybe specifically, how do you make such wonderful moments of suspense? Because you have both like you've done both just the writing side and the writing and art. But I'd love to speak to thoughts on Catwoman, what you might have learned, and how do you make it so scary?
I think that just comes through naturally. I don't think I meant to make it scary, but I try to take an approach like I find writing to be tedious and boring, and I don't really enjoy it that much. But I don't like being told what to do either, so I have to write it myself. So I just try to entertain myself, try to make it interesting. And usually that involves taking a break from drawing really pretty people to drawing really ugly people is a fun thing. And normally if I get caught up in a situation, I'll just ask myself, what do you want to draw? So if it's a talking head scene, it gets really boring for me. And I don't like doing dialogue anyway. So I'll just think of a really cool location, and that can influence the story and where it might go next, and add another layer of interest to whatever's going on.
That's fantastic. So what you feel like you're just following sort of your muse in this circuitous path, and for the rest of us, we're seeing this beautiful operatic tapestry that you're creating.
What I loved about, the beginning of Joelle's Catwoman was how she sort of dealt with the idea of beauty in that, and I think that sort of takes that Catwoman to a totally other level with that woman removing her face, and the idea of female beauty just was amazing.
Oh, I like Cecil.
But I have a question. So if writing is boring, is art not boring? Is it not boring to draw?
It depends on thumbnailing is boring. Roughing is boring. Inking the light.
Inking is the light.
It can be tedious. Yeah.
Maybe writers should start thinking like that too. What do I want to draw, even though I don't draw? Maybe because sometimes, I agree. Writing is sometimes it's hard. It's boring.
It's boring.
It's boring sometimes.
How do you know when you're onto something exciting? Is there an internal sense of the way, Joelle, that you're like, this is the setting that's going to make this conversation fun? Is there a sense with ideas or projects where you're like, that one in that direction?
Yeah, I think, I tend to know where I want the story to go, and to get from scene to scene. It's like, what was it? When I was doing Lady Killer, it was a talking head scene that I had to get out of the way. And I thought, how to make it interesting. I set it in a bingo hall. Mm-hmm. And then I got really excited, and it was really fun, and I got to write what the background characters were doing and how, trying to focus on bingo cards and a really heavy conversation at the same time, what that would look like. So just adding layers to make it really interesting, I think.
Oh, see, I'm the opposite. I find that boring when I'm like, crap, I just want to write a nice talking head scene, but I have to write boring background descriptions so there's something fun to draw. So I'm on the opposite side of that.
I mean, I know that I'm excited about writing something if I get goosebumps or if I'm weeping at not out of frustration, but out of I've moved myself enough to actually cry, in an emotional scene, or if I burst out laughing, then I'm like, oh, maybe that's okay, and I'm on to something.
Your first test audience, Brian. What about you?
Yeah.
Is there a sign that you're going the right way?
I mean, usually when I'm writing, I'm drinking.
Is that true? Do you write? And famously, Alan Moore's never been sober while he wrote. And he does all right for himself.
Well, you see, okay, here's the thing, Tom. I can't get drunk because then your boy just goes to sleep, right? So I have this big goblet, if I was Drake sized wine. And I'm really classy, so I put ice cubes in it, and then I white wine in it, right? And so I kind of sip, and the music's going, and I tell you what, if I feel like I'm working, then I know it's whack, right? When it's working, it just feels like freestyling over a beat or something, right? It's for me, writing when it's working feels like I'm capturing something that's already happening. I'm not doing it. They're just talking and they're just doing things. And I'm just trying to catch up to what they're doing. When it feels like effort, then I'm like, this is whack, and that's pulling teeth. And that's where I'm down with what Joel was talking about. That's boring, right? Because you're like, this isn't hot, I'm just pushing my way through it. I'm not finding it. But for me, writing is really similar to making music. And both those things, it's just not, you shouldn't feel like you're working.
Brian, I just said that when me and Tom were talking. I was talking about how it is like making music, and it's one of the having been in a band before, it's the closest that I've come, the collaboration with artists, but it does feel like making music. And I agree with you in terms of when you are in that flow of writing, it doesn't feel like an effort at all. I think that's also why I write my favorite parts first. The parts that I'm excited about writing, I write those parts first. And then sometimes I discover that I don't need the boring parts that I thought I might need. So it's not quite an outline, but it's just sort of what am I excited? What am I really excited about writing? And I'll write that. And then, and then maybe I can cut out the boring talking head scene. Although I do love, I love plays. So I love a good talking head.
Well, the talking head stuff is kind of those are the verses. Right.
Yeah.
So when I'm writing a script, I know what the chorus is. And if I think the chorus bangs, then I'm like, okay, I know I got the chorus, right? Heads are going to be nodding. This is going to be all right. And then I just got to find the lyrics, right? So when you're doing the talking head thing, you just want the lyrics to just kind of flow.
Yes.
You want it to be a little smooth. So normally I won't really get started until I know what the chorus of the script is.
Yeah.
Then I'm like, okay, I know what this is. I got the hook. And once I got the hook, then I can go in and I can, work on the rest of the track.
Yeah, I think when I'm doing creator-owned stuff, that's why I write the end first. I have to know what the end is. And once I usually write the last paragraph of a novel or the last sentence or the last part of a image of a comic book. And then I go back, because then it's okay, I know what key this is in or whatever.
Okay, but let me ask you though, when you do that, does that end hold the entire time, or does it change by the time you get to it?
So I would say that it pretty much holds. Every once in a while, it's just to let's say that's the mountain. Sometimes it's just to the right of the mountain or just to the left of the mountain. But it definitely, it's that's been my star to sail by. And it pretty much stays on point.
Right on.
That's amazing. So this is making me very happy, because I am never happier than when it seems like something might turn into a musical at any possible moment. But that's my personal bias showing up to this conversation. I will ask, though, because my other favorite form is comics, and those of you who've talked to me before know that this is my favorite question. what's so great about comics? What is it that makes it the form you chose, or one of the forms you chose, and what do you enjoy about it, Joelle?
I think, just speaking for myself, what I really love is that it feels really personal. Like taking the book, I decide what the pace is going to be like. I turn the page. I decide if I want in my peripheral vision to look ahead, or, it feels super interactive and it feels really personal. And, I feel like I get to know the characters really intimately, as opposed to like in film or in novels.
Tom, what's so great about comics?
I mean, it's hard to say, but I think because it started out as such a disposable medium and still has sort of that sense of itself. So it's a deadline medium. It's a thing that has to come out, and therefore it forces you to create. And it lets, like, I write a comic and I finish it. I send it to my editor. My editor likes it. 3 months later, it's out and it's in the world, and I've created something. Having written a novel, that's not the process of a novel. Is you write it, you rewrite it. 3 years later, maybe it comes out. And the process of a movie or a TV show, you write it and then it never comes out. So, like,
they send it to the moon, and then maybe it eventually,
yeah. So it's like Joelle said, because of sort of that aspect of it, that it's like, get this out the door. You worry about it less, and so you're more yourself, and so it's a more cut to the bone medium. It's a way to. It's the most personal of all mediums, I think, at least that I have played with.
Shauna Lindsay's right. That's a great answer. Thank you, by the way, for the comments we've been seeing throughout. We are going to be getting to those questions soon, so get ready. Cecil, what's so great about comics?
I've said this before. I'll say it again. What I think is amazing about comics is the capacity for silence. That you can't quite get with any other medium. The way that you can rest on a page, the way that it can be so loud with no words at all. I'm always trying to figure out how I can throw words out. Although I do like words a lot, but once you get that art in from the amazing collaborator that you're working with, often the first thing is like, how can I make this more quiet, in some way.
Nice. Brian, what's so great about comics?
When I was growing up, I was broke, right? Like, I was growing up in St. Louis. I mean, this is long before my Neo Tokyo synthwave nonsense I'm broadcasting from right now.
By
right?
the way.
So, like, comics, that was like the first entertainment medium that I could actually afford. I could buy it with my own money, right? I go to 7-Eleven, I mowed some lawns, I get a Slurpee, and I get a couple Batman comics, and kind of get down like that. So, I think for me, I always first felt ownership in entertainment. Like, this was mine. I bought this. I could collect these, and that really kind of bonded me to the medium. And then still to this day, nothing makes little explosions go off in my imagination like a comic book. Not even though I work in TV, film, whatever. Like, there's something that happens with the way sequential art plus words bonds with your imagination.
Mm-hmm.
It's like that magical combination of it's shown to you, but you could still invent around it, and it's just so unique as an art form.
We have a hello from some Okie dude and some love for Postal, both coming out of chat.
Oh, we love you back.
Those are fabulous answers, and this is probably a good time. I still have a couple I'm going to throw at you, but officially the floor is open. If you have some questions for these amazing creators from the various streets and neighborhoods of Gotham, the floor is now open for your questions. In the meantime, I would love to know what, before I get sidetracked and forget to ask, what are you working on right now that you are excited about, or what do you hope people will look out for? And I'm going to cheat and pick Joelle first, because I am very, very excited for January and February. And I think you maybe have some Wonder Woman stuff coming our way.
Yeah, I'm part of the Future State. So I think they're taking it over for 2 months. And then I'm doing a new Brazilian Wonder Woman, which has been so fun. I got 2 pages to go on this issue. So that's super exciting.
How did that come about?
I think, it was originally part of 5G. I think they tasked me with the idea of it. And And I got really excited about showing a different type of female superhero. And I think I didn't have any work to do during the quarantine, so I just did tons of research and design, and it was fun. It was fun to just like chill out in my imagination and not have to turn in stuff for a while.
Just to get to simmer in the ideas there. That's fantastic. All right, I'll just go in between questions. Meow Nyan asks question. Gotham has always been described like a living entity. So if Gotham were a character or person, how would you four describe them? Oh, that's interesting. Tom, can I put you on the spot? You first.
Fucked up, corrupt. If Gotham were a person, he'd be, he'd be a like a dirty cop taking a bribe. That would be Gotham. That's how I see it in my head.
That's so sad. Inherently set out to do something better, but barely remembers that time.
That's right.
Cecil, what about you?
I think Gotham would be a femme fatale.
Ooh.
You know.
That's such a better answer. I hate that. Stop.
What can I say? She's a she, and she's complicated.
I love it.
Brian, what about you? How would you describe Gotham as a character?
Yeah, I'm down with Cece. Like, Gotham is like, Gotham reminds me of a specific person that I won't name, who
is it me?
Was fine.
Oh, it's
and
definitely me.
Crazy, and like it took me years to set myself free of it, because you knew that even though that night was fun, morning was going to be hell, but you did it anyway, right? And so that's like Gotham for me, right? That's who Gotham is. Gotham is the kind of thing where you hang out with Gotham for a weekend, and then you can probably do a whole R&B album the next month, because you've been put through it.
That is so Gotham. It's true.
Joelle, what about you? Who is Gotham?
Everybody gave really good answers. I don't know. Like a frenemy, somebody that you can hang out and stuff. And then when you go back and you realize like, oh, that was really dark and really prickly. I don't like that.
That's a very specifically terrifying way to go with it, actually. This sort of, those were bad feelings. Bird's Eye View asks question, if you were mayor of Gotham, what would you do to make it a better place? Tom, how about you start us off again?
I would figure out very quickly that Bruce Wayne is Batman, and I would go to him and be like, you're a fucking billionaire. Why are you wasting your time running around on the streets? Why don't you spend some of that time actually cleaning up? You have billions of dollars. Clean up the goddamn city. Hire some people. Spend this money. Why do you need a mansion for?
Cecil, what about you? This, I think, is partly a theme in your Batgirl book. You might have some answers ready.
Yeah, well, Barbara does work for a congressperson, but if I were mayor of Gotham, I would definitely, go to Barbara Gordon. She had her company, Gordon Clean Green Energy, and I would rebuild Gotham. The infrastructure of Gotham to be green and sustainable.
All right, Joelle, you're mayor of Gotham. What do you do?
I guess if I'm out to do good things, I would start with looking at IRS stuff for the crime family. I don't know.
That's a good one. That's a good
good way to go. That's how they got Al Capone, and it could work on all kinds of tax evading criminals. Just saying. Brian, what about you? Mayor of Gotham. What's day one?
Oh, hold on. I gotta be a politician, right? Well, in order to actually affect real change, what you have to do is you can't do it from the top down. You got to do it from the bottom up. So I would have an education initiative to make sure that we don't get confused the difference between fighting criminals and fighting crime.
I would just like to say that Batgirl does say that in Batgirl 50.
Oh, heck yeah.
Go from the bottom up. Yep.
I love
Brian, I agree with you.
Brian, you did the voice, but you also had like a legit good answer buried in it. I like that. So you're sneaking the message in.
That's because I'm going to be president one day.
Okay, sure. Honestly, very down. Philosophy just says, wow, in appreciation of that one. While we wait on the next question, Tom, what have you got coming up that people should be excited about?
Strange Adventures is still coming out. We're halfway through the story. We're at issue 6. The director's cut comes out next. You get the first issue and all the behind the scenes, and then now we're just accelerating the end. Rorschach #1 just came out.
Congratulations! How was talking to Dave Gibbons?
It was nerve-wracking. That's how it was. I don't know how you moderators do your job. It's much harder than my job.
You're all very intimidating. We're faking it.
Oh, good. That's what I did. That was what I did. I faked and pretended I belonged in the same room as Dave Gibbons. He saw through it and kicked me out, but it was a nice 5 minutes before I left. So I have Rorschach is now coming in those issues. Well, once we're on issue 7, I think, in the can now. So Jorge Fornes is killing it on the art. It's the most beautiful book. And then Batcat #1 comes out in December. But I'm not working on any of those because I've already finished them because we had this stupid plague and I got so far ahead. So I'm working on books that are not even on the screen.
Oh my
goodness!
Those
books are all done. That's the past.
See, so what do you have for us to look forward to? I saw you in a couple of my faves, the YA anthology type books that are coming out. I spotted your name in a few.
Yeah, I've got a Supergirl story in Flashbacks. And I'm really, really excited about that because it's all about the solar system. And I just showed it to a space scientist friend of mine. And they were like, oh my gosh, there's so much science in here.
Yes.
And then I also got to do Wonder Women of History that comes out in December. And I got to do, I really like outer space a lot. And I got to do Ellen Ochoa, who was the first woman of Hispanic descent who was in space, but she also was the director of Johnson Space Center, which I visited for research purposes. And so that was incredible. And then I have a 10-page story in the DC Metal Dark Knight Last Stories, that thing.
Last Stories of DC. You guys are shutting it down.
I don't know.
What do you do with a brief like that? And everything. Go.
So that was actually really fun. I won't say what character because I don't think it's been announced, but I got to sort of write a St. Crispin's Day speech for that character, and I'm really excited about that. And I'm kind of hoping that some actors or some people will do that St. Crispin's Day speech. Just film it because I've worked really hard on it.
Internet, that's a challenge. You're hearing that, right?
Yeah.
I expect you all to deliver.
And then I have a couple of things that aren't announced yet that I'm very, very excited about. Some creator-owned things. So yeah.
All right, Brian, what are you working on that we should be excited about right now?
Okay, well, first, I just want to thank everybody who's in the chat who's been supporting me with Batman and the Outsiders way back to Detective Comics. I love all y'all. Really, the love that I've been getting from that, to the heart, and I really, really appreciate it. Coming up in the future, I got a mini-series thing, a DC thing that I can't really talk about at all right now, but on the way, stay tuned. I'm going to be pulling away from doing monthly books because I'm also a co-producer of the Titan series on some DC streaming now, moving around. We're in season 3 right now, right? So
a much anticipated season 3.
Yeah, I'm really excited about that because we got Red Hood. I can share that. I can't share anymore. But it's going to be really dope. And because everyone on this chat is a homie, I've put little Easter eggs about all y'all's work in the show. So y'all have to watch it and find out which episode I'm talking about you.
Wait, really?
Yeah, really. I don't play. You know me. I'm just dead up. I'm always 100,
Are we getting a paycheck or does...
No, of course not. No, well, you're not, Tom. Everyone else is. So I took yours and I split it up for everyone else to get.
That's right.
We have a hat. You get a really nice hat. With the
same amount I'm getting for WandaVision, I guess.
With a T. Oh, good. Yeah, we put that right next to the other one.
We're going to come back to that. I will pop in for this question from Andre Paul. And I feel like this question answers itself a little bit on account of it's Batman. But question for Tom King. Why is Batman super sad in your run?
Because somebody killed his parents. You guys not read the book? It's on the first page. It's there's pearls involved. You guys should research that. He's very sad about his parents dying. And then he tried to get married and it totally didn't work out.
Didn't work out.
For a while. Then it got better. Why is Batman so sad? I think Batman is so sad because Superman is so happy. Honestly, I think that is probably the reason. I think when Schuster when they created Superman back in the day, they created this sort of ideal Midwest. These were two kids from Cleveland, Midwestern version of a guy who sort of represented the optimism of America and the best of America. And then sort of the response to that was from two guys. One, a guy who died an alcoholic, and the other one, a con man of the most American vein. And they were very sort of gritty urban people. And their response was, no, the world in America isn't like that. The America is dark and sad. And so I think the two of them are sort of play with these two different versions of America and these visions of these their creators.
I've never heard anyone link it to the creators in that specific way. That's really interesting. Erwin Rosales, by the way, says they're very much looking forward to Joelle's Wonder Woman. I am curious, Brian, as someone who has played with versions of Gotham into completely different media, even though I made you go to bat for comics earlier, and I basically agree that they're the best, I'm just saying, what has been interesting or challenging about working with that very different version of the DC universe?
Oh, well, when you're working on a television show, you're part of a larger group, right? So for people who aren't really familiar how TV works, it really is a collaborative thing. And your job as a television writer, if you're not running the show, which I'm not, I'm just a co-producer on the show, is to facilitate the vision of the people above you, right? Which is very different than when you're writing a comic book because you have more control, kind of how you're going to present things. I mean, there's editorial and all of that, but you get more of like a kind of straight to my imagination vision of it. So I think the most challenging aspect is to not have my kind of preset ideas about what should and should not be, and to be open to what is organically happening in the story we're trying to tell, because you can have all these notions of like, well, this character shouldn't do that and that shouldn't happen and that shouldn't happen. But ultimately that's not great for collaborative storytelling. So for the first season, I had to kind of unlearn that karate and learn like what the show was kind of all about. And then sort of shift to how can I, with all my years of reading comics and my years of writing comics and my love of these characters, how can I contribute to what is happening rather than just being like, that character on The Simpsons who's like, well, that is impossible because Dick Grayson is actually 6'1" and he would not make that jump that way and that is invalid and therefore worth nothing. So I can't be that guy.
I think it's a coincidence that Meow Nouns, oh my God, I can hear it, just showed up. But you are doing a spot-on comic book guy. Thank you so much, by the way, for the questions that are coming in chat. Please keep them coming. I do think it's very funny that what you've said unintentionally maybe lines up with what Joelle said about the fun of writing your own material as an artist because no one is telling you what to do.
Wait a second. I wrote things for Joelle. Oh, in fact, I think I wrote the last things before you decided not to work with any writers anymore. I get it.
Sorry.
No, that tracks.
I'm curious just because we've been talking about Batman a lot, but we also on this panel have representatives of other areas of Gotham. This is just my very long segue to say, let's talk about Catwoman. What makes her special? And we'll make Joelle go first so you all don't have to audition your answers first.
I mean, I always really like that she's sort of in a gray area. She's not a villain. She's not a hero. She's, complicated, and she's a really complicated femme fatale, which is kind of rare, I think. I like that she kind of skirts around both things and can look at a situation from different angles than the other heroes.
Tom, what makes Catwoman special?
God, I love that character. I just wrote the Batcat Annual, which is John Paul Leon is drawing it.
Oh wow!
And I got to write. The idea was I wanted to tell like her whole life story from like literally the day she was born to the day she died, and it was just amazing just to look at like pieces of her life and how she changed. I mean, she's someone who's like she's been in Arkham Asylum, she's been friends with the Joker, she's married Batman. She's not so many characters that I work with are just they're stuck in sort of either the first dimension, I'm a superhero for being a superhero, or the second dimension, I'm a superhero because my uncle died. And I have to, but she's actually three-dimensional. She actually doesn't make sense the way regular human beings don't make sense. She changes her mind. She becomes new people. She takes on new identities. And to me, she's just the most real of all the characters in the Gotham universe in that way.
That's beautiful. Cecil and Brian, if you have ideas on Catwoman, you can. Or if you want, maybe just tell me, who do you think is an underrated element of the Gotham crew and what you love about them?
Now, I want to talk about Catwoman. What I love about Catwoman, just to jump off of what Tom was saying, when you think about when Catwoman arrived on the scene, women were in a different place. Now we have more sort of agency, but she had agency.
You couldn't have a credit card. She
exactly, but right from the get-go, Catwoman was Batman's equal. Selina, she was his equal. And she was living as a woman on her own terms. And I think she continues to do that no matter what era she's in. And I think that that makes her very extraordinary. And I think that lends itself to her complete complexity.
Mm-hmm. I love the way that oftentimes characters who are transgressive or intended to be transgressive in their early incarnations become symbolic heroes to later generations, as we're sort of like, it's great that she was doing her own thing because the regular way of things happening was no good at that point.
Right, yeah.
Brian, what about you?
Well, I think to that point, Amy, it's Catwoman to me has kind of mythological connections, kind of going all the way back to Lilith. Really, right?
Yeah,
and we see like what's happened with Lilith over time, where first villainous because she was bold enough to want to be equal, right, and to live on her own terms, and now she's like the embodiment of kind of like feminine power, right, like and the majesty of it, right. And so I've never written Catwoman actually, but what I've always loved about the character is the experience of the pleasure you get from not restraining yourself, like whether it's in like Joelle's work or Tom's work, and that's like, and they're both writing like incredibly sexy comics, by the way, right? Like on the DL, right? It's like super sexy stuff. Or you're thinking about like Michelle Pfeiffer in Batman Returns,
yeah,
like just like the freedom in that, and I love any character that in a full-throated way doesn't apologize for desire, right?
I think Lilith is such a great touchstone for Catwoman, in my opinion. I'm sure that
absolutely. I got to do a panel with Terry Moore yesterday, so Lilith was very much on the brain because some of the extended Terry Moore mythology plays with those same principles. I love some Okie dude pointed out that Catwoman is also a different kind of yin to Batman's yang as opposed to Joker, but they make their own sort of duality. Yeah, that lovely comment. And then Shauna Lindsay asked if any of you were influenced by, I think it was Shauna Lindsay. There we go. Did you take anything from the Gotham TV show in terms of backstory or interpretations for Catwoman? This is for anybody, if you happen to have drawn inspiration from that.
I've never seen it.
I know y'all are very busy making the comics that we love, so we don't actually expect you to have seen every possible interpretation of them. But I will be interested over time to see if all of these other media representations of the characters inevitably play a part in the way that we fall in love with versions of Gotham. Brian, are you ready for a generation raised on Titans to tell you that you think that is the way it should be?
I mean, they've been telling me everything. So, it's really crazy. Like working on Titans is the first time that in like my Hollywood career that I worked on something that everyone kind of had a strong opinion about one way or another. And that's been really awesome, just to kind of be in the center of that fan energy like that, and I guess, like people fall in love with the one they fall in love with, I mean, like I grew up on Frank Miller and Tim Burton, right? And those incarnations of Gotham City have a special place in my heart. Batman the Cult is probably one of the most formative kind of works when it comes to.
Yes, we had some love for that in chat earlier. I think popped by the screen. Didn't have a chance to call it out, but I would love it. Gotham Treasures. Sorry, just as we continue, if anyone has any particular favorite visions, I would love to throw that out just because I love to expose people to more stuff that they might need to read. Brian, I'll let you finish. Sorry about that.
Oh no, I was done. You saved me from the lack of thought I had.
What are some underrated underrated classics from the Gotham mythos that you think people would enjoy tuning into if they haven't, for example, checked out The Cult or Norm Brayfogle or whoever might have brought something to the mythos that is underappreciated?
I mean, I'll always sing the plays the Marshall Rogers detective run. I think it's the second best Batman. It's from the late 70s. It's the Steve Englehart writing, and I think it's like 8 issues. You can get it collected in various trades. But it's to me it almost was the rebirth of the character in a way. It was like Neil Adams had sort of hinted at what Rogers did. Like he's like Neil Adams didn't quite escape the camp, and that was the first time when it totally escaped the camp and it became the dark detective that it was today. So the Englehart Rogers run detective. Find that.
Excellent, great pull.
I think I love the fact that Barbara Gordon was a congresswoman back in the Bronze Age.
Yes.
You know, that
those are fun comics.
Yeah, that she and like the original like Bronze Age Batgirl, where like she's like doing internet dating in the 70s and like computer dating and like she like one of her villains. It's like about a wig that like it's squeezing people's heads. I mean, I would love if I ever got to do like an out of continuity miniseries with Batgirl again. I would love to do like a ERA 1970s like just completely campy Batgirl. So I love the fact that she was kind of like the AOC in the Bat universe back in that time. So I would say it's a pleasure to go back to that, especially as a woman who reads comics. Or writes comics, reads comics, enjoys comics. It's just such a pleasure to look at the sort of like this feminism that's in there. And how they were trying to bring that forth.
And there's a lot of sort of earnest energy in a lot of those early attempts to sort of update comics to that stuff. And sometimes it doesn't work, but sometimes it works great and it's super charming. Yeah. Joelle, is there a particular era of Gotham or work that you would love to point people in the direction of?
I mean, my touchstone is the Frank Miller take on Gotham, but I'm pretty sure everybody's read that.
You never know. That's what I learned working at a shop, is it was never safe to assume that people already know what they should read. I will keep introducing people to Saga until the day they put me in the ground, because it turns out not literally every person on Earth has read it, and that's not enough people. So, so Frank Miller, always a good pick. Would you start with Year One or Dark Knight Returns?
Well, I started with Dark Knight Returns, and it worked out well for me. So, going wrong for anybody else. But yeah, I love it. There's something really immediate and exciting and visceral, and like, I don't know, it's textural to me. And yeah, I love it.
That's fantastic. I think that is going to about run us out of time. But before we go, I would love to know if people want to keep up with all of your various projects, maybe things that you've hinted at that might be coming into being, what would be the best way for them to do so? If you have a newsletter or a website or a Twitter account, or none of those things. And we'll just keep reading our various previews and previews adjacent publications to find out where things are going on.
I'm going to use my time to say that I will be on Election Day. I will be in downtown Philadelphia, Pennsylvania at Fat Jack's giving away free comics to voters. So if you vote, come by Fat Jack's. I'm signing them. You can pick them up. You go in line or whatever. Free comics, Batman comics, plenty. Just go out and vote and then pick up a free comic.
Tom, that's incredible. That's wonderful.
Yeah, and I guess I'm going to say, I'm at Miss Cecil on Twitter, but I'm going to say, since it's my birthday wish is that everybody goes out and votes. So please go out and vote. And if you're in the DC area, then go and get Tom's comics with your voter sticker.
Philadelphia area, not DC.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Philadelphia area.
We got the votes in DC.
Yeah. Sorry.
This is the part where Joelle tells everybody to go out and vote.
Yeah. Yeah. I had a blast. Everybody else do it.
Thank you so much for being here. And Brian, where can people find you?
Oh, well, everybody knows I'm the bum on Twitter. You can just find me it's just my name, because I have no imagination. So it's just at Brian Edward Hill. That's Brian with a Y. And go ahead and vote. Like get out there, make your voice heard. You gotta use the right to keep it.
Thank you all so much. This has been so much fun. I have been Amy Dallin, and thank you for letting us hang out at Baltimore Comic-Con.
Amy, I don't want to wrap you out quite that quickly because you have done just the Lord's work here at Baltimore
I keep going
Comic-Con.
over time. Sorry.
No, I know. We got like a minute or two, but I just want to like give a big round of applause to Amy Dallin. You did like 1,600 panels at Baltimore Comic-Con, and you crushed every single one of them.
If you're getting enough sleep, it is not a convention. Kids, don't take that advice seriously. Take better care of yourselves. But
we can't thank all of you guys enough. I mean, Cecil, Tom, Joel, Brian, everybody. I mean, everybody that turned up for Baltimore Comic-Con. Massive thank you to all you guys, especially Amy, because you've just been working your butt off.
It's a delight. And Chuck, thank you. You all have run a wonderful convention. Well,
we're not done yet. We got hours and hours and hours left to go. Right after this panel, we are going to be doing a live reading of Mark Waid's Kingdom Come, with Mark Waid moderating it, with Susan Eisenberg, the voice of Wonder Woman from the Justice League. She's going to be reading the voice of Wonder Woman. And then we got George Newbern, the voice of Superman from the Justice League, going to be reading the part of Superman. It's going to be absolutely incredible. So stick around for that, guys. We got so much awesome stuff coming up in Baltimore Comic-Con. Can you tell I'm getting tired? Okay. All right, guys. Well, stick around for more Baltimore Comic-Con action right here. Huge thanks to all of you guys. We'll see everybody in just a little bit.
Great birthday party in Gotham.
Happy birthday, Cecil. Everybody give Cecil a big happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
All right, guys. We'll see you in just a minute. Hey, everybody. Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Baltimore Comic-Con right here. It's day 3, and this is the moment you guys have all been waiting for. I'm going to bring on Mr. John Suntress. John, I know this is the panel you have been waiting for the entire weekend. It is by far the most excitingly fun, amazing panel. You got Susan Eisenberg, George Newbern. I want to give you the entire hour. I know Mark Waid's insanely excited about this, so I'm going to cut loose. Man, I'm so stoked about this panel. So you go at it, man. I'll see you in a little bit.
I understand. Poor Chuck is wiped, and that's all right. I luckily I got a nap in. It's good to see everybody. John Such is here from Word Balloon, and as Chuck said, we're all very excited to present Kingdom Come, Voiceover Playhouse, a very special presentation of the epic story that will be celebrating its 25th anniversary next year. I want to start off and bring in the writer of this incredible book. He and Alex Ross made an amazing graphic novel. And let's welcome Mark Waid, everybody. Good to see you, Mark.
Good evening, John. How are you?
I'm doing great. Congratulations. Tremendous conversation with Tom Brevoort.
Oh, that was a lot of fun. Yeah.
Really, really great stuff. Let's also bring in the person that I brainstormed with and said, we got to get a good Superman, Wonder Woman scene. What can we do? And we're like, Kingdom Come. And that was Wonder Woman herself, the animated Amazon. It's Susan Eisenberg. Welcome, Susan.
Hello.
Good to see you. And last but certainly not least, it's the man of tomorrow himself, Krypton's favorite son, George Newbern. Everybody say hello to George.
Hello, everybody. My name is George. Sorry, that's it.
I was going to say, it looked like, there's Mark. Mark's back.
Thought I'd give you a little
I liked it, man. That's fantastic.
I liked it.
Yeah,
So,
good.
and guys, thanks again. You were at the last Mainframe Comic Con event with the rest of the Justice League, and Andrea Romano gave us a high-powered read of some classic scenes. And now we visit some incredibly classic graphic novel scenes, courtesy of Mark Waid and Alex Ross.
Hey, Mark.
Yeah, good evening. I'm very flattered and very honored that the two of you have joined on here.
Of course.
Before we start, Mark,
Right back at ya.
before we start, Mark, a little background on this story, both behind the scenes and also framing what we're about to hear. So, where I know that it started with Alex writing a treatment.
Right. Basically, for those who don't know, Kingdom Come graphic novel from. Geez, we've hit our 30th anniversary now, haven't we, John?
25 next year. Yeah, 1996 is when it came out.
Time has no meaning anymore, and it's the story of what happens when Superman retires, and 10 years later he's had to be brought back out of retirement because the young heroes who have come along after him without his inspiration, without his guidance, have just turned the whole world into a big WWE wrestling match, and it's just chaos everywhere. And Superman has to get together with his old comrades and sort of put the world back together before it just goes completely off the rails. And that was Alex's basic idea. Alex Ross, the painter, and he came to DC with a basic treatment and a lot of sketches, a lot of neat notions, but he wasn't a writer by his own admission. So who do you got who knows absolutely everything about DC Comics ever? Well, there's only one guy. It's Mark Waid, is what I was told. So I got dragged in, and I was unsure. I didn't know what I could bring to the table. But as we sat there at lunch with Archie Goodwin, who was the initial editor, and Dan Raspler, who was the other editor, it sort of came together. Alex and I started feeling a bond with each other. We're about 10 years apart in age, but we still grew up reading and loving the same sort of stuff, the 1970s DC Comics, and that's our era. And we're such big fans of it that, as I have said many times, Alex and I are the only two people in the world who can have a 45-minute argument about the Martian Manhunter.
That's why we love reading your guys' books. Absolutely, both of you, Ross and Waid. Absolutely, man.
So putting it all together was, it was about a 2-year trip, I guess. It took us about a few months up front just to get the story locked in, and then Alex paints with a stern pace of 10 pages a month. So 180 pages, 18 months, right down. And I will never forget, everything was going swimmingly with the scripting. Everything was going great for the first, second, third issue, because nobody had seen it yet. And before I got the chance to write the fourth one, the first one had come out, and it was, mostly because of Alex, a gigantic sensation. It was just a huge, huge, huge thing. And suddenly I sat down at the keyboard, and, the figurative, I open my mouth and a feather comes out. There's nothing there. I got stage fright. And it took me, with Alex's help, as long to write that fourth one as it did to write everything else because of the stage fright. But I think in the end, it came together pretty well.
Absolutely, man. And the great thing is we literally are taking scenes from, I believe, all 4 chapters.
I believe all 4, yeah.
Yeah, and that's what's great. And we really kept the heavy drama. You won't see a happy ending in this table read. Not to spoil for those who don't know. Exactly. Yeah. But it really, and especially George, Susan, for you to play these characters at such a great time and give us so many seasons of these characters. First of all, you didn't get a lot of scenes together as Wonder Woman and Superman, correct?
No, and not where we could actually just chat, where it was more than just a line here and a line there. I mean, anytime you had a conversation with somebody, it was a treat. So this, beyond. I told you privately that when I was trying to immerse myself in this world, in this universe, when I started talking more with the fans and trying to educate myself about DC and this world, the one thing I was told over and over again was, you have to read Kingdom Come. And that's where you start. Everything else follows after that. And so to be able to, and I wrote this to Mark, and to be able to read his words and say his words and give voice to his words is such an honor. And I'm just giddy. I'm nervous, but I'm giddy.
You were incredibly kind, as are the people you spoke to. I will also say, at the risk of this sounding like a mutual flattery session, as someone who has lived with these characters since he was about 5 years old, both of you are exemplary. I mean, both of you really do a nice job of embodying what the characters sound like to me, what they feel like to me, and I think I'm a fan of both your work on this stuff.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
For sure.
And truly excited
John,
to
we're a
see.
fan of yours too.
Thank you, John.
Don't feel, John,
Yeah, whatever.
we adore you.
Yeah,
too.
John. Yeah, we love you, John. Yeah.
Well, you're very kind. That's very lovely. And we've assembled the league. It looks like we've got a good audience. Shall we start, everybody?
Let's do it.
All right.
Yeah.
You'll forgive me. I am in the union. I'd like to point out, but I will take care of the reporter.
You'll be the reporter comments.
Oh,
Okay.
you're going to be the
Yes.
reporter. Okay.
Okay.
Reporter being played by John.
Well,
okay, good.
I was a CBS News reporter for several years here in Chicago, so I'm no Clark Kent.
Nope.
But,
John.
you know,
John and I have our radio background. Yep.
So,
All right.
yeah, if we're ready, by all means, let's begin.
Let's raise the curtain. Okay. Scene 1: the Kent farm in Smallville, Kansas. A tentative Wonder Woman approaches a non-costumed, graying Superman. He is out of uniform, in overalls, lifting a tractor with one hand and carrying wood in the other. He hasn't been in costume in 10 years.
Hello, Clark.
Ugh.
Hello, Cal.
Diana, haven't seen you in months. What brings you to the farm?
The vain hope that you're not still here.
These are my roots.
You can't live forever in solitude,
I'm Superman. I can do anything.
except apparently face your fear.
I'm not afraid of him.
I didn't mean him. I meant Cal. You've lost so much since I first met you.
Earthlings die, Diana. You know that.
Please, Clark. I mean, Cal. They were your parents, and she was your wife. Don't call them earthlings.
I have work to do, Diana. Here, things grow.
Listen to me, damn it. I've come with news from the outside, bad news. It's shaken the world. Cal, he's out of control.
I tried to tell them that 10 years ago.
And they didn't listen, I know. Stop punishing them.
I'm not interested.
I see. Do you live in nothing but lies? Here are 2 words. See if they sound familiar. Truth. Justice. You can't have completely forgotten them.
Ugh.
Just see for yourself what he has let happen to the world. That's all I ask. And steel yourself.
Viewer on.
Out of thin air, multiple screens appear with news flashes depicting a nuclear disaster in the Midwest, one caused by the Justice Battalion led by the him Wonder Woman was referring to, anti-hero Magog.
Viewer off.
Cal, please. Our generation takes its lead from you. We always have. You must face this. If you don't, neither will the rest of us, and it will just go on.
You're wasting your breath. There's nothing I can do from here. Go back to your island, Diana. You're safe here. You're safe there.
A disappointed Wonder Woman flies away. Scene 2. After their conversation, Superman begins to pay more attention to current events. More reckless battles between immature heroes and villains cause more damage and destruction. The carnage forces Superman back into costume and action. The old Justice League reforms under his and Wonder Woman's leadership. They hold a press conference to explain their strategy to correct the world's issues.
Good afternoon. Many of you may remember us. We've been away for a while. That was our mistake. In our absence, a new breed of metahumans has arisen. A vast phalanx of self-styled heroes, unwilling to preserve life or defend the defenseless. A legion of vigilantes who have perverted their great powers, who have forsworn the responsibilities due them. We have returned to teach them the meaning of truth and justice. Together, we will guide this new breed with wisdom and, if necessary, with force. Above all, we will restore order. We will make things right again.
Will there be others?
Our ranks will grow.
Are you prepared to shut down those who don't honor your principles?
I don't anticipate anyone acting without our sanction.
Anyone? Would that include Magog, Superman? Are you truly prepared to confront Magog in light of what he's done and gone on before?
Magog will be dealt with if he surfaces. Given the consequences of his actions in Kansas, that seems unlikely. Thank you. Thank you for coming. That is all.
The Justice League flies away, leaving in their wake more questions than answers, and a mumbly reporter. All right. Ready? Scene 3. The Justice League Watchtower on the moon. Superman and Wonder Woman sit amidst the vacuum of space. They look down on the Earth, as only gods can, and talk about the past.
So then I flew him up to about here, and I said, "Do you see that beautiful blue marble, Brainiac? That's my world. Return it now."
Did he hear you?
Actually, not in airless space, no, but believe me, he got the message. NORAD was back online within 5 minutes.
So did you destroy him?
Just short of it. Buried some of his circuitry on Saturn, some on Argo, and the rest inside a Pulitzer in Clark's apartment.
Okay, that's great. You never told me that story before. Gods, those were better days.
Easier days, anyway. Diana, what's this about being ousted by your own people? When did this happen?
Shortly after you went into seclusion. For years, I had been the Amazon's ambassador to the outside world. My mission was to spread a message of peace and order. As the world continued to darken, there was some doubt as to how well I had done my job. My Amazon sisters, my own mother, came to suggest that perhaps I had failed. They actually put me on trial. I pled my case, but in the end, they decreed that I had indeed not changed man's world, that it had changed me. They stripped me of my royalty and my heritage. There may have been some justice to their decision.
Do you believe that?
The Amazons believe in peace, through strength. Too often I relied on an olive branch and not a cestus.
I always admired your gentility.
It didn't get the job done.
You did your best.
Then why isn't the world better?
There are degrees.
How many degrees were you interested in hearing about when you retired? You said it yourself, Clark. Cal. We are warriors. We have an obligation to wage combat.
Given who we are, Diana, given the power we possess, we have a greater obligation to keep the peace. Only the weak succumb to brutality.
Clark flies away, leaving Diana to contemplate his words and wonder why they didn't see things the same way. Scene 4. The situation on Earth has erupted in chaos. There are riots in the streets. Supervillains once captured by the Justice League have seized control over their warders. Wonder Woman has seen enough and, against Superman's wishes, is mobilizing the elder Justice Leaguers to war. She is donning Amazonian armor, complete with a shield and a sword.
Yet another side of you I am not comfortable with.
Get used to this one. A soldier unprepared has no business calling herself a soldier.
More Amazonian wisdom? Isn't it possible that we've already won the big fight? Once we calm the rioters down, we can instill... Ow!
Clark cuts his finger on the sharp blade of Diana's magic sword.
You always were a bit vulnerable to magic. Be careful. The sword has a gift. The sword was a gift from Artemis. It can carve the electrons off an atom.
And you expect to use it?
I expect to be a soldier.
I will not sanction lethal force against the rioters. I'm uneasy with the blade.
Not all of us have heat vision.
There are lines we do not cross. We have rules.
And the prisoners don't. That's why they're prisoners. And if they don't remain prisoners, your big blue marble teeters on the brink. You made the decision to incarcerate them for the good of mankind, remember?
Maybe that was my mistake. Maybe I shouldn't have let the humans decide.
No. Your world finally turned completely topsy-turvy. How do we handle this?
I don't know.
Then I do. We're going to confront the prisoners and give them an ultimatum. They must surrender.
And if they refuse?
Then it's war.
But can you have a war without people dying?
A disgusted Diana glares at Clark, then approaches him. Her lips brush his with the sound of marble scraping steel. It is a kiss utterly devoid of passion. It is a last farewell. The League flies off to their final battle without Superman. And there you go. Spoilers. He shows up. Yeah, he shows up. Well done. Well done, guys.
Fun.
That was fantastic, guys. It's so great.
Thank you.
No, I appreciate it. There, as I've said to Susan and George and John in emails, there is, when you're writing dialogue for the page, yes, you want it to sound natural, and yes, to some degree, you'll read some of it out loud to yourself as you type to make sure it kind of sounds natural. But it's not quite the same as writing for voice acting.
Right.
And so there are a couple of those places where both of you had a little bit of a mouthful, and I'm sorry about that. But
hey man, that's that comes with the territory, and I didn't notice it, by the way. But if it's there, you take it in and you navigate. If it
you navigate beautifully. Yeah.
Well, and I have to say, when I read it, I mean, there were a couple of words I tripped over, but that's just my thing, not the words. And I have to say, when we read it, and it feels very natural to read it as dialogue. So I know that wasn't your intention when you started to write it to be read and performed by voice actors, but it flows really easily as an actor, as opposed to a lot of things you read as an actor that don't flow so easily. So thank you for that.
No, that's very nice of you to say. I know I had an experience once where I wrote, somebody else had doing an audio adaptation of a comic book that I wrote, and I realized that I had written about 50 words in every sentence with a lot of commas. And so there was not a single sentence that actor could say in one breath. So we made our way around it.
And George, honestly, I was really excited to see both of you do this because, again, it's such a different version. I mean, even things like the Justice Lords, someone mentioned that in the chat. I mean, this really, in that case, it's this alternate universe Superman. Mm-hmm. To me, this is canon. I know it's not, it's an Elseworlds technically, but it's so great to see Superman this far down the road and frankly burnt out. And everything he believed in, he questions now.
Absolutely. I narrated an unauthorized Superman biography I think it was about 4 or 5 months ago, and I learned so much that I didn't know about the history of Superman, about the guys that started, and all the different iterations of through the silver era of Superman and up till today. And it's amazing the life of Superman and how he's been able to just keeps on keeping on. No matter what, even if he's retired, he's coming back. Right.
Well, George, there's something you bring to the role that I appreciate, and that is that it's, to my mind, there is a humility to Superman. That Superman is the last person in the world to call himself Superman.
Right.
He wouldn't give himself that name.
No.
And that, in fact, is sort of the crux of the story. Is that when Superman retired in this story, he didn't expect everyone else to retire after him because he's just another, one of their peers. But if you're Green Lantern, if you're Flash, you're like, how do I get out of bed the next? If Superman can't make it work, why do I even bother?
Right. That's the difference between the DC and Marvel in some respects, that these characters are a little more cut and dry. Superman really does have there's not a lot of gray. It's good and bad and evil versus good. I've tried to sort of hew to that, and in the character, I'm sure in my life I've got a lot of gray apparently. Oh, look what I just found! I just found something in my little studio.
There he is.
Hey!
Oh, cheese.
There you go. Get some white out to gray his temples a little bit for this.
Right, exactly.
But Mark, I'd be curious to hear your thoughts about people, so many writers, there's so much controversy about how Superman is written, and is Superman boring, and is he, I've always loved the character, and I grew up with Christopher Reeve playing the character. So to me, good isn't boring. Just because he's not a dark character doesn't mean there isn't some darkness to him, and some sadness, and some emotional baggage there. But what is your take on writing the character? And, do you enjoy writing Superman?
Oh, dear God. It's like more than anything else in the world. When when other writers tell me, boy, I find Superman hard to write, I'm like, are you nuts? This is the easiest like falling off a log. Yeah. When I approach Superman, the thing that I keep most in mind is that he's alone. Right. He is of a kind. There is no one else like him in the universe. And he's the last survivor of his race. And that's something that is the tragedy of the character. That people say, he's invulnerable, nothing can hurt him. He has no problems. Everything is easy. No, that's he lost his home world. He lost his second parents as a young man. And so now because of the nature of who he is, and because he has these powers, I mean, you have to imagine living in a world where everything is made of spun glass and everything is made out of, fiberboard, and you can't just be in a pickup basketball game with your pals because you can't volunteer to help somebody move because you might sneeze when you lift their couch and you throw it to the moon. And then, so you've got to, right. So you've always got to, that's what these are for, I
always thought that he, I don't want to be too sort of, serious about it, but he really is sort of a Christ figure in the sense that he's fully man, fully God, and conflicted. Like, why did you put me in this position? You know what I mean? This was thrust upon him, and he's happy to do it. But at the same time, he is conflicted. Like I believe that the Christ figure was, So
But that's a perfect thing that you mentioned that, because in Kingdom Come there is so much. I mean, there's religion. I mean, there is a religious
element of that
to it.
For sure.
There's and that's mostly Alex, to tell you the truth. I am not a spiritual person. I was raised in the deep South with snake handlers and tent revivals and all that nonsense. So when I left the church, I left the church. But Alex's father is a minister. Yeah. And he, in fact, was the model for the main character, the narrator that we see most of the story through, Norman. And we started talking about religion. We started talking about what the touchstones were. And again, not a terribly spiritual religious man, but I remember when I was a kid reading a book that was basically a YA adaptation of the Book of Revelation. Right. And like 13, 14, it scared the hell out of me. I remember that it was terrifying.
Pretty crazy out there. Yeah.
And so going back to the Book of Revelation and using that as sort of a roadmap for us, an informal roadmap for the story worked out really, really well. Huh.
Where did the idea for the narrator come?
That was Alex. Alex had come off of a similar project at Marvel, where it was the Marvel universe has told through the eyes of a photographer, just a news photographer over the years, and sort of following that guy's story as he looks at the events of the Marvel universe. So Alex was well aware that it works well for him to have a very human character at the center of it, a very normal character at the center of it that can be us. And that's where that came from. So Alex is really, really
brilliant.
Yeah.
And again,
that's John, I didn't mean to take over and ask a bunch of questions.
No. Gee, Mark, will you talk about Superman for a while? My God, yeah, of course I'll talk about Superman until it's tomorrow, Susan. Come on. So
this is a great opportunity for the two of you who lived with these characters for years, and a guy like Mark who has lived with these characters for years. So I am out of the way and letting you guys talk. That's quite all right.
I'll tell you too, Susan, Wonder Woman, I didn't have a handle on until I wrote Kingdom Come, which was very strange. Because again, I loved all these characters when I was a kid. I've been reading DC Comics all my end of life. I know everything about DC Comics. I'm their semi-official historian. There's not a single DC character that I don't like, but Wonder Woman I never could get a handle on because it was finding being an agent of peace by going around and punching people. And I couldn't ever make that work for me. But it really wasn't until Kingdom Come forced me to drill down on that character and seize that dichotomy and realize that, no, she is a warrior. She will do things that Superman will not or cannot do.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well, when I was doing Justice League, and I've said this many times, Andrea Romano, our director, and our casting director and our voice director, early on, she said, I think even at the callback, she said, you have to understand about Wonder Woman that she is a princess, but she's also a warrior. And so at every time, in everything, you have to infuse it with both of those qualities. And when I would be too princess-like, she'd be the first one to say, no, okay, you're losing the warrior. And vice versa. So, I mean, that's interesting that you use the word warrior, because that was the biggest direction I got from Andrea Romano.
Yeah, it's so easy to play Wonder Woman like Linda Carter, who was wonderful, but that's not, that's all the sweet and nice parts. That's all the soft edges, and that you're able to bring some toughness to it is paramount.
And now too, with Gal Gadot, we're seeing both sides.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And truly, and that's,
she's so good.
God, yes. And also, Mark, really, I mean, this is 25 years ago. And I think the agency you gave Wonder Woman in this story and the necessary bounce, because these are the two guardians of good.
Yeah.
But at this crucial time, the Amazonian and Wonder Woman comes forth and it's like, no, this order, we're pretending that, God, it's very prescient today in today's society. We think there's order, but there isn't. What do we do? Actually, not what do we do. Diana knows what to do.
Right.
Clark is the one that's like, I don't know.
Yeah.
And that's fascinating.
Yeah.
So all right. So a couple questions, and I'm God, truly, I'm so. And also, isn't it fascinating because it took Mark and Alex 4 books for prestige format comics. I don't even remember how many pages, Mark. 48 pages.
So 180 pages altogether.
There you go. I was told there'd be no math today, but excellent. And but yet we blew through those scenes in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And truly, that's been the fascinating thing watching these adaptations. And I know when they went to Azzarello to adapt The Killing Joke, and he did the script for the cartoon that they produced. And it was, a one-shot graphic novel. And the real essence of The Killing Joke could only be half of a 70-minute movie. And he really had to invent kind of this first act of the film to complement what was there in the original text from Alan Moore. So that's
what takes up a lot of real estate in comics does not take a lot of real estate on the stage. And it's
so many people today, when they knew we were going to do this, asked about an adaptation, asked about a film, done of the book, of the novel. I mean, you must have been approached a gazillion times about doing an adaptation for this.
Here's a true story. So right after this came out about 25 years ago, DC, in fact, contracted with an audiobook company to do an audio adaptation of the book. And as part of the participation, they didn't have to do this, but it was nice. They sent Alex and I all the audition tapes.
Wow.
And rank the character, rank the actors as you see them, 1 through 5. And Alex and I both did this dutifully. We sent them all back. And then it turns out that every single actor that we rated as a 5, they cast as a 1. And it was a nightmare. It was well-intended people, but holy smokes, it just sounded like a golden book. It sounded like a child's book, and it was cringeworthy. So
I'll gently disagree, but okay, Mark, you're the author. God bless you, man.
It was just
too many cooks in the kitchen, man. That happens a lot.
It was tough. Yeah.
God, that's
so the audiobook is there, but what about a film?
Oh my God, I'd love to. I mean, but here's the thing. I mean, for the longest time, you couldn't do it because certain studios had options on this character, certain studios on this characters.
Sure.
So now that it's all back under the DC umbrella, then the next question is, can you do it animated? Well, you can't. You still can't figure out a way to do it exactly like it looks enough like Alex, has been what we've been told over the years. That every year technology gets us closer and closer to where we can do something in animation that has that style or comes close to it. but we're not quite there yet. And then in terms of a film, oh my God, I would love that. But again, that's a $500 million film. So
I didn't realize about, I mean, it's so interesting you said that about the animation. Of course, like it has to look, to look like that. It's not just enough to have the words there. You have to make it. And so there isn't the technology to adapt that and create that?
As I have been told, unless people are just, stiff arming me and saying, go away, kid.
Right.
I think that,
or likely too expensive to kind of replicate Alex's style. I mean, Alex has that great, for people, and of course the audience knows this, but it's that great paperback cover romance novel or high science fiction style.
Well, Alex works off photographs. I mean, he actually has, and this is true, he had costumes made for these characters and hired friends he knew or part-time actors to come in and do poses. And he worked off of that. That's why the work is so photorealistic. But again, like we've been saying, that's hard to pull off in the animated.
I know too, in the collected versions of Kingdom Come, there's so much back matter that shows Alex's sketching and character designs and a lot of those photographs. And certainly we weren't able to present him from a voiceover standpoint in this session. But Alex's art rep, Sal Abinati, another great Chicagoan, plays Captain Marvel, Shazam, and it's great because really, the way Alex was able to see Captain Marvel's face in Sal's face, I would never think of that. But now that and literally you see Sal smiling in that way, in that superior way that Marvel is portrayed, or I suppose Billy Batson is portrayed. Spoilers, 25 years. I don't worry about spoilers. I got to be honest with you. but truly, and it's amazing to see these actors that he found for you two, and also again Batman and all the major characters. Fascinating.
Yeah,
and it's in the book. So I'm looking here for. Okay, here's a question for Mark. What can you say about Michael Rosenbaum's Wally West Flash? Oh, that's great. And folks, truly, any questions for George or Susan or Mark, anything they work on is fair game.
Yeah,
so it doesn't have to be Kingdom Come stuff. So great question, please.
Rosenbaum, bang on. Fan of his since Smallville. Fan of his since, and here's another true story. John, you know John Cassaday, yes?
Absolutely.
Probably the most handsome man in comics.
True.
To the irritation of all of us. And we were at a party not long after Smallville had premiered. We were at a big, convention party and music's going and everybody's holding drinks and stuff. And Rosenbaum walks in the room and it's like tossing a magnet into a box of iron filings. Every woman in the place just zoomed in on him. And I had the presence of mind to look at John and say, now you know how we feel when you walk in the room. But got a chance to talk to him a few times. Smart, funny, and
sure.
Really great attitude. Yeah.
He's a dream. And, it's funny because when I said to him once, your manager has the easiest job in the world because you just have so much charm and so much talent. You're the easiest actor to sell because, he just has something so special, and and he is Flash. I mean, he is amazing.
And they never.
I know I wasn't asked, but I'm still giving my opinion about Michael.
No, but they never technically distinguish if it is Barry or Wally, but we all know it's Wally.
We all know it's Wally. It sounds like Wally. Yeah, it sounds like Wally. Yeah.
And he's the junior member of the team, and just So I love truly. Again, that's why I think all of you Justice Leaguers have this tremendous respect from all of us, because unlike Mark's point about the Kingdom Come audiobook casting, really, Andrea really nailed it with all of you.
Yeah,
and George, I want to ask you, because Tim Daly had his run on the solo Superman animated thing.
Right.
Did you look at that? Did you study his style at all?
I got to be honest. Actors are notoriously myopic. I just went to the audition. I wasn't even aware of Tim Daly's involvement in it or lack of. It just was an audition, and I went, and I got there. Oh, this is for Superman, and the Justice League. Okay, and I didn't hear anything but that I was replacing him because he was too busy. I didn't hear any of that. I just went and did it. And then I went home, and then I had another audition for something else, and you got it. And then I went, oh, okay, wow, this is cool. This is a big deal. This could be a big deal. And then I'd done a TV movie with Tim Daly about 15 years ago. So we know each other, but and then I saw him in another TV show and I said, hey man, thanks for being busy. I love this job.
I think if Tim had to do it all over again, he would have made room in his schedule.
Oh, I know. Had he known, he would have never.
Yeah, he really would have.
Yeah.
George, can you tell your Christopher Reeve story?
Which one? I've got several, but
one that's like really heartfelt and when you work together.
Yes, I did it. My second movie in Los Angeles was a movie called Switching Channels, and it was a remake of His Girl Friday. You know, the old movie from the 50s or 40s, I believe it was.
40s, absolutely.
And,
Cary Grant and Rosalind Russell. Yeah.
It was a sort of a not a great movie, but for me, I had a good part. I was in it all the way. I played Burt Reynolds' assistant, and I was working with Kathleen Turner and Burt Reynolds and Chris Reeve, Henry Gibson for 3 months in Canada, and I was 22, 23. So I was like, oh my God, I get to go work with Superman. I'm going to get to work with Chris Reeve, and which one? The not getting the table or the Superman thing? Which was it?
Superman thing.
Superman. Because I got another. But anyway, I asked him. I said, Chris, is this? Obviously, because he was right off the movie, and I said, does it bug you that people come up to you, because they were coming up to him on the street? Superman's everywhere we went, in Chicago and Toronto. I said, does it bug you that people do that? And he said, at first it kind of did, because I went to Juilliard and I thought, I can do more than this, and I should be more than this, and then I went through a period of a couple of years when I realized, wow, what an iconic thing this was. And if I do nothing else, it's an amazing thing to be known for something this classic, and I just remember being, oh wow, that was a great thing. Saying I feel the same way. It's just so odd that he died before we got to cross paths again and talk about this, but it's kind of surreal and surreal for me to get to do this. So
no, that's awesome, man. Yeah. There's a great question for all of you. Chris asks, who do you believe is the most underutilized member of the main Justice League roster?
Martian Manhunter, I think.
Yeah,
Martian Manhunter. That's what I was thinking
that
too.
Jumped out at me. Yeah. And the thing is that Carl, he just so good. You talk about perfect casting.
My God.
And we all feel that way about him. That's the thing. He is the kindest, dearest man you will ever meet, and he's so soulful. And we all just love him so much.
Yeah.
And he was. He had a few moments, right, to shine, but I'd say he was the most underused.
Yeah.
In terms of story.
Yeah. Well, and it's tough when you have seven members, right? Yeah.
And then
my God.
Unlimited.
And then Unlimited, where they all had the
guest stars.
Stuff,
Yeah.
Huh?
Absolutely. No. And truly, so many wonderful writers that you guys had. Mark DeMatteis, J.M. DeMatteis. The adaptation of another great story, For the Man Who Has Everything.
God.
That amazing Alan Moore, Dave Gibbons comic that you guys, again, it was just, it was so great to see that come to life. And of course, the late, great Dwayne McDuffie, who we continue to honor each year. And
even just watching the show, I was watching some old episodes today because I just wanted to,
get in the mode,
get in there, get the mojo. And, I just love all the expressions they gave us. I love all the comedy that got played, not in the line readings, but in the look of the characters. Mm-hmm. And it's just brilliant. We get a lot of attention as the actors, but boy, bravo to the writing team and to the directors in that, because that really, that made it.
Bruce Timm was he was really fine tuning everything. I remember the first time we saw that. We did the first season, and then we came. I think it's toward the end of the first season. We were at Warner Brothers studio in the studios, and they had some TV set up, and we watched an episode. And it was the first time we saw the opening credits, where they're sort of walking in slow motion toward the camera with that music. And I was like, "Oh my God, that's really cool!"
Yeah. Dynamic partners.
I've done a lot of different things in my life. TV, movies, did it, and lots of little things. But when you see a cartoon and you're the guy in the middle walking in slow motion,
don't you remember at Warner Brothers, George? Don't you remember the huge poster when you went into the Warner Brothers animation studio where we recorded, and it was just this gigantic poster.
Crazy,
you know,
crazy.
I mean, talk about heady. I mean, you just feel like, you know, like Art Green is part of something so special.
Yeah, and I'll go into an audition and they're like, "Hey, you know, I'm on the outside of this building, don't you?"
Exactly.
It never worked, actually. But yeah.
I was going to say, if we were that popular, we would have had a reunion.
The great thing was the original Batman animated series was a big leap forward in animation, both in acting and design. And exactly, George, as you're describing that opening montage, we knew we were in for an event. And I mean, I said this during the Justice League table read the last time you guys were here for Mainframe. And truly, one of my best friends grew up as a comic book fan, got out of the habit, started watching the show, and his wife caught us watching the show together. She's like, "Why are you watching a cartoon?" She's like, "You don't understand. This is like finally what I read for years on the screen. This is real acting. This is real storytelling."
That's so cool.
I don't want to apologize for watching
so
this.
Cool. That's so cool. Yeah, we were very lucky. They're very lucky.
Very.
Absolutely. My God. You know, I wanted to go back to an episode that is kind of synonymous to Kingdom Come, although again it's the alternate universe version, that Justice Lords thing. And George, I mean, you know, that was obviously, that's the Superman that did cross the line, and also got in that great cold opening before we get to the credits and stuff, that smile on his face where he's finally gotten rid of Luthor. And it's like, actually, I feel pretty good right now. It's like, wow.
Very few times that he really gets to have that moment. It's usually on to the next thing. And there's never taken a breath, honestly.
So was that fun? I mean, is that great to be able to play that flavor of the character and everything?
Always the best. Always the best. It's every actor will tell you it's best to play a villain, or not a villain, but something dark with a smile, or vice versa. It's always easier to play.
Have you seen Scandal? Did you see Scandal?
Oh, yeah.
I played an assassin who got to actually have fun, which was, and make jokes. Right.
Absolutely, man. No, you were fantastic. And really, it's so great to go ahead. I was just going to say to go from Father of the Bride to, and also a lot of those roles that you had through the 90s and stuff.
I know, I'm either like the best guy or the worst guy.
Right.
Absolutely, that's the worst. Yeah.
That's outstanding, man. All right, Jimmy, the animated series was great for diversity as well, because my first experience with an African-American superhero ever was John Stewart Green Lantern, so much so that and again, much like when the Spider-Man movies were happening, but when the Ryan Reynolds Green Lantern movie happened, everyone's like, where's John Stewart? Because millions knew John Stewart. And I would say generationally, Mark, you'd likely agree, as us old comic book readers and stuff, as much as we love Hal Jordan and all the other ones, television, John is the guy for millions. Green Lantern.
It's been great to watch that. To you and me, it was Hal Jordan all our lives growing up. And then John Stewart, the fact that so many African-American kids had someone that looked like them who was a superhero on the screen. That was so awesome. And I Hal, great. Hal, you stand over there. This is John's moment. Yeah.
Well, you guys are much more history buffs about all this stuff. Was that more prevalent in comics, in animation, before the other media forms, with African-Americans and other minorities being able to be seen as lead characters in these things? Or was that first
comic
in your film?
Kind of. John Stewart had shown up a few times in the 70s, just sort of passing through, just a supporting character they check in with every once in a while. I mean, you got to remember, the audience for funny books in America in the 60s, 70s, 80s was white kids.
Predominantly,
white boys.
Yeah, Black Panther was kind of the first of the 60s that really broke through and made a mark, and certainly his involvement with the Fantastic Four and the Avengers certainly helped. But yeah, John Stewart was a backup Green Lantern.
Yeah,
and also the second, or no, was Guy first or John?
Guy was first or second. So he was like second lead, or second alternate.
Right, and third string quarterback, if you will.
Yeah, and so like you said, so it really, as much as anything, the cartoon show really did contribute to this idea of they don't all have to be white, guys. They
No.
don't all have to look like us,
No, absolutely.
and that's great.
How many African American writers were there, to write those characters?
There weren't. That's just it. Then
Well,
there.
Cicely had a lot, right?
How many women were there to write
Right.
Wonder Woman?
Just a
None.
handful.
There was.
Oh, yeah,
which
you're
is
right.
why
None
it took
for
so
Wonder
long to
Woman,
get.
yeah.
Which is why it took so long to get a feature. I mean,
Yeah.
how many iterations of Batman? How many? I love. Obviously, everyone knows I love Batman,
Right.
but and Superman. But I mean, my God, it took forever to get her animated, to get
Right.
her, a live action film.
Yeah.
And the other Trinity members, some of those movies were good and some of them weren't good, but they were given another chance.
Yeah.
Whereas I don't know if Wonder Woman had not succeeded and hadn't been as extraordinary as it was, I don't know how long it would have taken to get another movie out of that.
No, I don't think there would have been a Justice League movie. I don't think there would have been anything past that. I think that
Right.
that would have been the Ryan Reynolds Green Lantern curse, and that would have just kind of slammed the lid down on that coffin. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I believe there is something brewing in the GL universe eventually. I'm not exactly sure what it is.
Oh, I'll tell you, it's they're HBO Max. They're doing
Okay.
like an ongoing miniseries or whatever.
Wow.
So it's with cinematic values, with it's done by a lot of the movie people and so forth. It's going to be done big budget, but it's like a 10 episode, like Watchmen was.
This is what it's all going to be. I don't think many people go to the movies anymore. I think it's just all going to. I think this pandemic has really changed stuff. I think
Here's a sad question for you. What's the last movie you saw in a movie theater?
I'm trying to think. Someone asked me that, and I swear I can't remember. I know that in the last year I have, but it's not not much. Like maybe.
No.
I want it because honestly, that comes up a lot. I believe mine was Ad Astra because as a SAG member, I do get screeners now for the SAG Awards. So honestly, I was kind of spoiled with everything that came late in the year. And so, and there was nothing at the beginning of the year that really intrigued me.
No.
I was ready to see Bloodshot. I was ready to see Birds of Prey in the theaters. And then COVID hit. So,
Susan, what about you?
Same. I mean, it's been I don't know. It's been a while.
1917.
Again,
I saw 1917. That's what I saw.
Which
What was
one?
it?
1917.
Well, you went on a good note because I won't name mine, but it was wretched, and so that's really disappointing.
Yeah.
But I think you're right, George. I mean, I think that's. I mean, look at what
big
Disney's
movie
doing.
that seemed big, whatever the James Cameron movie that the science. What's the the big green guys? What's the
Avatar?
movie? Avatar. Now that I want to see in a movie theater.
Right.
And that, when it comes out, I want to see that in big. But
Well,
that's it.
Nolan and Tenet. I mean, everyone who saw Tenet is like, you got to see it not only on a big screen, but in IMAX to really get the full effect.
Yeah.
No, I hear you. Absolutely. All right, I got to put all of you on the spot because it was an interesting, polarizing movie last year, and it certainly got acknowledged by the award people. Joker. What did we think of Joker as someone who has played in the DC universe? All of you.
You guys go first.
I thought
Did
it
you
was
see it, George?
really, it's really disturbing, but really good. I mean, really, really well done. I don't know how I couldn't give you an analysis of how it compares to all the other iterations, but I think it was pretty damn well done. It's a pretty great piece of art, but dark and disturbing, as it would be.
Susan?
Yeah. No, I agree with that. The artistry's there. I'm not a dark person when it comes to my comics. I know it's always existed, and I know it's there, and I know that that's always been a mainstay in terms of the book, in terms of the comics. But I think it's all gotten so dark, and I find I don't like that. I think that one of the beefs I had with Justice League was I just thought, how can kids come to this movie?
Yeah,
it just was so scary, and I thought, there's got to be some light and some, I don't know enough about Joker and Batman and all these characters that in their darkness, but I don't gravitate toward it. That's what I'll say. I prefer some good old fashioned good versus evil, with the evil not being so evil. There's enough evil in the world that I don't now that we do. I like some earnest escapism that's not going to give me nightmares.
Yeah, there's not enough of that actually. Now it used to be the mainstream. Now it's the exception. So you got to stay in the exception route anymore because everything's so dark and gray. It's good to have some that are a little lighter, for sure.
Yeah. I mean, the only yardstick you can really use to measure art is, did it achieve what it set out to succeed? Did it succeed to, achieve what it set out to achieve? And in that sense, yes, Joker did that. It was Taxi Driver. It was very Scorsese. And on an artistic level, I was blown away. The experience was really something. But man, I came out of that theater wanting a stiff drink. I really did. That was tough.
For sure. Yeah. Oof. God.
There's no one to root for in that movie.
No.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, as you said, Mark, the echoes of Taxi Driver, King of Comedy, were very clear for us old movie buffs that know those references. And
Did we
at
have to
first,
use the word old in that sentence, John?
I'm only speaking about myself, and I'm picking on Wade. I won't deny that. All right, fine.
I know. Don't say that, John. This is every time you say that.
That's true. We're not all right. We're not old. You're absolutely right, and we're doing good. We're all doing good. But no, all I was going to say was I agreed with Mark, and also at first I didn't. I mean, as a lifelong comic book reader, I didn't agree with a lot of the choices, but I couldn't deny that the movie was sitting with me, and it was in the back. It lived in my head for weeks afterwards, and I'm like, well, then that's good art. I mean, if it's good art, you're thinking about it, then they achieved something. And so, I my opinion has evolved, if you will.
Yeah.
Awesome. We only have a couple minutes left. Let's see here. I'm just seeing if there's any other interesting questions. And just a comment from Jimmy. He's getting tired of evil Superman all over media, movies, and games. What happened to hope? Well, again, in the right hands, we do get hope, and then the right performances as well.
Give that to you.
Absolutely.
I've written my first
game tomorrow. I'm recording a Superman game tomorrow.
Hey, awesome. And seriously, great way to transition as we do wrap up and see what everybody's doing and anything everybody would like to plug. Susan, please start.
Oh gosh, let George start because he just started talking about.
It's a game from Warner Brothers. It says Doken something or other. I don't know games very well, but anyway, I'm doing.
But you do a lot of them.
So I'm doing game as Superman in the Warner Brothers games tomorrow from my booth, which is the first time I've done that. So this is I do through the live thing with a real live signal, not just a Zoom call. So through Source Connect. So I've never done it.
Cool. Oh, I've done it. I like it. I may never go to another studio again.
Actually, frankly, I'm good. If you were just going to go there by yourself, I just assume do it from here. Honestly.
Yeah, no, it's pretty brilliant. So I guess, the thing on my horizon is, Masters of the Universe and playing Sorceress. So that's I'm excited for people to see that. And there are a couple of things on the horizon beyond that, but I can't talk about them. So, Sorceress was a kick. That was fun. That came out of left field. So thank you.
And an interesting showrunner in Kevin Smith and an all-star cast. We've all seen the credits, and we're all waiting in anticipation on what He-Man the Masters of the Universe is going to look like in those hands.
Yeah, the scripts were stunning. I mean, it was so emotional, and I didn't know much about that universe. I have to be honest. And reading the scripts, they got me. They really did. The writers were just terrific. So I'm looking forward to it.
That's awesome. Mark, a lot of rumors swirling around what might be in your plate for 2021. And I don't know how much you can or can't say.
All I can say at this point is I did write my first Superman story in 15 years. Comes out in about 5 weeks.
Wow.
It's a real short thing that I was part of a bigger crossover thing, but it's all about hope. It's all about hope. That's what it's about.
Oh, yay.
It's all about Superman showing people that there is a tomorrow.
Love it.
Wow. Wow.
After what we're going through right now, we need that right now.
We'll take it.
Perhaps down the road.
Timing.
And it's a Clark Lois story, but of course Mark wrote an amazing short story years ago called Forget Me Not. That I absolutely, man. My God. And it really does capture an interesting Superman. If everyone should look up the paperback, The Further Adventures of Superman. You can find it on Amazon used. It's absolutely worth getting. And there are incredible short stories in there. And Mark's Forget Me Not is really one of the highlights of the book. Absolutely.
You're very kind. Thank you.
Absolutely. All right, kids, we got to run, but honestly,
thank you, guys.
Great delight. Excellent questions, everybody. I'm sorry we couldn't get to more of them, but this was incredible.
Yeah.
And truly, you're all, and forgive me for, I don't mean to obligate you, but would love to have you all solo on Word Balloon to talk more about your amazing careers. Susan and Mark have had a lot of conversations. George, if you got time, I could think of a lot of IMDb things on there that I'd love to talk to you about. So that would be great.
Right. Well, thank you guys. Have a good. Is it Sunday? What is today? Sunday.
Yes, it's
time
Sunday.
with no meaning. Yeah, it's a but yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely. And folks, I'll tell you what. We'll just take a little brief break. Maybe I'll refill my glass because we're about to have an amazing top of the hour conversation celebrating Power's 20th anniversary. An incredible book that came out of Image years ago and really blew us all away, and I think really set the tone in a lot of ways for a lot of stories that followed that. And the creators of Powers, Brian Bendis and Mike Oming, will join me.
Right. All right.
So, guys, thanks again. It was lovely.
Thank you. Susan, George, thank you so much.
Nice to meet you, Mark. We'll hopefully see you in person.
Hope so.
Okay.
All right, take care, guys.
Everybody.
Thank you very much, and stick around, folks. More Mainframe Comic-Con coming up. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. It's time for the final hour of Mainframe Comic-Con. This is John Suntress from the Word Balloon Podcast. Thank you all for an incredible weekend. Amazing questions, fantastic conversation, and truly very excited to close things out with one of the best, the panels that we put together. It was 10 years ago that we celebrated the 10th anniversary of Powers at Baltimore Comic-Con. And I was pleased that Mike and Brian chose me to moderate the panel. It was an easy conversation because these guys have been my friends at that time already for a couple of years. And now another 10 as we celebrate the 20th anniversary and the curtain call for Powers, the best ever, the graphic novel. Brian Bendis will be joining us shortly, but in the meantime, it's great to welcome the co-creator of Powers, the co-plotter and co-writer at times as well. It's Mike Avon Oming. It's great to see you, Mike.
Hey, John. How's it going, man?
It's going great, buddy. Seriously, thank you very much for doing this. It's been an incredible ride with the con this weekend, but also, my God, 20 years of Powers. And really, Mike, how long, because you're the guy that's doing the heavy lifting, how long did it take to really come up with, draw the book and really think it out with Brian?
It happened pretty quickly. Really early on, Brian and I just bounced back some ideas back and forth. I think I just drew Walker and Dina, and they both had dark hair. So Brian was kind of like a little too much like brother and sister. So then I changed one to blonde hair. And pretty much right from there, those are kind of the only designs or forethought that we really put into the book at the time. So we just went right into the script. But we kind of had a warm up thing with. There was the Comic Shop News paper where we had Powers running in a short sort of prequel story in that newspaper as an ad kind of thing, right? So that was sort of our practice story, and then we did the first issue.
Okay, and welcome Brian Bendis to the conversation. Good to see you, buddy.
I don't know why it took me 45 minutes to log into this damn thing. It took 2 seconds yesterday, so I apologize. I've been sitting here arguing with Facebook. Hi.
No problem. Good to see you, man. Absolutely. And
you must be exhausted. You have been broadcasting like Jerry Lewis at the NBA telethon.
Oh yeah.
Really, like my feed is just full of notices of you. So what were the highlights? Well, I was dabbling in and out. I didn't get to see everything.
Well, the last hour we had the Kingdom Come voiceover theater with George.
Which you were excited about.
And Susan. I know. I talked your ear off about it, and it delivered. All these great, and truly, Brian, you were part of it as well, doing it on Friday. These great creator to creator conversations.
I love those. I every time you guys were thanking me, I was like, no, it's my favorite thing to do. It is. I feel the best use of us, and it reminds me of when Interview Magazine. I think Andy Warhol was the first person to just put people together and have them interview each other to see if what would come out, and it felt like that to me. I love it.
Well, and that's I was really inspired by the live programming that Baltimore has done for years, where you really would just see creator to creator, and also things like San Diego. I mean, God, I remember Wade interviewing Russ Heath. And just being blown away. But my favorite, and it was at my first San Diego, was seeing Arnold Drake interview Jose Luis Garcia Lopez.
Oh,
and I'm so glad I got to see that.
I must say, I'm more as time goes on, and I've been doing research and some historical stuff. It's a bummer what isn't filmed. A lot of this stuff was just taken for granted at the time, and now I feel don't you wish we filmed every Jack Kirby panel? Why wasn't all of those filmed, And I, if anything, I was thinking about how we will, as garbage as 2020 is for everything and everyone and every concept, including the comic book business, at least we're going to have an outstanding record of it. So we'll have a lot of conversation about it online, recorded forever. So that's cool.
And everybody's taking advantage of that in the best way. Of having these incredible new form of entertainment conversations. Although, as you pointed out years ago, Brian, and I was going to say in terms of the things from the past that we wish people had recorded, well that Will Eisner's Shop Talk was transcribed as a book. But thank God the cassettes still exist.
Mm-hmm.
And that amazing Tomorrow's documentary about Eisner, the bonus features are 10 or a dozen Eisner conversations with Kirby and Phil Suling about the direct market and the first comic conventions that he was involved with, and Milton Caniff, and all these great amazing creators. So thank God. And also the Comics Journal, I don't know where they sit in their archives, but on their website God, they had some amazing panels of Gil Kane and R. Crumb talking to each other and stuff like that. So again, they're few and far between, but there are some artifacts of those times, and thank God.
Well, I don't want to talk about even like our stuff. Like, I wish we would have like kept more stuff in the '90s. You know what I mean? Not to and also, but you're right. If anyone gets a chance, the Will Eisner Shop Talk is a great book. It's also like, oh, Will Eisner invented the podcast on top of everything else. It didn't have a name then, but if you listen to it, it's this podcast by him. And for those of you who don't know, I quoted generously in cover that story about Jack Kirby and the magic pencil. It's from Will Eisner's Shop Talk. He actually describes that story to Will Eisner about how people always come up to him and go, "What pencil do you use?" As if that's all you need to draw like Jack Kirby is the right pencil. And his line of "It's not a magic pencil." So.
Mike, I know that Brian was certainly inspired by things like Fantagraphics' amazing stories back in the 80s, and all the amazing interviews and stuff. Were you reading that stuff too?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
You were published in there too, right?
What was that?
You were published in there too, in the Amazing Heroes.
Oh, did you remember where I had my very, very first fan art? It was like
Me
some
too.
Swamp Thing. If you find in the back of the letters pages, you'll see those little 2-inch high things, and I think Swamp Thing, and I did a couple others. Those are like my very first printed things.
Yeah.
And they paid you, right? Like, didn't you get like a little money?
No, those are just
no.
I think it was like $50 or something, because I remember it came with such a genuine thrill of you didn't feel
I'm
like
going to chef here. Give me a second.
Sure, no problem. But I remember it made me feel like a professional. Like I was like I'm there, I'm printed in a book, and Brian Boland's on the cover. I must be a professional person, right?
And
even though I'm I literally was using like international male magazine models as like my for whatever I was drawing back then,
And that was such a great magazine, especially because it things are so curated now. Or they've been curated for a long time, but you picked up like Amazing Heroes, it would have an X-Men story right next to some the beginning of The Crow before anybody knew who it was, and some stuff like that.
That's right.
It had everything in that book, and when I was first reading comics, it was such a great way to learn about what was going on in the industry, and that was some of my first exposures to even and seeing ads to stuff like First Comics.
Right.
All the other stuff I wasn't seeing. It was this window into everything else. That was an awesome magazine for sure.
It had more content than most. It was just right in the middle of Buyer's Guide and Comics Journal. It was right in the middle there.
Right. So, from a sensibility standpoint, absolutely. And also it was these great in-depth interviews of what was going on in the creators' heads at the moment while they were making these books. Incredible looks at Dark Knight and Watchmen, but everything. And truly one of the inspirations for my show, Word Balloon, was loving those magazines and Rolling Stone interviews and Playboy interviews and the great music magazine Musician that would have really great in-depth stuff of how songs and albums were made. So that's kind of where my inspiration for doing what I do for my show and doing panels like this.
Yeah, but a lot of us got our first published work in Amazing Heroes letter column. It's all garbage, but it just to see your lines printed is an enormous education. It's hard to describe. You can look at the piece 100 times. I mean, everyone's different, but me and a lot of our friends, once you see it printed, you see it for real. You're not seeing it right until you see it printed, and that was
also. It was my first time seeing my art at a different size.
Yeah.
This was 1980 something. So there wasn't photocopy machines around all over the place where you can just scan your art and see what it looks like smaller. You just saw it at the size you drew it, especially living in a small town. There was no thing, there was no place to go. You know what I mean? There was no resources for any of that stuff. So that was the first time you saw lines and you see everything disappear and how lines hold up and they don't hold up and stuff. And you feel like you're in the real world suddenly.
There's two kinds of people listening to this right now. Some people going, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. And people going, man, they are way older than we thought. Man, 80s. You should my kids sometimes gather around me when I start talking about the 90s. the Great Depression or something. It's hilarious.
I mean, honestly, man, it's when, and I've told you guys this before. Like, I'll see a band that I loved from the '80s, and they'll put out something new. Like Brian, you were showing me, the Go-Go's little Zoom reunion while they're singing "We Got the Beat." And as I was telling Brian, I'm like, yeah, I saw them open for the Police in 1982, and it's like, oh my god, that was 38 years ago. And I'm like, literally, I remember my father being the same way in the 80s, like, oh yeah, when I saw Benny Goodman in the 40s, that was amazing. And it's like, oh my god, I'm my father. What happened?
But Belinda Carlisle is 62 years old. She looks amazing.
Oh my god.
I'm like, wait a second, I'm not young. And she's older than me. How old? Yeah. It was amazing.
And remember, incredible.
You don't know, the Go-Go's documentary on Showtime is what we're talking about. It's a brand new documentary. It's actually better than the Beastie Boys documentary as far as content goes, because the Beastie Boys one's very good, and I'm very grateful that it exists in the world. But Spike Jonze, who was there for every second of it, directed it, so he's like, it's too in, right? Whereas the Go-Go's had a big breakup, and they got back together, which is very rare. And so because they're at that place, they were able to discuss it more honestly, and I loved it. It was filled with stuff I didn't know.
Well, and they lived that rock and roll lifestyle. I mean, again, when the videos were coming out, we thought they were, the precursor to the Spice Girls. And just, aren't they cute? They're having fun. And it's like, yeah, they're having rock and roll fun, everybody. Everything you thought Leonard Skinner and Van Halen were doing, the Go-Go's were doing it as well.
That's right. No, but my favorite part of that documentary is when one of them goes to get their check, and they saw the bass guitarist's check was 90 times bigger than her check. And they go, why is her check bigger than my check? She wrote the song. And that was it. And that broke up the band. That was it. That all went to hell. Yeah.
Oh, man. Spoiler. Yeah. All right.
Sorry.
So, and truly, I mentioned the Spice Girls. I mean, that's kind of the moment where Powers kind of hit the atmosphere. And the great thing,
influence, a big influence on us in the Spice Girls.
Walker, very, very posh Spice when you think about it, really. But no,
because we're in the Powers all week long. The woman who was hosting the last debate is named Kristen Welker, and it's just everyone was pronouncing Christian Walker on TV, freaking me out. They were listening to this slightly gently mispronouncing with like a Canadian accent. It sounds like Christian Walker.
So that's hilarious. That's fantastic.
So I appreciate it on the promotion.
Well, I was going to point out again, and it's something we've talked about when we talk about Powers. This was really the beginnings of social media, and also I think this generation, the younger readers, might take for granted the idea of a police procedural in a superpowered world. But you guys kind of were there first. And I mean,
we were. I was surprised by it. There have been other, procedurals in other like cop stories in comics, obviously. But there hadn't been a straightforward like homicide book in a world of superheroes. But there have been like, I do not take away the fact that Commissioner Gordon was solving homicides in a superhero world every time, but from the perspective of the detectives and allowing us a fresh take on superheroes. And I remember when we started it, I would literally walk around the comic store going, someone must have done this before us. Like I'm clearly this low-hanging fruit isn't just laying here. But it was, and also I'm a big crime comic fan, so I just went back in to make sure that I wasn't like remembering someone else's idea, And then while we were in production, Alan Moore had announced top 10, and remember, and that's Alan Moore post Watchmen, and I'm like, oh, that's it, we're done, we're out. We're smushed, and that's fine. That's the way it should be, but. Was so grateful when the book came out. It was nothing like it was not at all what Powers is, and I was like, "Oh, great! We get to be like a compare and contrast kind of thing."
Yeah.
And then about a year later, and we had pitched Powers to DC. They didn't want it, and then a year later, where our book was out and successful, and then we heard like they're going to do Gotham Central. Like they called us and said, it was Ed and Greg, like old friends, and they're like, yeah, it sounds great. It was like the biggest win me and Mike had ever had. They had rejected this idea and now wanted their own powers in the DC universe. I'm like, oh, well, that's a win, right? Isn't that as close as you can get? So other than them actually publishing it, and now they are.
We did get to keep our rights, though.
Yeah,
you did get to do what, buddy?
We did get to keep our rights, though.
Yes, we did. And so yeah, we were just very, very lucky. And after also Powers came out in an X-Files was big at the time too. So there were a lot of like books like X-Files that would come out afterwards. They were like, X-Files are superheroes and stuff like that. But we were grateful we had found our place in the comic book sphere. Very grateful, actually.
Sure. And also, again, you guys represented that second wave of Image. There was the original guys, but it was like, you guys were part, like I said, you guys and a couple of years later, Kirkman with Walking Dead, but it really did seem like, like I said, the second wave. And again, as you say, that it's a creator-owned book, it gave you guys opportunities beyond the DC universe to tell different stories, to break some eggs along the way and get really gritty with the indulgences potentially of having superpowers.
It wouldn't have worked as a DC book. It would have been interesting. It would have had its moments, but what people like about Powers would not have been. There would have been no mythology building. The hard R would not have been there. Even if it was for adults, it wouldn't have gone as. There were years there where you can tell me and Mike were like, how far can we push this? And that's still my greatest memory is I think the only argument we've ever had over Powers was the size of the devil's schlong. And,
it was the amount of schlong, I think, because
he drew us. I wrote. Again, this was at a time in the book where I knew I had to write nudity because if I didn't, he was just going to draw it. So I had to control where the nudity went. I had to make it as story specific as possible because there was other times where yes, it was a different time. You're a different person now, but there was a time where just shirts were coming off, and so I would aim the nudity, and at this time the devil had captured Christian Walker and was basically teabagging him as you do. And because you have to imagine that the devil invented that, and so we started. He started sketching what he thought that would look like, and what it should like. Really, how humiliating would it like? Really make it something special. And he drew all these different kinds of there was a forked one. I remember there was a forked thing and a molted, and then you would send it to friends of ours. Which one do you think it is? And one of our friends wrote back, what is wrong with you guys? Like we were so far off the rails of what normal human behavior is in our creative endeavor that it took one of our other nutty friends to pull us back in.
And it's not even the worst or strangest thing we got to do in that comic.
Yeah. So
absolutely, everyone's got to go through the volumes and see some of those choice bits. And no pun intended about choice bits, but they're there. They're definitely there. That's outstanding.
So I'm grateful that the right choice was to do it as an independent comic and for us to explore everything we needed to explore and to go as naughty and wherever we wanted to go as adults.
I'm looking right now at some questions. I wanted to.
I didn't see. I'm sorry. We were not ignoring the questions. All right. Where is Taki?
Oh yeah, that's true. Mike, absolutely. Jimmy wanted to know.
She's in this cage here.
Oh, nice.
I hear
that's back. Oh, that's good. Oh, cameo. Oh, I see a shadow.
He's coming. There you are.
Hey.
Hello,
how are you, buddy?
Colorist on the planet. How are you?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Yes, you.
Yes, your cameo, bud. We want to know how you're doing. Absolutely.
Definitely. How are you guys doing?
We're so cold over here.
Cold?
Yeah, we're freezing.
Oh yeah.
Are you drawing or coloring right now, Tuck? I see the thing on your hand. Are you okay?
Yeah.
Okay, because I see your Michael Jackson glove, and that's why I was wondering. Okay. All right,
Yeah,
good deal.
See,
He's
that's
smashing.
too.
It's part of a more elaborate outfit she puts on for
We do
after.
part-time movement shots group that we're in.
yeah.
And then, you know.
All right, well, talks on screen real fast. I want to ask about the Kickstarter, the comic that comes out via Kickstarter.
Yeah, After Realm.
After Realm, thank you.
Oh yeah.
The
After
very-
Realm.
After Realm.
Ba-bum.
I know. My Kentucky are my buddies, but After Realm is a very, very good comic book from them. And I think the third issue is the real sell. The third issue is really, really original and awesome. So I hope people check it out. Particularly if you love powers. It's Mike's genre brain unfettered. I really like it.
Thanks.
Sure.
And we're doing the Kickstarters quarterly. I think the next one we're going to do mid-November. And that'll be for issue 4, which is already drawn and stuff. And
Cool.
yeah, just going to keep that ball rolling.
Yeah,
Excellent,
it's really exciting. It's really exciting when your friends do something that makes you sit up straight and go, "Oh, look at you!" Yeah, it was really cool.
Thanks, buddy.
When you put it in trade, Mike, is it going to be 4 issues, 5 issue trades? What do you think?
I don't know yet.
Okay.
This is I know it sounds a little BSy when writers talk about how organic their story is, but considering the format of Kickstarter, it's just completely different than a regular direct market comic. You can really take your time telling the story. So I'm still trying to gauge it, especially because some issues are like 64 pages, some are 48 pages and stuff. So I'm going to guess about issue 5.
I understand. And, honestly, that's been the recurring conversation with all of you since Diamond had their brief shutdown and these alternatives. But also the great thing, I was talking about it with Brubaker, that you don't have to limit yourself in chapters to be 20 or 22 pages. And, I mean, that was also a great hallmark of Powers and an infamous issue that went all the way to the back cover. And I loved it. And a lot of people are like, hey, where's the back matter? Where's the letters? Where's all the stuff? Where's the no life suggestions of what to watch? Yeah, F you, man. And it's like, I'm sure
that's exactly correct.
We just trying to give you more story. Yeah,
It's a continuing struggle I have, which is I'm thinking like an indie guy, and I'm like, oh, just fill the book up with stuff. I'd be thrilled. It's still whatever it costs, and you're filling up the pages full of content. And then we thought, hey, listen, we can go to the back cover. It's our back cover.
We did that one.
Use it. We don't have to make it an ad.
Some people didn't get that it went to the back cover.
It looked like there was a pagination missing. It looked like the book, the letter column was actually missing from the book. So
Yeah.
I understood the complaint. But you try your things, you try them. So
absolutely.
Yeah. What were the other highlights from Baltimore? What did Mark say? What did Mark said something about Kickstarter too, didn't he? I got a bunch of tweets about it.
I don't know. God, I mean, honestly, between hosting the panels that I had to host and wanted to host, I won't deny I did miss a couple conversations.
Oh, okay. I thought you were in on that one.
Because I was napping. Well, the great thing is, thank God, because I'm part of Mainframe and stuff, these are all Word Balloon episodes, including this very conversation. So yeah, I mean, I'm literally sitting on a couple of weeks of content. But by the same token, people are like, "Can we talk this week? Can we talk Monday? Do you have time before Halloween?" It's like, yes, it'll be fine. And that's why I do 25
there are
podcasts
still
a
people
week.
in our business that think they need to promote their book the week of the national election. They think this is the week. I'm going to get out and get some promotion. All right.
You still think there's going to be an election that week?
No, that's what I'm saying. While people are talking about the election that never happened, then maybe.
Brian knows. I was at his house last summer, and he's like, "I'm telling you, this guy's not going to want to leave office, and there's going to be a brouhaha." And I'm like, maybe. And here we are, and it's like, again, the sorry kids, don't mean to get political. We can move on, but yeah, it's
not political. He looked in the camera and said, "I'm not leaving." He said it a year ago. He said it 2 years ago. He said it 3 years ago. So.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Yeah.
All right. A couple questions to get back to our.
Let's get back into the fun parts of the world.
It's Meow Ryan. Dialogue is such a hard thing to write and draw. Brian, who do you draw from to write your dialogue? And Mike, when you read what Brian wrote, how do you visualize your characters talking? Interesting question for both of you.
With the dialogue often comes a lot of subtext, acting notes, or what I think the artist wants. Depends on the artist and what the artist can do with. Everyone has different strengths and weaknesses in that. So it's not just the dialogue, but how you're presenting the dialogue to artist and in what sense. Most of my heroes look at dialogue like music. Most of my heroes play their instrument in a way that is very appealing to listen to, and that could be anywhere from David Mamet to Aaron Sorkin to Richard Price. There's a lot of playwrights that I'm a big fan of, and I look to them because playwrights are able to often get the story across through dialogue without it sounding like exposition that you're giving to the reader. It's like more natural way to get across the information. So I spend a lot of time on that to this day, trying to find the best way to do the least cliche thing you could do with the dialogue, which often brings, when you do that, it's harder work, but then things start to flow in a nice way, and the jokes get better and more in the moment. And that's another thing too, is I really spend a lot of time with the characters in the moment that they're in. I look around the room for them. I smell the room for them. I try to really be in the moment and have the dialogue reference how they're feeling. Comics are cool because you can really have people wear their heart on their sleeve a lot, and it be good writing. Whereas if you did it, and sometimes in TV or film, it could come off, a little bit like a thud. But in comics, people can really look at each other and say, "I love you," and it really work. Whereas in TV, you're better off with it. They can be saying "I love you," but they're saying, "Can I have some ice cream?" They're saying something else. So
subtext, yeah.
Mike is one of the few people in comics who can do subtext. You can say they're saying yes, but the eyes say no, or they're the opposite of what they're saying, and it's very difficult to do. Mike can do it. Alex Maleev can do it. A few other people can, but it's a talent unto itself. The characters look like they're thinking. They look like they have a history. The weight of the world is on Christian Walker's shoulders. Every single panel of that graphic novel. It makes it just wonderful to write to, because what will happen is a lot of times dialogue will be removed in the lettering stage because I gave him the line, I gave him the emotion. He put it so clearly on panel that the line is actually getting in the way and making it less interesting. It's funny because to this day, I had an artist this week who got flustered that I had removed a line of dialogue from a DC book. And I had to point out, you see, I was just covering up your excellent acting. I was not making it better. That if I was in the editing room with a film, I would yank the pieces. I would yank the line. So, it's just at that last minute when you see that art, if you're showing and not telling, show. Yeah.
Yeah, Brian. I mean, that's the highest compliment you can get working with Brian. And it's like when I know that we're at our peak Michael Jordan-like levels working, which isn't all the time, that's why I'll make that joke. Like, it's not all the time. And when you get there, Brian's writing brings out the best acting in me because he does write subtext. He does write that thing of what people are saying versus what they're feeling. And when I'm able to do that, to reciprocate and do that really well, then a lot of times, like you said, he'll take the dialogue out and there is a part of me that feels like, oh, but shit, man, like I got here because of the way you wrote it, and I want to see those words. But you have to be your own editor sometimes, and realize, well, the best bet is to take it out. If Brian's taking it out, then it's only me who ever saw that and has that feeling, that weird attachment to that moment. But we made a better moment together.
Yeah,
a better moment than either of us had intended at the moment, and that's like one of the best things. That's one of the best feelings you can get, and we get at least once an issue.
Oh,
that's awesome.
Yeah, when I start piling on the dialogue, that's when there's trouble.
Great questions here, and I want to get to them. And comments as well. Taylor says, want to thank you for always creating characters of color and diversity. Off topic, Brian, and I'm going to zoom in. He sees the Akira box set. So he's got to ask, what other manga are you a fan of? And he wants to know Mike's favorite manga as well.
Akira's and Atomo is my favorite. I hate to be so on the edge of wow, what a shock! Someone in America likes Akira, but and I was actually watching an Akira little documentary last night on the YouTube because that's where I am in my life, and I was shocked what year the movie originally was released versus when I had seen it, because I remember seeing it thinking it was an older movie, and it had only been out 6 months. So the way it was presented to us in America was unique, and it was a game changer for me as I was finding my feet and my voice as a comic creator. I think it came out in 1991. My first book was published in 91, which makes next year my 30th anniversary in comics. And buy me a cake. And but so it was very, very, very important to me, the movie and the book itself.
How about you, Mike, with manga and anime?
Yeah, relatively obvious. I mean, there's Otomo is a big one, not just his Akira work, but just his body of work. Shiro Matsumune, I think his name is, did Appleseed. That stuff was really super mind-blowing when I saw it. I still love it. And, and obviously Miyazaki Films, and, the Valley of the Wind graphic novel set is just, it's just a masterpiece. And they're all such different creators who just do things in different ways that it's amazing at how wildly diverse those subjects are just under that. And then there's a bunch of modern artists that I follow on YouTube. I don't know what they're working on or what their art is, but they'll just post. I think there's a guy named Yoshido. I forget his name offhand, but he just does live inking and drawing. So it'll be like a 4-hour video of just the sound of a pen.
Really, nothing else. That's fantastic.
It's the best. Yeah. So that's how I absorb it now.
That's awesome. Let's see here.
Hey, a couple people were saying nice things about Powers, the best ever graphic novel. Last time we had all gone together, the book was just shipping, so we were talking about it more in the abstract. And now it's been out, and I just wanted to say we got a lot of email and posts about the graphic novel. I have some kind of pandemic brain. I didn't I was like just putting books out in the middle of this. You like, no one's going to see this. And I was so delighted and just thank you for buying the book. Thank you, however it is that you got the book. Thank you so much. First of all, thank you for sticking with us all these years, and then thank you for going out of your way to get the book this summer. That was very, very cool. I just wanted to say that to everybody.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I wish I was more sort of verbal about it or social media about it at when we came out, but we tend to have these moments with Powers, these really big moments that we've been spared of too much excitement or happening too quickly, too fast. Like the television show happened after 10 years of movie deals that didn't quite happen, and then a pilot that didn't quite happen. So by the time we actually made the show, we weren't like, oh my God, losing our mind, right? And then with the end of Powers coming about, it was a very, very long process for a lot of reasons we could talk about. So by the time it came out, we had really emotionally been through everything already. And then by the time it actually comes out, the pandemic's heading. So it really, really was a nice way to soften, the ending of Powers and stuff.
Wow.
But I do wish I was more verbal or just more out there on social media, really thanking people for the moment. It was just hard,
You know what? I find I have this with Superman and Legion too. You want to engage everybody because everyone's going out of the way to write nice things to us, and then you just feel like the world's burning. I don't want to reach a bunch of
victory lap while everybody's dying.
Yeah, and then but at the same time, our job is to hang out and have fun and chill and make people forget about it for 10 minutes. So it's always this weird balance with me. I would just take these moments where I really feel everything's calm, like this moment, and we can all just take them in and say hi. But I'm sorry if I'm not as engaged as I used to be online. It's just very difficult to know what kind of energy is appropriate, or sometimes even when you're feeling it or not.
But I would say for both of you, honestly, and truly, this has been the recurring conversation with all the creators I talk to. You could talk about making the donuts, or you could make the donuts, and you guys are making the donuts. And frankly, you are comforting a lot of people while you make the donuts, because I've seen the numbers. Graphic novel sales and comic sales are doing just great during the
Yeah, they
pandemic.
really are.
Because people, we're inside. Go ahead, Brian. You can expand on that.
No, and I wasn't sure. Me and Mike had talked about this. We are sadly old enough to have been through other economic downturns in the market, and historically, every time there's an economic downturn, entertainment spending goes up because people just need to chill. And I understand that. It's just for something because there's so much going on. Like we're in like 4 different reasons the world's gone to hell at once, and it's just hard to process that sometimes. So I wanted to say I'm having mental problems about it. I'm grateful that the readers are enjoying the work. That's why we're doing it. The same thing with Legion. We had this like crazy 44 artist Legion project that we put out in the middle of all this, and everyone was really enjoying it, and it was created to be enjoyed. And then I was like, I can't, I don't know, I can't retweet all this. It's just you want to be there's a debate going on. I'm like retweeting things about Ultra Boy anyway.
No, and again, like Mike, with you and Taki doing After Realm and then doing it as a Kickstarter and stuff, these other alternate ways of distributing comics and stuff. Any Brian, any thoughts on that? And Mike, obviously you're doing well with the Kickstarter, going quarterly and stuff. So it's obviously succeeding in the way that I'm sure you guys had hoped.
That Kickstarter is going great, and we're going to do some other ones that I've got planned as well. It's just a great way to put stuff out, and one of the things I really love about it is there's not the same sort of limitations that you have in the direct market. And I don't mean that in a wide negative way, but like say you want to do a story about turtles who are accountants,
don't give it away.
you probably won't be able to sell that in the direct market, but you'll find an audience on Kickstarter. You can do any sort of weird thing, or like there are other styles that I work in. Sometimes people have seen me do like the life drawing stuff with a flat pen. It's very different than everything else. I would love to do a book like that, but nobody in the direct market necessarily wants that from me, right? They want what they know from me, or something similar, not some crazy other thing. But I could do something like that there and not worry about it. So there's a nicer amount of freedom. But comics, the direct market is great. It's immediate. You have an idea, you can get it out really quick. You don't have to do that same sort of, half of Kickstarter is the actual campaign as opposed to the work. And sometimes it's just easier for me to just sit down and just draw scripts, and next thing I know, it's out on the shelves, and I'm moving on to the next thing. And I like that kind of speed, which you don't get in the Kickstarter stuff.
Understood. I know that's fantastic. Here we go.
All I know is you brought up donuts. Now everyone's asking for donuts.
Exactly. Well, and you're in Voodoo Donut country, Brian. So you're gonna have to make a run for us.
I will never forgive you for killing Melanie Moore. You created someone new that I loved and take her away a year later. Hurtful. Yep.
Good answer. Very good.
I had a fortune cookie that said exactly.
I deeply appreciate that very, very nice compliment. I wanted you to be mad. I wanted you to be hurt. I'm glad you liked her as much as I did. And we haven't like, it's hard to see someone murdered in Action Comics. It's a fierce place to see a murder. So
I'm looking for, because a couple people have asked, and there was a kid that was one. Here it is.
No,
hey, Brian, you're my favorite comic book writer of all time. When I was 12 to 15, all I would read was your books. What advice would you give to an aspiring 17-year-old writer? And Mike, I think you've obviously got thoughts on that as well.
Dive in, my friend. Get in there. Write something. Write for yourself, and also write. May I say, trying to give yourself some short story assignments. And when I say short story, I mean 8 pages, beginning, middle, and end. All right. And by the way, you Google short story writing advice. Every writer on the planet will give you this advice. Why? Because you find out a lot about yourself. You find out what kind of stories are important to you, the sturdy structure of a story. And with 8 pages, you really got to scrape away everything that isn't important. You got to really just get to story. And sometimes that's the hardest thing to do. And but the most valuable thing. So try that. Also try things that surprise and delight you. You're at an age where you pick up your guitar and start messing around with it just to see what'll happen. If you like certain genres, go for it. If there's also genres you like, but they frustrate you, that is something. That's a voice in your head telling you you have something to say in this genre. I have found this out. Like I was like always like hands off with sci-fi, like a little like standoffish with it, and I realized no, there's a kind that I like, and it's rare for me. So I'm gonna go make some of that, right? And so try that too. Right? Like if I'm doing something that's annoying you right now, go right in that genre to see what it is that you want out of that genre. All right. Well, that is a stepping stone thing that's going on since cavemen. I don't like your caveman drawing. I'm going to go do my own.
You just described the inspiration for Word Balloon. That's exactly what happened with me. And no disrespect to anybody who's here before me. But yeah. Mike, any thoughts on that idea of an aspiring writer? What they
I mean, I think everything that Brian said. Another piece of advice, which I wish I knew about when I was young, was to keep a journal. One of the reasons to keep a journal is you can hone. It's like a gym, for your writing. Like you're not writing stories and stuff, and it'll help you extract everyday stuff that you don't think is a story. When you talk to a lot of younger people and you say write what you know, and like I remember hearing that when I was a kid. I was like, I'm from a little town. I draw all day. I don't have friends and I don't do anything else. I literally have nothing to write. Meanwhile, all this stuff was going on in my house and around my head and stuff that I didn't recognize was going on, and how that would serve me as a writer later if I paid attention to any of it. When you realize, how do you write about a boring day? Well, there's a great Mad Men episode, right? Just this episode where they just got up late and they were drinking in the middle of the afternoon, and then they realized it was 8 o'clock and they hadn't fed the kids anything. And it was just this great episode about having a lazy day because the writers understood how to extract that. And I think like a journal is a really good tool for that.
That's outstanding. Absolutely.
Also, you're young, so now is the time where if you're serious about your craft, you have to make it part of your lifestyle. So you're someone that eats, drinks, sleeps, and writes. So you have to demand from yourself a certain amount of time a day. And also the writing thing is the thing that's the easiest to forgive. I don't have time today, not today, but you have to make yourself, just like you wouldn't skip a meal, don't skip your writing time, which is your personal also meditation time. It's such a good time for yourself. You're younger, you probably don't care that much about it, but you will, as you get older, realize this time with yourself is very important to your creative journey. So take it.
Could not agree more. All right, interesting question. And you've talked a little bit about this, but Welverin asks, early on in Powers, Brian, you mentioned how it would end. How much of this did you have planned? Was it just a general idea, or did you have a good idea of the overall arc of the series?
Yeah, I will tell you, it was hard to, at the beginning of the series, perceive its success and its longevity. So I did not have a 20-year plan for Powers, as I did not have a 20-year plan for anything. And also hard to imagine anything that would come from Powers. None of it, I couldn't imagine any of it. Hope for all of it, but you can't imagine it. So we had vague ideas. We had like a terrible idea that we held on to for a couple of years, where eventually Walker was going to reveal that he always had powers, and fuck you guys. I just wanted to see what it was like. What a terrible idea that is. What a terrible late 90s alt rock idea that is. And we had abandoned that. Like I remember he goes to jail for murder. And then we had a whole thing where like Walker was going to get pinned for murder. He's going to go to jail. They're going to go, give me your belt. And he kicks up the belt and goes, well, that's my drainer. And he flies away. And then, then he goes off to the next thing. Yeah. So we didn't do that. That would have been terrible. So as I will say, around the time of the TV show, we started planning what this storyline would be. Like that. So I'd say about 5, 6, maybe even 7 years ago, this story started to plan itself. At the same time, Mike was doing the guts of what would be the flashbacks as a different story, as a different kind of story that he really, really wanted to do. I'm a big fan of when your partner comes up to you and goes, I really need to do this. I'm like, do it, go. And then when we saw the pages together, I turned to him and said, we could take these pages and apply them to the bigger idea and maybe elevate both ideas. And isn't that what a collaboration partnership should be it. So that this was one of those good moments where both of us wrote a song. We came together and realized we both wrote about 3/4 of a song. So now we have a song and a half.
That's awesome. Here's a great question from Bradley. Are there any characters that you wish you could have worked with more from previous story arcs of Powers?
The hardest thing with Powers is that it's a murder mystery. So some of them are going to get murdered. There's going to be murder. And also, they're cases. So not every character makes it to every case. So yeah, you do get to miss them. And and also I miss writing the TV version of them sometimes. Like even when we were putting together this, I could feel the influence of the TV show on the graphic novel, which was unique. I did not feel that before in other ways. Just the overall energy of Powers, like bearing down on one piece of story.
Yeah. It's funny. The one character I missed, we had killed kind of early-ish on, was Cutter.
Cutter,
great. Brian writes the best asshole heroes. Like they're people you wouldn't want to hang out with. Because people are complicated, right? But they'll do the right thing with good people, right? They just have bad personalities. In the graphic novel, transversely, his daughter is in it, and she's my new favorite character. I already miss her. I miss drawing her. She was in a very stylish tweed suit, and her hair looked awesome and stuff. And it was really fun, and I miss her. It's weird. That one issue, and I'm like, shit.
Well, that's why I've been hesitant to call this finale because we like new Detective Cutter so much that we think that there might be something there. But I would offer that it would need to be really something special for us to like.
Or El Camino, or
You guys read my mind. That's what I was going to ask. Is there a Better Call Saul sideway, addition to what you guys have created in the Powers world?
It's a high class problem, but me and Mike have a laundry list of shit that we were supposed to get to over the years, and we have so much we want to do and so much we can do, and then there's Powers that we love doing, and also I love United States of Murder Inc. Even more than Powers, and I keep thinking of things about that, and then we want to go back to Takio, and there's 2 other things we're supposed to do, and the clock is ticking. We're not getting any younger, so part of me thinks just stop and move on. Even ER went off the air eventually, and do the new stuff. So we'll see. I don't know. It's.
He does leave a really nice world there in a way that, like, we always had a world in Powers that we developed together, but the way Brian structured this at the end, it felt like, a true world as opposed to just one for Walker and Dina. At the end of it, it felt like they're a smaller part of this larger thing now. Without lessening their characters any, but we can go forward without them, having the shadow be there.
Yeah,
100%. No, and truly, where everyone is left, that survives. If for people who haven't read, you'll have to read to find out who. It's still, I think, fresh enough on the bookshelves that
I don't want to spoil anything.
Yeah, no. But
who killed Retro Girl?
But I will. The response to the graphic novel made me maybe we shouldn't do anymore because it was exactly the response we wanted. It was warm, and they got it, and also get the fuck off stage. Stop.
Yeah. Man.
It's not my strong suit, which is so funny because I'm such a pop culture professor. Like I know
we'll know when the time is right. Like I have a feeling we'll know why it needs to come back. Beyond like having fun, there will be something that will tell us it's time to bring it back.
It's weird that I'm like Seinfeld is like one of my like creative like rabbis. Like I'm shocked by it. I'm shocked that his Jewish Zen Buddhist philosophy gets under my skin so hard. Like old man Seinfeld is really interesting person with a lot to say that I feel, and he is the king of getting off stage on time. Like he got like perfect get off stage, and I see that, And yet I always go, let's roll the dice one more. Like I always like, yeah, one more.
Well, that's what I'm saying. There would have to be some sort of reason, and I can't really project in my mind what that would be, whether it's cultural or pop cultural. I don't know. But yeah, there would have to be a reason, a sign that we would go, oh, okay, well, we know it's more than just this kind of like urge to, draw the characters and write the characters again. We'll know if there's a reason.
Yeah.
Here, Michael Cooper wants to know what you guys do for downtime when you're not creating stories. Good question.
What? That's an excellent.
There is no downtime.
Well, we're 9 months into this pandemic, so I honestly, we laugh because we created a situation for ourselves decades ago where we turned all of our hobbies into our vocation, and then didn't replace them with other hobbies. It's just so we get paid to do the thing we would do. So I have with the kids, we do a lot of Lego work and a lot of even this stuff. Even like this week, I was like watching a lot of stuff. It was all fun as hell. Most of it was actually for work. If I had to really I'm working with the guy who made Gangs of London. So watching Gangs of London, I was having the best time. I was as relaxed as I've been like in 3 years. It was so good, highly recommended. And then I went, oh yeah, but I'm still working. This is, But boo-hoo. Yeah. So the goal is get yourself a job that doesn't feel like a job, right? Even with the deadlines looming and it can be pressure, and even the stress of this pandemic and everything. On the worst day, still writing Superman. It's it's a pleasure. Honestly, that's the other thing too. Like this whole pandemic, where I haven't been in my best brain like everybody else. My job made me hang out with Superman for a few hours a day. Like I have to think like Superman. You have to. And if it does, and when Superman doesn't sound like Superman, if it ain't hopeful, it ain't Superman. And so to get my mind to a hopeful place every day in my writing and then spill out in my day, that was a nice hobby. I must say I know that's weird, but it was like, oh, what a grateful thing. I felt so grateful that I got to do that. So Legion does the same too.
Yeah, I gotta be honest. I literally don't have any hobbies. And I work 7 days a week. And that's not like one of these, oh, it's a burden. I work 7 days. Like I choose to. This is how my life is designed. And I stop when my brain and my body is too tired, and it just tells me I got to lay down and watch TV all day.
It's hard to describe. I've known Mike many, many, many years, and this is true every day that I've known him. But I've never had a way to easily describe to people what it's like to watch Mike. In the movie Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, John Hurt's character is drawing in the air, and then they put a piece of paper in front of him, and there's a whole drawing. If Mike doesn't have paper in front of him, he starts John Hurting. He starts. he just starts. You might as well put a piece of paper there and cash it in because it's going to happen either way. Mike cannot stop. I've seen Mike cannot stop.
And knowing what Mike was doing before he changed, because again, it's something Mike and I talked about in conversation to prepare his book, The Art of Mike Oming. You had your time as an inker, your style was very different. And then, during the 90s, you were one of those guys that, you've lived pencils down yourself personally during that rough time. and truly you took that time and, you were working in the booth where all those trucks were coming in and out. And you were in that like almost it wasn't a toll booth, but think of that as like a parking attendant. Yeah. And you're sitting there with your sketchbook, man, reinventing yourself. And that's fantastic. That during which I'm sure was a really tough emotional time for you, Mike, that you were able to channel that into your creativity.
This is one of those cliches you hear all the time about how the worst thing that happened to me, or one of the worst things that happened to me, was actually one of the best things that happened to me. So very similar to what's going on now. And I hate to say it, what I think is really coming, that mid-90s crash, I had gone from building a career, taking time from my teenage years into my 20s to build a career. So I went from working on indie comics and like indie porn comics, whatever I could do to get published.
Like which title, Mike?
To being an inker at Marvel, to working on Judge Dredd and Foot Soldiers and stuff. And then I couldn't get anything. So long story short, I had to go get a regular job. Everything just dried up. The companies were going under, stores were going under, 50 people trying to get one job kind of thing. and my son was just born. So I needed to bring in real money. So there I was, like at 23, 24, like suddenly I had to go get a real job and get out of comics. I had to stop contacting editors and stuff. And in my head, I was like, all right, I'm going to have a job, and you know, this is going to suck, and I can still draw for myself, and I'll still make comics and get them out however I can, very grumpily, you know. But as time went by, I realized, you know, I don't need what I thought that I needed. I didn't need to be in the stores. I didn't need to do signings and to be a guest someplace. And yes, I wanted to be published and be paid for drawing as opposed to, you know, watching trucks. But I found a new self-worth in my art and my relationship to it through that. And I redefined myself because I had less time to draw. So I wasn't doing all these noodly little lines on everything. And I stripped everything away that I didn't need. It was this weird parallel between my real life and my art, both of which I had to strip away all these extra things and just pare it down. So those, what I perceived as a couple steps backwards, I needed to take a break. I needed to move back and rethink everything and then move forward, and then powers happened. And I think with what's going on now, it'll, if people keep that story in mind, I think it'll get people through a lot. Because you got to
yeah, and again, back to the Go-Go's documentary. There's a line in the documentary. No, one of them says, I learned everything about myself from failure. I learned nothing from our success. We had every success a band could have. I learned nothing. Nothing came of it. Every failure made me a better musician, made me a better partner, made me a better band member. And that really struck. We've heard a lot of people talk those words, but there's still, we live in this weird bubble right now where it's this Instagram thing where everyone wants to be their best version of themselves without actually earning it or learning anything. Like, no, most of life is failure. Most of it is falling on your ass and learning from it. It's the journey. And without that, that's that level of work you're not going to get to. You're not going to get to the good stuff. So we celebrate your failure, learn from it, fall on your ass, pick yourself up. All your heroes did. So
100%. Absolutely, man. Jimmy wanted to know, and a few other people were asking about this as well. Are we going to see more Naomi now that Young Justice is done that next month? And why the hell did Young Justice have to end?
Yeah, I'm Young Justice was going to go 18. We ended up going 20 during the transitions of DC's evolution as it evolves. I haven't talked about what I'm doing next to DC yet because of pandemic. I mean, they literally like put out the solicitation for my last Superman on like 9/11, and I'm like, I'm still the age where you're not supposed to talk about yourself on 9/11, right? I don't know. I didn't mention it. I have a new major book at DC. We will announce it when things are hopefully calmer. I'm pretty excited about it. And the pieces at DC are all gonna reveal themselves as the year goes on. So yeah, I'm sad that we're done on Young Justice because I loved it. I would have liked it to have continued without me. That was my original goal, that I'd step off the book, but that wasn't to be. Yeah, it just wasn't to be during the transitions. But part of the deal at DC was that I was supposed to do less, like I was supposed to do for them, but less, and none of that happened. Some of it was because of the nature of the deal. Some of it was because new toy box. Some of it was because almost died, and I was running like a lunatic. So all these things kind of barreled down my first 2 years at DC, where I was just like a lunatic. But now I'm going to settle down like I was supposed to and be a little so, which will mean which means yes, more Jinx World. That was the other thing, more creator owned.
That's what it's
and but more DC too.
That's excellent, man. Yeah. And also, honestly, I love how they turn.
I didn't answer the Naomi question, but go ahead.
No, finish on Naomi, and then I'll say.
I'm sorry. There, Naomi. As soon as Jamal Campbell is done with Far Sector, he has pages already written for Naomi 2. Also, Naomi's place in the DC universe will be revealed very shortly. That's all I can say at the moment. So for Naomi fans, thank you for your patience. and thank you for your support because you made certain moves that we're making with her inevitable. So not to be too Thanos-y, but it's so I'm pretty excited about that. Some really cool Naomi news coming, and I'm being vegan enthusiastic, but it's genuinely vegan enthusiastic.
What I like is how DC turned 5G into future state, which I think is a good shift with that material and making it an event rather than, and we'll see what sticks. It's interesting, Brian, and you can appreciate this having created Miles Morales. And in fact, we were talking about this in an earlier conversation, a couple of they're all kind of conflating right now, my panels, but truly, the feeling was, hey, Clark Kent is Superman, period. Bruce Wayne is Batman, period. Peter Parker is Spider-Man, period. And then all of a sudden, well, wait a minute, we like Miles. Miles is Spider-Man, and there's room for Miles. So it's going to be interesting to see what sticks, if anything, from Future State. But I appreciate them finding a way to use that material, maybe giving some of you guys a break in between projects and stuff. And I think that's all positive. And I was talking to Philip Kennedy Johnson about his Superman stuff for Future State. And he says it's without giving anything away, it is kind of coming out of the end of your Superman run. And I don't know how much you can talk about that, or unless is he frozen? He might be frozen.
No, he just does that sometimes.
I know, exactly. Oh no, Brian is in the Phantom Zone. Oh no, my God. So, Mike, I'll ask you, what are your future plans for Superman?
I plan on him bringing the shorts back, wearing them on the outside, but backwards, like inside out. Because to get a second day's wear out of him, obviously, as many of us bachelors would do. But there's a very practical reason for that as well, which is one of Superman's weaknesses is magic, and if you wear your underwear on backwards, it helps keep the devils away. I think El Chapo was up to that, and some other drug lords. I think it would be good for Superman as well. Oh, there's Brian. Hi. I was just pitching my.
I literally went from John about to say something about Philip Johnson. You went right to the magic underwear. I'm like, right. Okay. Anyway, what did Philip Johnson?
He was talking about his Future State story and how it was coming out of your wrap up to Superman. And without spoiling, I think that's interesting. And I don't know how much you can say without spoiling what you're planning.
That's the look on my face. I'm actually not I know a lot of stuff, and I genuinely at this moment don't know what's public and what's not. I will say that there is some 5G sprinkled in the Future State, but it's not a total re-engineering of what 5G was. 5G was not all the way down the line yet. It was so I can see where people think Future State is 5G or whatever, and there are bits and pieces, but it's not totally that. Just so you know. My Future State project is very excited about is Legion of Superheroes with Riley Rosmo. I've been like the day I walked into DC, they just printed Martian Manhunter #1 with him and Steve Orlando, and I was blown away by this dude. And then we did a retreat with him where every sketch he did, every design was blowing everyone's mind. And I was like, and one of them I actually stole. Actually, can I have that design for Xanadoth, the villain we used in Superman? He was just coming up with like villain designs, just like demons in his head and stuff. And I was like, can I have that? Like it was that good. And we've been talking the whole time about what we would do. And then like him, like just tearing into Ryan Sook's world of Legion was really exciting to me. So we're almost done on those two issues. For those for Legion fans, just FYI, these two Future State issues are in continuity, and consider them issues 13 and 14 of Legion of Superheroes. Honestly, this is if things were continuing in a numerical way, they would be. This is the move I'd be making. I would be doing a time jump and shocking you with what happened between issues 12 and 13. Yeah, I absolutely love this. This was thrown in front of us, and I love it.
So is your Legion run continuing after Future State?
Yeah, hopefully, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the plan. Yeah.
Okay. Very cool. And that's funny. Talking about Riley sketching like that, Mike, reminds me of the times you guys both were telling me in the Powers television room when you and Ben Edlin would be off to the side sketching and stuff like that, and just coming up with crazy shit.
The creator of The Tick was one of the writers for the show before his own show took off.
Right.
And yeah, we were in there in the writers' room, just it's like high school. Oh, again, the adults are talking, and there we were, just sketching funny faces and crap.
Yeah, it was amazing.
Bradley points out a great scene, and man, Brian shared it with me before it came to print. But when Perry White hugged Clark Kent, when he revealed no dialogue, just a beautiful moment, and ending with that hug. Yeah, seriously, man.
It's a beautiful place to be when you know your entire creative team will just nail it. There wasn't there wasn't a plan B. There wasn't another version of it. There wasn't some line I was going to drop in if needed. They will nail this, and nailed it. They did every step of the way.
Was that Ivan
and Joe and Alex Sinclair? They're an amazing team. And when you get up to like issue 18, that's when you really just know like stuff about them that they may not see in themselves. Or I had that with Bagley too, where it was just like things they are clearly capable of doing that they may not have had a chance to do yet, or whatever. But Jesus, it just that my favorite part of my time at DC is getting to work with people I would never have gotten to work with at Marvel, and having an equally great collaboration with them. And some of them are the people I don't know. I don't know Ivan. I don't know him. Like, we're not pals, but we are just great. Yeah, but I love him. I love work with him any day on anything but him and Ryan Sook, like everyone, and Johnny and Klaus, who I did know at Marvel. So it's just like this mixture of collaborations that are my oldest collaborations and things from Marvel and brand new things all happening at the same time.
That's awesome. I talked to Johnny a couple of weeks ago.
How did that go? How did that go?
He's a mensch. You know how he is. Seriously, and I even told him, I'm like, Johnny, the last time I saw you physically, Bendis and I are in a corner outside of the San Diego Convention Center, and you just happened to walk by. We're both like, John! And it was great. He sat down with, you didn't sit down. We stood with him for like 2 seconds. And I guess, you see, that's the thing, man. For me, I literally, because we see each other all so infrequently, I remember every moment that I spent with you guys. Oh, that's sweet. Well, yeah. Well,
when we leave the house, I remember everything we've done together too. Yeah, it's and for Johnny and Klaus, and we just wrapped up our Action Comics run. Like, we're not even done with our last issue yet, but we're headed towards the end. And in the last script, I don't mean to embarrass them, but I wrote a note to Klaus and John specifically saying, well, this was just lovely. I mean, just from me, literally not a moment. It was just lovely. And it was not the first time that I've been in a room with them where it was just absolutely professionals being professional and doing everything they can to do their best. And I've worked with Klaus and Johnny together and separately at stuff at Marvel. And it was also felt like that. So I know for some other people, it was like, well, you guys have been together for years. That was Avengers was 10 years ago, but for me, John and Klaus were people I read growing up. And I don't mean to make them sound like Methuselah, but they were names. They were names of reasons I wanted to be here. And then I got here and I worked with them and made me want to do even better. Right. And now, everyone who wants to grow up, you want to grow up and be Klaus Janson. That's the, you want to be an elder statesman of such high caliber, like Dave Gibbons and Walt Simonson, just like these guys that held their shit together, still have all their powers as a creator, and they're just doing their work and getting it done. It's just so inspiring to me. So I just wrote them a note about how, you'll never see it this way, but you guys were the guys to me. And now we're here. We may be like 15 years into our creative relationship, but I can't imagine if you grew up playing guitar and then you got to play guitar with Eric Clapton, it would ever get old. You would never go, even 15 years later, go, shit, there's Eric Clapton. It would never, and that's how I feel about them. And it's what a great experience. And to have done it on Avengers and Superman, kind of cool.
Absolutely, my God. All right, here's a good Powers question from Leandro. Is the whole Powers series in print right now? how can one get powers today? Well, there
are 7 essential volumes from DC Comics right now. It is no joke, my absolute favorite format those stories have been printed in. They're big, thick, pretty inexpensive. Each one carries about 1.5 years of material in it.
Wow.
So like little mini omnibuses, there's 7 of them. It takes you right up to the front door of our storyline here. So
there you go, man. Yeah. Are you happy with the format, Mike?
Oh yeah, and we have them in so many formats at this point.
Sure.
Which is cool. We've had all these opportunities that to present it in different ways. But I mean, that Brian's right. That is like sort of if you have the wrist power for it to hold one of those books, it's those are the best ways to digest them and financially too. I think they make the most sense.
Yeah,
okay,
they're a good deal. I'm really, really proud of them.
That's awesome. A lot of calls to see Brian Michael Bendis on Nightwing eventually.
I so appreciate it. I did my Dick Grayson in Batman universe. He ended up being through more than half of it, which was not originally planned. But as soon as and you can thank my son for that. My son, being 7, doesn't have any baggage. No, a lot of the Bat family has a lot of baggage with a lot of fans. Like everyone comes at them from a different thing. But when a 7-year-old comes up to you with his 2 Nightwing nightsticks and goes, "Nightwing is the coolest," and walks away, you have to sit there and think about it. Nightwing is the coolest.
You don't want London with those sticks, though, man. That kid is dangerous.
I posted this on Instagram, but we went to the even though Halloween is canceled here, we went to the Halloween store to let them like pick out a costume. We're gonna do some kind of like scavenger hunt here at the house, which is the Easter. Yeah. But Halloween was big for us. John and Mike knows this, but we at our old house lived across the street from the Holiday House in Portland. So we would have we would have in excess of 5,000 trick-or-treaters. The last 8 years of our life has been 5,000 trick-or-treaters coming to our door. You think we're bullshitting? No bullshit. Lying down the street, and it was just in concert with our neighbor who had Elvis doing a live concert, hearses, stuff on the lawn, Thriller flash mobs. So we were all there just to accentuate the experience of our neighbor's amazing thing. So to my kids, Halloween is the #1 holiday. It beats everything. Britannica beats everything. And so it's a bummer that it's gone this year. So we went to the store and I said, pick out your costume. I'm not giving notes. Pick out whatever you want. And he came up with Ronin, which was, me and Joe. And and he goes, "Oh, Ronin, ninja swords." And I'm like, I win. Yeah, it was great. all those people yelled at me about Hawkeye. I win. Anyway.
He was in a Green Lantern costume for Rose City Con the day you guys went. And I was with you and stuff. And he's like, "Can you help me out?" I'm like, "Absolutely, London. No worries, man." I'm like, "That's great."
Yep.
So yeah, man, and that's the great thing, man. I mean, obviously you guys are in the business. And so, it's like, no, this is, of course, you're going to feed into that love. And it's so, because I don't know how many creators, it's like, yeah, Dad makes superheroes, whatever.
Actually, my funniest moment early in 2 months into the pandemic, he was talking to one of his friends on Zoom. And he said to his friends, like, "What are you reading?" And the guy's like, and the kid goes, "Oh, we're out of books." He goes, "What?" He goes, "You don't have all the comics?" Because he lives in a house with all the comics. Between Marvel and DC, I've got a lot of comics. To him, it's an unlimited amount of Young Justice comics to read. So when he really just found out that other houses aren't like this.
Oh, this is interesting. Ed wants to know your thoughts on vertical scrolling format. Both of you, I'd love to see what a Bendis-oming vertical scrolling, non-traditional page, non-traditional panel format webcomic would look like.
Yeah, I can almost guarantee you're going to see something like that from us. We've been talking about it forever, and David Walker and I, as college professors, are a little obsessed with the infinite scroll idea that Scott McCloud and some other people brought up. So we've been toying with it. I do think there's going to be some format experimentation and changes that goes on in our business over the next couple of years. I think, by the way, in every entertainment medium, we're going to see some real surprising changes in how things are made and what they look like, and I comics included. So stay tuned. So yeah, I think the monthly format of comics is great, and I've loved spending my time trying to master it. But I do think that for a great a portion of the audience, it is a big pain in the ass, and in the way of making the art form getting to its next step.
Yeah, evolve. Absolutely. No, and I mean, it's easy with hindsight, but truly, because of COVID, because of the regime changes, we've seen it both of the big two companies. I'm like, and again, I don't mean this in a negative way, but I really do think that DC and Marvel were really stuck in that Wednesday Warrior mode for 20 years. And a lot of what's been exciting about comics has been happening around them, with the burst of the young adult line and all these other great success stories, both from a publishing and creator standpoint. And they realize that now. And unfortunately, COVID has kind of forced them to evolve.
Well, and even like just COVID aside, and the marketplace aside, releasing Powers as a full graphic novel was very satisfying, like deeply personally satisfying to myself. Mike, did you feel the same way?
Yeah, I mean, all of those sort of expectations are they've changed now. Like I always said, I would never do a graphic novel because you spend a year or whatever drawing it, and it's out for that week, and it's spoken of for about as long as any other floppy that's out there. So it seems like a giant time investment that didn't make any sense until the market started to change. Then things started to change, and then it starts to make a lot of sense. And the Infinite Scroll thing is fun. I've done one which I've not published anywhere.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. I've shown you, right? The Pizza or Die thing.
Yeah.
And, at first, it was tough because like it is a very different kind of storytelling than panel to panel stuff. But when you kind of break that code and you find that new kind of rhythm, it's really fun. It's really fun. The only real challenge is like that formatting thing. Like I would always have trouble doing it purely in the Infinite Scroll thing, knowing at some point I would want to do this as a book. I'd have to reformat and move things around and stuff like that. So that would always be a little challenging. But yeah, I mean, I don't want to say it's the future in America, but I mean, the Infinite Scroll comics, like webtoons as a platform, it makes us look like we don't exist. So whether superhero comics go that way or they just find another format, we'll see.
Understood.
But, I mean, a comic is a comic, Yeah. It doesn't really matter how it's delivered.
Totally. No, absolutely.
Guys, but what COVID did that was interesting. Again, I'm not talking about the devastating part. We're just talking about. I'm not ignoring the devastating part. I'm just trying to like not think about it for 2 seconds. Sure. But it was interesting how people it has altered people's relationship to their entertainment. It is solidified some people's relationship to their entertainment, while other people have reinvented their relationship. We, from the day the lockdown happened up until like 3 hours ago, someone has been tweeting at us. I just binged everything. I just read all of this, and it is such a warm, phenomenal feeling that we would, as authors, did not see coming. But it's everything you'd ever wanted, right? It's your work to last and to age well, or mostly. And so again, all of it was done in the moment, so you don't know how it's going to age well. You don't know what world you're writing it into, right? Well, the world changes, and you're writing into it, so it's fascinating to experience this with everyone. I love it so much, and I don't know how to describe it without sounding like like an entitled douche. It's just such a wonderful feeling. It is. It's just wonderful.
It's such an insane thing. Like you plan for success. Like, let's not lie. Like every time you do a book, you think you're going to fail, but you have certain reasonable expectations. And our creator-owned book lasting 20 years was not amongst those expectations. I don't know what we thought. Even when we knew it was going to go on for a while, if you had said to us 10 years in, you'll get another 10 years. You're going to be doing this in another 10 years, and you're going to end on a high note. Like, really? That sounds like a little. Like, am I in the Matrix now? Am I being fed that perfect steak? It's a little too good.
No, they did a great sketch on Saturday Night Live last night about 4 friends going to a fortune teller. And the sketch takes place in 2019. So the fortune teller is like holding her hand, and it's Kate McKinnon. She goes, "You're washing a bag of potato chips, and you're yelling, 'Not enough soap.' Why?" I don't know. This is over. Like, it's just these little bits of how our life is now and how we're entertaining ourselves. It was a great sketch.
That's outstanding.
But I think that a lot. Like, I think if someone would send a copy of the Legion of Superheroes trade paperback that came out this week to me in a time machine and just showed me, here's your name on the cover of this Legion trade paperback, I'd be like, what happened? Like in 2015 when I'm working on Miles Morales and blah blah blah. Like, what? Yeah, everything about it. And then I turned to the back cover and see the skinny picture of myself and go, yes.
I understand, man. No, and again, no, and it's interesting, Brian, because really at the very beginning of the pandemic, we had a conversation, and you were really cheerleading in terms of, look, we know it's going to be tough times, but this is when the most creative ideas sometimes come, as Mike said earlier as well.
I'm still waiting for that, but yes.
Yeah, but now, something I understand. But again, these shifts that all of you and all of us in creative fields have had to make, again, we wish that circumstances were better, but it really, in the back of our heads, even in our most depressed moments, made us go, all right, adapt. We gotta figure out how to do what we do well and do it under these circumstances. And I'm glad that it isn't, a block for you guys to churn out stuff. I mean, or whatever.
It takes longer to get to the good stuff. I say this not to freak anybody out, because I know I'm like I'm a little writing machine, and so I want to be very clear. It is almost everyone we know. It is very hard to sit down and write funny, hopeful stuff when I'm here in Portland, and sometimes literally stuff is on fire.
Yeah, and Rome is burning. Absolutely.
Yeah, and I don't know how it's going to end. And I literally wrote a book about Portland burning, and I don't know how it's going to end. So so what's been interesting to me is that we all have a philosophy. It's an Elmore Leonard philosophy. Sit your ass down and start typing. Right? It's not like the water don't come out unless you turn on the faucet. That, however many ways he has said it. So I do that, and I'm always amazed that I ended up getting pages done at the end of the night, because it feels like one letter at a time, one word at a time, and it's not usually how I go. But then at the end you go, oh, I got 6 pages done. I think it's such a weird feeling. And I'm only saying that because I know a lot of people are feeling this way, and I feel it should be normalized and not shamed in any way.
Absolutely.
We are all under severe mental stress, deep mental stress. I think that the only lucky thing that happened to me throughout this is that I've been through this once before when I almost died. Like, I had been through a creative mental stress. So I made some choices for myself based on that first thing that I brought into this pandemic that I'm very grateful for, that I was like, all right, I know what to do here. I know. And part of that was, if for the other writers and artists who want to know, it was, I focused very strongly on what kind of energy was going to be in my work. Like, what kind of stories am I going to put out there, and what are the images that you're going to see? So even you're talking about like killing that one character. I went back and forth on what, like, you'll notice you do not see her dead body. I want to see more like, I know I wrote torso. I don't want to see any dismembered bodies right now. I'm like, we're seeing enough snuff films and stuff that it's not healthy. And I wanted to put out more hopeful energy in my work for myself. And that was the right choice. So if you find yourself in a creative blockage of some sort, it may be energy. It may be what kind of story are you telling? And I had a couple of instances in my life that were not related to this, where I kind of found out that there is creative energy in the world. And I know I sound like a big giant Portland hippie. I'm okay with it. And I saw this is Matthew McConaughey's been doing a lot of press this week for his book, and I'm about to sound a little like that, and I apologize, but creative energy comes back to you. You put it out in the world, it absolutely comes back. Sometimes it comes back a day later. Sometimes it comes back the day the book comes out. Sometimes it comes back decades later. But it absolutely comes back to you. And once you feel that, you go, oh, well, let me put out the good stuff. Let me put out as good energy as I can, right? That empowers as many people as I can. Because if it's coming back, that's what I would like. So do that with your work. Let that be your goal for a moment. See if that doesn't get a couple more pages written than you did the day before.
And I'm really lucky. I spend most of my day drawing, so I can escape into the drawing. You know, when you're writing, you're using a different part of your brain. You know, it's the difference between driving your car on auto versus driving it through an obstacle course. You know, so I get to escape there. But the times I am writing, it is really hard. Luckily, After Realm's not hard because it's so fantasy. I'm writing a conspiracy satire book, which I had planned long before like this last couple of years. So it's triply hard. Like I'm doing stuff now where I've got like the layout from Victor Santos who's drawing it, and I'm I'm lettering it, not for print, but lettering it so that I can see things like in its almost finished form, because it's that hard to concentrate and to find the tone. And you know, as the world gets crazier, it's really hard to write a crazy satire book when the world is always getting like more and more insane. You know,
I miss irony. Irony was one of my favorites.
I can just draw it.
Yeah. I'm glad you're working with Victor Santos. My God, I love Polar. I love Filthy Rich, the thing he did with Azzarello. I'm such a fan. He's been on Word Balloon once, and it sounds like in the near future I'll have an excuse to have a good conversation.
Hey, JB says he goes to the bathroom and may I say that is a legitimate way to get to where you need to go creatively. I just read a very short book by one of my heroes, John Cleese, who I ended up mailing a copy to a lot of people, because it's a lot like On Directing Film by David Mamet and a couple these like very short books. It's almost a pamphlet because he gets right to the point. And it's called Creativity, and it's mostly about allowing your brain to let go of everything and play. And if you really think about it, every time you've done that, that's when the good stuff happened. So allow yourself the time, but most adults won't let it happen, you know, because we're adults and we need to think adult thoughts. But if you go ride your bike or go play Candy Crush on the toilet and just stop thinking about whatever it is you're thinking about, there comes the good stuff. It happens daily for me. Every time I go, oh, it happened again. Wow. It's as amazing to me as any function my body does. It's just I'm stunned that that's what it takes, that you can't just go this many years into your career, you can't just flip the switch to the creative part. You have to do this whole song and dance and build to it. But he relates that children are creative constantly because they're almost constantly in that state of play. And that's where you need to be. So anyway, read the book. I think it'll allow a lot of you to free yourselves from what you think is work versus what work really is.
Mike, and also if you're stuck, really just start writing. Just write. You know, you're not building a shed where like if it's gone wrong, it's going to fall on you and you're going to get hurt, or you put all this physical effort into the thing. Like if it sucks, you can get rid of it, or maybe you'll have one part of it that's really good. You know,
just throw it out. But just write it and throw it out. Just get it out of your system.
Do it.
Well, and to build on what Brian was saying about Cleese and creativity, I remember an actor's studio with one of our favorite creative people, the great Mike Nichols, from stand up to his directing, and he said the same thing. And he said it was so hard to explain to producers and studio executives how important downtime is, and to let your brain relax and do nothing. And that's when the good stuff creeps in. So it is not surprising. And Cleese is a man who has explored cognitive thinking for years. Yes. So I've heard about this book, and I'm glad you're reminding me of this.
No, I bought it digitally, so I was reading it, and I may have been reading it up with a British accent because I was loving it so much. And because I love his voice. I mean, I know almost everyone on the planet does. I deeply love his voice, and I was so shocked when the book was over. I was like, oh, that was it. I really thought that was the first chapter, and it was over. It was such a great book.
The next time we're on the Word Balloon platform, because right now I'm at Baltimore Comic Con, I'm going to have to show my 3-minute conversation that I did with John Cleese this summer, a meet and greet opportunity. I know, dude. Again, it's and truly, folks, a free advertisement for Cameo and Fameo, because I also did one with Jamie Farr, which was amazing. Well, I didn't do it, but Jamie Farr answered us. But you got to do this meet and greet with Cleese. He released this like 45-minute, just him sitting on his couch telling the same stories we've heard a million times, but it was great. And then part of the package was, if you wanted to spend a little more money, you could do a meet and greet for 3 minutes with John Cleese. So I got to ask him questions, and it was so incredible. And I'm like, God only knows what's going to happen. I love the man. I certainly don't wish him any ill health, but this might be my only chance to speak to John Cleese, especially in these crazy times and given his advanced age. And thank God I did it. And I really am. I'm so pleased that I did it. It's yeah.
I think a lot of us are feeling that about. I mean, we have a job where we get to travel a lot, and also it's that if there was one thing about our jobs I took for granted, it was how much travel that was just offered us, right? And now that it's over, probably for a while, I am so grateful that we got to do so much traveling, and I got to show my kids so much of the world. Yes. I am so grateful for it. And the reason I brought it up is that literally, I think the last concert I saw was John Cleese in person. It was me and Kevin McGuire went to see John Cleese. We went on a date to see John Cleese, and we almost didn't do it just because life's so busy, blah blah blah. But we forced ourselves to go, and I was so glad. All those things that I like didn't have time for, and I shoved them in because I just wanted to experience it. I'm so grateful for them now.
That's awesome. Mike, any last like travel or concert opportunities that you're like, oh, thank God, before things got stupid?
I haven't traveled for years.
I miss Atlanta. Don't you miss Atlanta? I was there a lot more than you.
Humid.
Hilarious. I understand, guys. I'm happy to talk for another 7 hours because normally. I was gonna say, and also, I know it's like dinner time. I'm making you guys miss dinner time probably. So thank you so much.
My kids are in bed.
There you go. Well, you got to get up early.
4:30, like an elderly man should.
That's true. Exactly. Early bird
special. Did we miss
absolutely.
Any good questions? Did we miss any solid? When is Ginny Hex back? Ginny Hex has a one shot coming out from our friend Mags, and it is really. And Gleb, it is really, really good. I can't wait for you to see it. It's a one-shot Ginny Hex created by myself and Nick Darrington in the pages of Batman Universe. So we're thrilled to see her get the light of day.
Any plans, Brian, to write a Wonder Woman story?
Yes, but I'm not taking over Wonder Woman. That's kind of those trick questions from I know there's some there's a little speculation on what I'm taking next, and some people think it's Wonder Woman. It's not. But yes, I like writing Wonder Woman, and for those who want to check out last issue of Young Justice was almost a spotlight on Cassie Sandsmark, kind of setting up a new status quo for her that separates her from the other Pantheon characters a little bit. We're pretty excited about that, so check it out if you want.
Okay, what are the main factors one should consider to pitch a story in 2 minutes? Does it come naturally during your first story pitch?
I am a bad story pitcher. I always have been. I will tell you that I've learned some interesting lessons over the years. I try to apply them. When you're pitching a story to someone, all they're thinking is, can I make money off of this? That's all they're thinking is, am I going to get fired if I publish this? So what they want to hear from you is the magic words that's gonna say, okay, yeah, well, this is worth making. Okay. Oh, it's Star Wars meets Lord of the Rings. All right, I'm in. All right, now you're talking my language, and particularly in this environment, people are getting fired for no reason whatsoever. They're just getting let go for numbers, and a lot of our friends are. So everyone's a little fearful, but that's the time to get a little ballsy. All right. The person that's, yes, some people being ballsy are going to fall on their ass a little bit, but the person being ballsy is also going to be the next person that creates the next Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in this environment. There's going to be someone who captures the exact moment of that, a character that that embodies our stress and our excitement for the future all at once, and takes us forward. And that can only be done in a fearless way. So when you're pitching to that person, no, they're living in fear. So you have to be fearless, but you're pitching to someone living in fear. And I'm not saying that as a derogatory. It's just honest. It's just if someone's an editor at a publishing house right now, they don't know what to do, right? So you pitch your thing and make it sound like they say, "Oh, that's what I was missing. That's the piece that's what'll get me to the big office," and see it from their perspective, right? And sometimes the answer is it's a very personal story, and I'm the only one that could tell it. And they get very charmed, and they feel that your truth matches their truth, and it gets you there. So you don't have to like oversell what it is. You sell it for what it is, but do see it through their eyes.
Mike, any thoughts on that in terms of pitching? I have something pithy that I've always gotten.
Go ahead.
It's just the industry stuff right now. I'm biased because I lean towards creator-owned stuff. The sense of control, like even if this stuff wasn't going on right now, there's just like, it's up to you to make it or break it. Or right now, I don't know how to pitch something. I don't have the best advice right now.
Well, and I would say, especially my years in sports radio, I always loved the athletes that said, and it's an axiom that I continue to pursue: luck is when opportunity meets preparation.
Absolutely.
And and it really does. It's like, and believe me, again, this year and through the good graces of the League of Word Balloon listeners, I have lived this because I was facing just what Brian described. Got downsized. They loved me, but it was numbers. And I'm like, all right, I can try to get another radio job that I'm like, or I really believe in Word Balloon. And again, it's because of the good graces of my listeners and also people like yourselves that will waste 2 hours talking to me as we've done tonight.
Absolutely. Dude, you have no idea how therapeutic this is for me. How me and Mike get together and stare at each other. I love this man so much. It's lovely to talk to you guys.
We talk shit about you all the time. We really do.
Shit about you all the time.
Real quick before we go, let's thank Mark Nathan, Baltimore Comic-Con. Mark,
to it.
Me up with my first when I was doing the first time I did Baltimore Comic-Con. I think it was the first year. It was the first year that Powers came out. And I had my very first line ever at a con at Baltimore Comic-Con. So thank you, Mark.
Yeah, thank you. And we're saying thank you because this is the man comics as long as we have, and he has wrestled through every single struggling thing that's happened to the East Coast. It was worded to us from
fucking 9/11.
9/11 and Sandy to like everything, and he's been able to keep this. And also Baltimore Comic-Con is a big one for our family. My wife's from Baltimore, Sabatino's, and so we were grateful we were able to put this show together, which I heard from other creators felt a lot like Baltimore Comic-Con in the virtual space, which is kind of cool. Because that's a very unique energy. So that's cool.
Well, that was our hope, man. And again, we appreciate Mark and Randy Tischer for giving us that opportunity to work with them, put this show on.
Jim McLaughlin works his ass off.
Absolutely. God, yes.
Refuses to take any kind of acknowledgement, but he's been working all weekend long, and God bless.
And let's put up the heroinitiative.org because, as I always like to point out, doing these online conventions, 80% of their fundraising happened at live shows. Well, obviously, live shows aren't happening right now. That's one of the main reasons why Mainframe Comic-Con started doing our independent shows. It gave us the opportunity to do more with Hero and Baltimore, with the Drink and Draw and a few other sponsored events that we have through Hero. And we thank Jim very much for his involvement. I thank my cohorts and the creators of Mainframe. I came in late in the game. This is our fourth event. I only came in on event number 3, but my guys, Chuck Lindsay and Chad Raspin for creating Mainframe. And all I can say is we're not done. I mean, we're going to take a little time off but you'll see more events virtually through the good graces of Mainframe Comic-Con. So we thank you all for paying attention and enjoying our content. And guys, we'll wrap up, and I'll say thank you for 15 years of Word Balloon being associated with you guys, and the cameos that you guys have put me in your creator-owned books, and including Powers, and also in the No Life section of Powers was always greatly appreciated, because it's truly how I was able to gather a good early portion of my audience, and I thank you both for that.
Amazing. For those of you who asked questions that we did not get to, please tweet them at us and we will get them answered. They were not being blown off for any way. Some things were flying by before I could even get to them. John, thank you.
Thanks, buddy.
You're the best. And also, this is it. You're done for the weekend, right? This was your.
Yeah, no, we're turning off the lights. Absolutely. So
you did an amazing job, man. Thank you so much.
Always amazing work, dude.
Well, you guys are really kind. It was all adrenaline because of making it easy, because of you guys being my friends all, and again, the great panels that everyone did. So thank you guys. Be well.
Also, there's a lot of people saying some very sweet things. Thank you very much. I'm feeling your very nice energy over there. Thank you very much.
Absolutely, man. No, very cool. And I'm doing these, and everyone is saying absolutely stay safe. Yes, it is indeed. It's a good way to go out. Oh, thanks, man. Thank you, Jimmy. I appreciate that, and everyone else that said really kind things about what I do in the chat. Really, greatly appreciated, guys, and really good comments. All right, everybody, stay safe, stay happy.
See you on the Twitter.
Stay healthy, and if you missed any panels, BaltimoreComicConLive.com. They will live there, and we're also going to be chopping up the streams into individual shows. So keep all that in mind.
And what are the highlights? You got recently you had Walt Simonson. That was a big one.
Yeah, Dean Haskell had Walt, Howard Chaykin, Bill Sienkiewicz and Dennis Cowan talking. We had you and Jerry Conway talking. We had Dave Gibbons and Tom King in conversation today.
Do you think I annoyed Jerry? Do you think I annoyed him?
No, quite. No, honestly. I know it was a thrill for both of you. Seriously, you and
it was
Jerry.
A thrill for me. I don't know if it was a thrill for him, but
he's like, oh no, I really enjoyed talking to Brian. So no, I already got feedback and everything.
Okay, good.
So, absolutely,
it was so on the edge of Chris Farleydom. I was good for like a half an hour, and then as soon as we hit Justice League 200, but
that was a great. But that was a great tangent, and that's exactly the kind of thing I hope for Word Balloon, and what Mainframe hopes for with these panels. So there you go. All right, Mike, we're going to talk for the next After Realm with you and Talk, obviously. Sure. Absolutely. All right, boobies. Always good. Thanks, everybody, for watching. Yes, stay safe, stay happy, stay healthy. Bye-bye.